Clearly, the main character touched the solar core. But not only was he not burned, he also became the sun god. The scorching heat transformed him into a second sun. Afterwards, he received a blade with all attributes, whose radiating heat turned anything it cut into charcoal. However, on the very first day of his reincarnation, his campus belle girlfriend decided to break up with him. This was because she had now been admitted to a top university. In a different position, an ordinary person like the main character was no longer worthy of her. It was very clear that they did not belong to the same world. She fabricated her own reasons, essentially to make him realize the reality and not cling on. Chu Qingli felt that there was nothing wrong with these matters. Their differing circumstances were destined to be a dead end. Under the gaze of those watching the drama unfold with popcorn, the main character waved his hand, agreeing to break up. That decisiveness made Chu Qingli freeze instantly. Seeing the main character turn and leave without hesitation, the feeling of being unimportant made Chu Qingli speak up to stop him. Hearing this, the main character glanced at her and asked, "Is there anything else?" Chu Qingli pretended to be calm, coldly stating that no matter what the main character did, she wouldn't. The main character's face was expressionless as he looked at her for a few seconds. Then he said, "Stop fantasizing, you spider." This statement immediately broke through Chu Qingli's defenses. Her face flushed crimson with extreme embarrassment. The main character heard the whispers of the crowd and just wanted to burst out laughing. Chu Qingli had no idea what the future held. By then, both money and academic achievements would become useless. Because within the next year, the entire world would enter the phase of Lin Ki Huifuk. This would cause a major change in the world, and social norms would be replaced. The era of cultivators would begin, and strength would become the sole standard of measurement. It must be known that, in his previous life, the main character was just an ordinary person, struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Countless mutated beasts had become a disaster. It was unknown how many cities had been destroyed. In the end, the main character could not escape the pursuit, burying himself under the mouth of a Thu in the coldness of death. His unwilling heart and desire for revenge had reached their peak. It was at that very moment that he bound a mid-level system from the universe. This system would make the main character reincarnation 1 year before the Lin Ki Huifuk. It possessed peak cosmic calculation capabilities, writing cultivation techniques based on his interaction with his spiritual companion. Currently, no one has yet realized that the Lin Ki Huifuk will occur. The main character wants to ensure that during this period, the spiritual energy is for his use alone. At this moment, the billboard was broadcasting news. The news report stated that fishermen had discovered a giant abalone and that ancient trees had suddenly mutated to become enormous, etc. The news did not comfort the people at all, nor did it deny the abalone's mutation. On the contrary, it reminded everyone to work vigilantly. However, for the main character, the state's unintentional reporting of such news was actually a special warning. This was Nation H's familiar way of warning, aiming to reassure and strengthen the people's trust in the country. At this moment, the main character was browsing news forums to look for Ditong. One piece of news caught his attention. Outside the Qingbei area, ultraviolet rays were much stronger than usual. Many people also saw this news, but they didn't believe it, because they weren't too far from Qingbei University, and where they were standing, the weather was still cool and cloudy. Meanwhile, the news reported that the temperature at Qingbei University had reached 74 degrees Celsius. Seeing the disbelieving comments in the news, the main character smiled faintly. Everyone thought this news was fabricated. Only the main character knew that his first opportunity had arrived. 15 minutes later, in front of Qingbei University, the main character wiped the sweat from his face. Sure enough, the temperature here was abnormal. The scorching sun shone down on the ground, creating dazzling bright spots. Even the security guards couldn't stand it and fled the area. The main character tried to endure the terrible heat. Just as his finger touched a small ray of light, the system's voice rang out beside him again, detected a full Yang attribute fluctuation, unlocking Yang attribute data. Immediately, rays of light transformed into ropes, binding his body. Then his body erupted with dazzling light. The guards who were preparing to leave were all blinded. They had no idea what had happened. They simply couldn't suppress their astonishment. What they didn't know was that the main character's body was burning like a stream of blazing flame, the pain penetrating deep into his bones. At this very moment, the system announced, "Mutation successful, you have received the golden yang breathing technique." At the same time, at another admission gate of Qingbei University, the main character's ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli, was slowly approaching. Her appearance had attracted quite a few senior students who wanted to approach her, but she showed no interest. Just then a flash of light erupted behind her. The school's loudspeaker announced, warning everyone not to go near the front gate of the school. Chu Qingli frowned, listening to the school's warning. Meanwhile, on the main character's side, his body was covered in light and soot. The golden yang breathing technique immediately entered his internal organs. Countless impurities were expelled from his body, turning into soot. The golden yang breathing technique was also comprehended by him from the system. As long as he mastered it, he would be able to undergo body transformation. He directly became the sun god. The system notification continued to ring. Congratulations to him for receiving 50 compilation points. Although he didn't know what this was, the moment he used the breathing technique, the sunny sky suddenly darkened. Even though it was only for a moment, it attracted quite a bit of attention from the students. At this very moment, the principal finally arrived at the north gate, beginning to disperse the students. But what caught people's attention was that behind the principal was a group of people in military uniforms. The leader requested the principal to seal off this north gate. The commotion on that side was also noticed by the main character. He immediately decided to leave. Not long after he left, the mysterious military person arrived at the place he had been. She touched the charcoal dust on the ground, brought it to her nose to sniff, and immediately judged that it was created by someone. Muttering to herself, "Another person who has come into contact with spiritual energy has appeared?" Chu Qingli muttered to herself when she heard this. She looked towards the distant road, seemingly having seen a familiar figure. "Is it that guy?" She quickly denied her own judgment. She thought, with the main character's achievements, how could he get into Qingbei University? An hour later, the main character returned home to absorb the sun's energy for cultivation. He suddenly remembered the commotion he had caused earlier. Not knowing if there was any news in the media, he immediately took out his phone to search. He only found the Spiritual Energy Association piquing his curiosity. This association seemed familiar to him. It was probably the one established online a year ago. At that time, everyone thought it was just a joke, but unexpectedly it had become so popular now. Combined with the restoration of spiritual energy, and because he himself had seen state secrets, he knew things were not simple. As soon as he opened it to view, cultivation realms appeared. Level 1, Heaven and Earth, Spiritual Essence, Ghost God, Art, Creating Human Weapons. Level 2, Tao Spirit, Borrowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, unlocking divine bloodlines, creating inner spiritual energy. And many other levels. Many people did not believe this was real. However, the main character paid attention to a public program page of Nation H. Although in his previous life he was just an ordinary person and had never heard of the Spiritual Energy Association, this public program of Nation H was very strictly managed. Therefore, he immediately followed the description to perform the golden yang breathing technique. Very quickly, the temperature inside his body fluctuated. While performing the golden yang breathing technique, his entire body floated into the air, with flames burning around him. And the first step was the ghost talisman. That was to cultivate the body into qi, integrate weapons with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then recreate the divine talisman movement. In an instant, a stream of spiritual energy condensed above the main character's head had formed. At the moment of completing the condensation of the divine talisman, he felt an unprecedented surge of power enter his body. At this moment, he had broken through to Ghost Mansion First Star. At the same time, he recalled the editing function the system had provided. It could forcibly modify any object. Thinking of this reminder, the main character looked at the glass of water beside him. Sure enough, the system appeared and asked, "Do you want to use editing points to imbue this object with the Thuok Tin Duong?" This proved his speculation. Simply put, It was imbuing objects with supernatural power to make them supernatural item. If he chose to agree, this glass of water would possess the supernatural power of the Thuok Tin Jung. So he immediately used editing points to add attributes to the blade. Perhaps it could become his exclusive weapon. The ancestral treasure blade had been chosen by the main character. But it was already very late, so the experiment should wait until tomorrow. However, just as he fell into a deep sleep, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness. At the same time, on top of a skyscraper, a girl in specialized attire was sucking on a lollipop. She seemed to be communicating with someone via a microphone. Just a second later, she jumped down. Suddenly, she sensed the aura of a Dithu, and the target had entered a densely populated area 20 kilometers away. After informing someone else, she quickly moved towards the target. Even if someone looked up, they would only see a phantom image. In the darkness, she was like a spirit. Conversely, as the main character was in a deep sleep, piercing sounds entered his ears, waking him from his dream. This made him uncomfortable. He got up to find the source of the sound. After entering the ghost mansion realm, his hearing had far surpassed that of ordinary people. So this sound made the main character feel that something was wrong. The moment he opened the door, a large figure quickly rushed towards him. With just a glance, he immediately recognized it as a mutated Dithu. Even though it launched a surprise attack, in his eyes, it was as slow as a snail. Just a second later, his body flowed with golden light, and then he charged towards the Dithu. Not wanting to affect the ordinary people in the building, he grabbed this mutated rabbit and then threw it forcefully outside. He continued to charge, the blinding light causing him to generate the power of the sun. A punch landed squarely in the center of this mutated rabbit's abdomen, making it unable to resist for even a second. A large hole was immediately punched into its belly. However, the mutated rabbit didn't die immediately. It still wanted to devour the main character's power of the Yang attribute. But that was not something it could touch. In an instant, the main character's power caused its body to explode. The blinding light made those who were still awake feel as if it were daytime outside. But after reaching the window, he discovered it was still night. The rabbit had swallowed the Thuok Tin Dung and then exploded. Every piece of its body emitted golden radiance. The rabbit's eye fell at the feet of the main character. He glanced at it coldly, then stomped it to smithereens. It was clearly a dark attribute creature, yet it dared to swallow the counteracting Thuok Tin Dung. How foolish. If the main character were an ordinary person, or even all the people in this building, they would have become food for that rabbit. This only strengthened the main character's resolve to collect more cultivation methods. Not long after the main character left, a figure appeared from above. It was the girl in the special suit from before, but at this moment she was stunned, because the rabbit she was pursuing had unexpectedly turned into a corpse of 1,000 pieces. Although it was unclear what had happened, the dark attribute left behind by the rabbit needed to be recovered. But suddenly, a surge of Thuok Tin Dung energy flowed into her hand, even burning her. This Thuok Tin Dung power was exactly like the energy she had investigated earlier at the Kong Bak Dai Huk. This was certainly no coincidence. One must know that before the spiritual energy recovery period, common attributes were usually metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This Thuok Tin Dung was even rarer than pandas. So, she immediately reported the situation to her superiors. The other end of the line was silent for a moment, then conveyed the order. The goal was to find this terrifyingly talented cultivator. No matter what, they had to recruit him into the organization. The girl, of course, understood this thought. Her responsibilities immediately changed. She handed all tasks over to others. The girl simply stayed in this place to search for the whereabouts of the main character. She wasn't dissatisfied at all, just curious about what kind of person the main character with the Thuok Tin Dung would be. Just a moment ago, staying up all night fighting monsters had made him a bit mentally exhausted. After sunbathing, he circulated the aura within his body. Streams of golden color were absorbed by the main character into his body, continuously converging above his head. Gradually, the main character felt the rhythm of a breakthrough. Each time he broke through Ghost Mansion, he needed to activate his divine abode. When the main character felt the time was right, he immediately used his full strength to circulate the golden yang breathing technique. Streams of golden radiance clung around his divine abode. The main character held the Ryuthon in his hand and chopped forcefully forward. After a loud explosion, he broke through to the Ghost Mansion second star realm. He only saw golden color emanating from the blood vessels on his body. He understood that such a rapid breakthrough was because his previous breakthrough to first star had not fully utilized his potential. Next, to advance, he could only embark on a practical path. To avoid creating a greater commotion, the main character went to the back mountain. He consumed compilation points of Thuoktin Jung into his blade, and in an instant, a burst of golden radiance erupted. The entire blade was dyed a golden color, mainly enveloped by a mysterious power. Along with the successful compilation notification, the main character couldn't wait to swing his blade. He was seen swinging his blade forward in a single strike, and immediately the heat evaporated a significant amount of water in that area. Seeing such a huge commotion, he felt a bit embarrassed and immediately left the place. Not long after, a plume of smoke appeared where he had just stood. The girl rushed over, her face filled with anger. Just because she bought a cup of milk tea, she could sense the main character's aura. Now there was no sign of him. At this moment, the girl suddenly froze. The destruction he had caused horrified her immensely. But what troubled her even more was how to restore this back mountain area to its original state. Suddenly, the girl's expression changed, her face revealing disbelief. She sensed the aura the main character had left behind. It was clearly Ghost Mansion's second star, whereas last night it was only first star. But her astonishment didn't stop there, because she also sensed the aura of a spiritual weapon. One must know that within the entire association, only 2 or 3 people possessed spiritual weapons. Although spiritual weapons were extremely rare, the association still fully mastered the techniques to forge them. The girl was extremely curious about the main character knowing the technique of forging spiritual weapon. Meanwhile, on the way, the main character wondered if the weapon could be combined with other attributes because his system could compile any cultivation method. Suddenly, a piece of news caught the main character's attention, mainly because he had forgotten to erase the traces he left behind. Those traces had been seen by others, and they were also the first cultivators. Their goal in seeking the main character was to protect him. Additionally, the news also shared a new spiritual chi recovery location, which further attracted the main character's attention. After receiving the information, the main character knew that the location was a lava cave. Since the cave had attributes similar to the main character, he agreed to the request to join the team. So the next day, a small team gathered at the appointed location. The team consisted of 1 female and 3 males, but the 3 men had no idea that this blonde girl was actually a member of the Spiritual Energy Association. She had recruited these people online with the real purpose of finding talented individuals and inviting them to join the association. Initially, she had spent a considerable amount of favors to do this. After all, the Spiritual Energy Association was also a government department with an organization from high to low levels. Just then, the main character finally appeared. The blonde girl was a little surprised when she saw the main character, because the aura emanating from the main character was clearly Ghost Mansion's second star. But she said nothing, only led the main character and the others into the cave. After finishing their conversation, they quickly arrived at their destination. The main character immediately rushed forward, ignoring everyone's calls. One of his hands touched the scorching lava flow. A loud explosion rang out, and hot air burst outwards. At the same time, the system detected the heaven and earth detong inner flame and compiled a new scarlet flame saber art cultivation method for the main character. After being unleashed, each slash was like the eruption of blazing flame fire. The saber blade was covered by a dense layer of blazing flame, carrying blazing lightning. Simultaneously, the saber blade, condensing blazing flames imbued with battle intent, would unleash immense energy. This saber blade perfectly complemented the main character's long saber. Furthermore, it possessed a burning attribute with a higher temperature. The main character again consumed compilation points to integrate it into the saber. This astonished everyone. At this moment, the saber was filled with flowing, scorching lava. Sensing the latent energy, the main character also secretly rejoiced in his heart. After he finished absorbing the inner flame, the surrounding spiritual energy was no longer harsh, making it very suitable for everyone to cultivate. Unexpectedly, just a few minutes later, 3 people suddenly appeared from behind. They had also sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy and found their way here. Feeling that all three were at the Ghost Mansion First Star Realm, the blonde girl did not dare to cause conflict. She wanted to invite them to absorb the spiritual energy here together. The leader showed a look of disdain. Besides the blonde girl, who was at the Ghost Mansion realm, the other three were nothing. They ordered the blonde girl and her companions to get lost immediately. This made her clench her teeth. Just then, the main character appeared among them, holding a molten saber in his hand, and coldly said, "What kind of skill is it to bully a weak girl?" Having said that, he immediately plunged the saber into the ground. Immediately, a terrifying stream of blazing flames erupted outwards. The scorching aura immediately assailed the faces of these thugs. The moment the main character pointed his saber at them, these three no longer dared to act insolently. They had reason to believe that if the main character truly struck at them, they would surely be incinerated into ash on the spot by those flames. Thus, they immediately fled without daring to look back. As for the main character, he also received gazes of adoration from everyone. Feeling embarrassed, he chuckled lightly and said he would go ahead. As for the blonde girl, after sensing the main character's astonishing power, she couldn't utter a single word. She had never imagined such a powerful master would appear. She definitely had to report to the organization to recruit him. Very quickly, the Spiritual Energy Association received her report. They also hadn't expected a high-level attribute cultivator to appear. Although very excited, they didn't know how to recruit him. If they were to find out that what was called a high-level attribute all belonged to the main character alone, what would they think? On his way home, the main character saw news that the commotion he had caused had been discovered by others and posted on social media, attracting much discussion. However, he wasn't too bothered. Mainly after absorbing a large amount of Yang attribute, he felt it was time for him to break through. So, he once again sought out the back of the mountain near his home. At the same time, the silver-haired girl they had just restored the environment that the main character had previously destroyed. Suddenly, a dazzling small sun appeared, and countless spiritual energy gradually formed a phantom image of a divine axe. Seeing such an exaggerated phenomenon, the girl immediately knew it was the main character again. She immediately ran towards the light, determined to meet the main character at this moment. Indeed, just a moment ago, after the main character circulated the golden yang breathing technique, all the yang attributes in the sky had been absorbed by him. The main character's aura had reached its peak, and the phantom image of the divine axe had also fully condensed. At this moment, the silver-haired girl was utterly shocked to see this scene. Each stream of spiritual energy, when mobilizing the divine axe, seemed to overcome countless challenges, which was, of course, the result of true cultivation. She recalled how she had rushed to break through the three emotions realm before, but due to an error in mobilizing the divine axe, she had to be hospitalized for a week. This was also a common bad habit among most cultivators. Seeing the main character so composed, she assumed he was an experienced senior. At this moment, Rutain moved. After swinging it for the third time, the main character's ghost mansion reached the 3-star ghost domain realm. When the silver-haired girl arrived at the main character's location, she found no one there. Unwilling to give up, she continued to search for his traces. Then the girl openly expressed her feelings, shouting, "Senior, you surely haven't left yet." Indeed, the main character was hiding on a tree branch, and he had also noticed that someone had been investigating him for the past few days, wanting to find out who it was. The girl then spoke to herself, introducing herself as being from the Cultivation Association. Her tone was extremely soft, pleading with the main character to join the Hiep Hoi. The main character no longer remained silent. He asked, "Why?" She knew the main character was not interested in joining, so she tried to explain the benefits of joining the Hiep Hoi and fighting against future enemies together, even taking out her professional ID card to guarantee its authenticity. The main character was somewhat impressed by this girl. She had once been the country's long-distance running champion. However, in his previous life, the Hiep Hoi had inadvertently failed, simply because they faced an enemy too powerful, and humanity was essentially annihilated. Therefore, joining the Hiep Hoi came with certain constraints. For the main character now, it would be more beneficial than harmful. However, he could cooperate with her on some tasks, providing necessary assistance, but she should not disturb him at other times. Anyway, Through her words, it could be seen that the current spiritual energy association did not dare to risk offending him, the owner of an extremely rare attribute. Su Qingying agreed, asking her to report mixed true and false information about him. Indeed, she did so, reporting to the Spiritual Energy Association that she had accidentally met him. However, the Spiritual Energy Association didn't have the leisure to concern themselves with his matters. Because eerie gates had appeared, and the creatures from them were extremely cold and brutal, they exploited the resurrecting spiritual energy to pollute the energy in the area, mutating into man-eating Dithu. Some disguise themselves as Ditung disasters, constantly killing humans and segmenting areas. If not immediately destroyed with their destructive attribute, they would relentlessly erode the human world. In another development, the main character had returned home. The normal weather suddenly turned into a fierce storm with thunder and lightning, a scene akin to a cultivator undergoing tribulation transcension. The state had issued a notice requesting everyone to stay indoors, and the area where the main character resided had been sealed off. However, the main character felt that something was amiss. The fluctuations of the lightning attribute's spiritual energy did not seem too obvious. Perhaps this was another Ditong resurrecting spiritual energy, so he decided to go to the places where lightning struck behind the mountain. Indeed, as soon as he approached, the system announced a new resurrecting spiritual energy pollution. At the same time, at the Spiritual Energy Association Cultivation, they had investigated the energy of the lightning attribute explosion on the mountain and issued an S-rank danger prediction. No one in the association could access the center. Even a 3-star ghost domain would surely die. The association quickly ordered the mountain sealed. Meanwhile, in the south, main character looked toward the center where thunder continuously struck. The lightning attribute at the edge was not pure enough, forcing main character to advance to the summit of Jade Emperor Peak. Currently, spiritual energy had only just recovered, although mutated Dithu were nothing to main character. But to face the future terror, this small amount of energy was far from enough. With the Thuok Tindung and Blazing Blade, in the future, main character might truly become a Sun Divine weapon. Furthermore, this lightning power was an opportunity to strengthen his body. That desire to become stronger drove main character to try and withstand thousands of lightning strikes, continuously running towards the center of the mountain. At this moment, a powerful lightning strike suddenly descended directly upon main character. He used his saber to slash down, but fundamentally could not resist that terrifying power. Even though he had the golden yang breathing technique protecting him, the lightning that engulfed him still pierced through his Thuok Tin Dung power. This peak lightning attribute, which could be called divine punishment power, seemed to be continuously increasing pressure on him, wanting him to collapse. Main character looked up, thinking about how he could subdue it as thunder continued to strike once more. He immediately circulated the entire golden yang breathing technique, not evading but slashing once towards the thunderlight. Afterwards, he vomited a mouthful of red blood. Lightning pierced his body, making his entire body ache and go numb, but he had no intention of stopping, trying to resist the immense pressure. He walked step by step towards the center, just as the main character was about to reach the place. It seemed to have sensed his challenge. Endless thunder struck towards the main character, creating a dazzling white scene that everyone thousands of miles away could see. At the same time, the system announced, "Powerful lightning attribute detected." Just 1 second later, the main character received the Divine Thunder 100 Refinements cultivation method, making him no longer fear heavenly lightning, and at the same time, able to guide it into his body. He transformed into a god. Unlike the Thuok Tin Jung, the lightning attribute, whether attacking or defending, displayed peak dominance. Furthermore, the main character could feel his bones and tendons being powerfully strengthened. During the tempering process, he felt no pain and even received new compilation points, which could be used with an item to insert into the peak lightning attribute. This judgment power was the bane of all evil pets. The saber already had the Thuok Tin Dung. If more were implanted, it would shatter, so he shifted his target to his right arm. Thus, the lightning arm was born. After the main character received the rare lightning attribute, the terrifying thunder on Mount Yushan gradually disappeared. This was different from the association's prediction, which stated it should have disappeared 3 days later. Therefore, they immediately ascended the mountain and quickly investigated the traces of a cultivator. The fact that someone could ascend the mountain while thunder continuously struck down shocked the army of the Spiritual Energy Association immensely. Even S-rank anomalies were inaccessible to them. Now someone was able to do that. Facing such a powerful individual, if they were harmful to society, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, they had to find the main character, even if it meant sacrificing everything. At the same time, they bestowed the title of Tyrant upon the main character. But suddenly, Teotahan remembered a previous cultivator with the Thuok Tindung. He immediately turned and asked Su Qingying, "How's the investigation?" Hearing this, she also pretended to be calm, providing a mix of true and false information about him. She did not reveal the truth that she had been in contact with him. Thieu Tung Han nodded without saying anything further, then turned to organize everyone. He decided to transform this Ditung on Mount Yushang into a natural phenomenon. In another development, the main character had returned home and began to sense the lightning power of his right arm. Currently, this right arm, pulsating with lightning, was probably the hardest part of his body. Furthermore, the formidable judgment lightning had transformed into small orbs for easy transportation. System notification. This peak lightning can deal 300% critical damage to Evil Pet. The main character was eager to try it immediately. At the same time, the forum the main character followed released an important piece of news. A large explosion had just occurred at a chemical factory, causing countless casualties. However, the comment section had something unusual. Those living near the factory all felt an evil, gloomy aura. The main character thought for a while, then remembered the evil pet he had encountered in his previous life. This type of creature particularly liked to appear unexpectedly in shadows and darkness. Originally, they could be any animal or plant, but after mutation, they possessed enhanced intelligence, strength, and observational abilities. Their ability to capture and kill prey increased in an eerie way, hundreds of times more dangerous than the previous mutated rabbit. It was absolutely impossible to let them continue to evolve. At the same time, near the factory, the destroyers of the Spiritual Energy Association seemed to be chasing something. They called the target Zhu Ye. The leading captain looked serious because Zhu Ye liked to eat people. Although the association helped, this squad clearly still had to rely on their own strength. Currently, anomalies were occurring all over the country, and headquarters was basically very busy. This Zhu Ye was only classified as Danger Level B by headquarters. However, because Su Qingying was nearby, headquarters sent her to help. The main character was also present here. That giant mutated rat emitted a nauseating aura, making the main character smell it even from tens of miles away. After the two squads merged into one, the Zhu Ye mutated rat was also found. Immediately they split up, rushing towards the mutated rat from multiple directions. Of course, the giant rat also discovered Su Qingying and her group and immediately fled. However, everyone had surrounded it. One person leaped high and slashed down at the mutated rat with a saber. It growled in pain. A pair of wings grew from the rat's back, simultaneously emitting sound waves that forced everyone apart. Then it gathered energy in its mouth and spat out a stream of green, poisonous gas. This was dark attribute poisonous gas with corrosive properties, capable of making objects rot upon contact. Without a high-level counter-attribute, no one dared to risk rushing into the poisonous mist. The mutated rat seized this opportunity to spread its wings and try to escape, eventually fleeing to a factory. Su Qingying, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, began checking the spiritual energy concentration. Earlier, the rat's fluctuation index was 49, but the number in this factory was 80. This meant there wasn't just one Dithu here. Sensing the danger, everyone intended to leave, but it was already too late. Unexpectedly, the mutated rat was cooperating with a giant mutated serpent. From then on hunting, they only saw dense poisonous fog in the factory, separating Su Qingying and everyone else, attacking them one by one. Su Qingying saw it and immediately understood everything. She didn't expect the intelligence of the mutated rat to be like a human, even disregarding its natural enemy status to cooperate. Now not only was the giant serpent preparing to attack them, but they also had to resist the poisonous gas from the fog. Just as her spiritual energy was almost depleted, the rapid depletion of spiritual energy caused her to collapse. Just as she was despairing, the ceiling suddenly broke open. Dazzling light illuminated the entire factory. The giant serpent saw the main character arrive and immediately opened its mouth to attack him. The mutated rat took advantage of his dodge, and its large mouth bit into his right arm, but the main character didn't care at all. Terrifying lightning immediately erupted from his right hand. The giant rat was thus destroyed. Then he swung his saber toward the giant serpent. He was very curious if this giant serpent was afraid of the sun. That strike completely enraged the giant serpent. It lost its reason and furiously attacked him. While he was dodging, a scorching slash went towards the giant serpent, splitting its head in two. Unexpectedly, this giant serpent also had regenerative abilities. That slash couldn't destroy it, but it didn't simply possess the yang attribute. Just a second later, thunder exploded, echoing throughout the workshop. Immediately, the entire thunder enveloped the giant serpent's body. This was the power he had added when using the saber. He controlled the power, retracted the blazing flames, then gathered the lightning and transmitted it into the giant serpent's body. This Thung species possessed darkness energy. The rat was easily burned and weak before the sun. But the giant serpent was not simple. It had matured to world disaster level. Even after death, it didn't forget to bite him once. If the main character didn't have the golden yang breathing technique, the Yangyana attribute that could detoxify, plus thunder enhancement, others would surely have died. After the main character dealt with the 2D Thu, he discovered the girl who had been following him earlier. The main character smirked, knowing she was feigning unconsciousness. Su Qingying realized she could no longer pretend, so she used her hands to cover her flushed face and eyes. This was because she had never seen the main character's face before, assuming he didn't want anyone to see his true identity. Seeing the girl thanking him, after accepting her thanks, he turned to bid farewell. Su Qingying saw the main character about to leave, quickly removed her hands, intending to say something to him. However, the main character had already jumped onto the ceiling and left. In fact, he left so quickly also because he had just been exposed to the dark attribute. He checked if the system could collect and compile cultivation techniques. It seemed he had underestimated that unpleasant cold sensation because the system had no reaction. Meanwhile, Su Qingying was patting the captain and his grandson's faces to wake them up. As soon as they woke up, they saw two corpses next to them and were immediately quite frightened. Su Qingying explained that the Yang attribute expert she had once pursued had eliminated them. Everyone, in their astonishment, also marveled at the main character's powerful strength. Afterwards, they began to retrieve the dark attribute traces of the Thu. However, with the captain's actions, he accidentally stepped on a piece of flesh from the giant python. The crackling sound of lightning erupted under his feet, leaving everyone bewildered. Didn't they say he was a Yang attribute cultivator? Su Qingying was also extremely shocked. After all, she had no idea that the main character also possessed another high-level attribute. Currently, only the main character was here, and an unbelievable thought flashed through her mind. A high-level dual attribute cultivator. This was truly an unbelievable existence. She had encountered a true monster. Very soon after, the association received the notification and arrived at the scene. The main objective was to clear up the residual spiritual energy and analyze the remaining traces. Half an hour later, the investigation concluded, whether it was a mutant rat or a giant serpent. The 99% probability of action is from the same person. Although everyone was mentally prepared, it was still hard to avoid being terrified. They had never heard of anyone possessing two high-level attributes. Su Qingying knew that she could no longer hide it. She proactively reported the situation to the association, but the association's attitude this time was different. They directly canceled her objective of monitoring the main character. The association's high-ranking officials believed that the main character had saved people and eliminated Thuong. This proved that he did not hate the association. Not wanting to diminish his impression in the main character's eyes, they decided not to do anything that would make him uncomfortable. Given the circumstances, Su Qingying also reported the possibility of the main character possessing a spiritual weapon. This deeply shocked the association's high-ranking officials. No matter how monstrous his talent, he shouldn't possess a spiritual weapon when spiritual energy had just recovered. Su Qingying believed that the spiritual weapon carried the Thuok Zung. This provided a possibility. The main character's realm was spirit weapon creation venerable, meaning he could create spiritual weapons by himself. But those who reached the spirit creation realm worldwide were the wealthiest, having accumulated vast fortunes. A young person like the main character shouldn't have reached that realm. Furthermore, the main character now possessed two high-level attributes. So, could he also possess a third attribute? It must be known that no one in this entire world possessed three attributes. Once this was confirmed, the entire world would have to rewrite its records. The main character went home and started to bathe. Currently, it has been less than a year since the spiritual energy recovery, and the Di Thung have been intensely active. Many cultivators have embarked on the path of cultivation, but even those with the best talent have only reached Ghost Mansion first star. Meanwhile, the country is still in a stable phase for the earliest awakeners and initial cultivator. The Di Thung are still controlled by the state within a certain range, and the earliest practitioners have not caused any major conflicts. Although everyone is currently discussing the unease, the state has not yet issued a clarification. This indicates that they want to issue a warning but are not yet fully prepared for the era of spiritual energy recovery. After all, with an excessively large population and many Dethung appearing, the state can only try to maintain a peaceful situation. What the main character is worried about is the excessively fast evolution speed of the Dethu. Today's encounter with a dark attribute Dethu that infiltrated and caused contamination is a prime example. After contact, he realized that they were actually a branch of the dark attribute, and also the bane of cultivator. Although these Dethu are not as strong as the dark attribute that the main character once faced, the kind that could destroy an entire nation and terrorize an entire continent, but if he hadn't gone to that abandoned factory today, it's likely that Su Qingying and the others would have lost their lives. Their ghost attribute alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine and cause such nausea. The threat of the dark attribute is indeed too great. Although the system temporarily announced that it cannot be absorbed, this proves that when the system is qualified, he will be able to absorb it. The darkness attribute restrains humans so much. If the main character can use it, this will be the best thing, and it could even become the key to changing the situation. Currently, he possesses the golden yang breathing technique of the yang attribute, divine thunder 100 refinements of the lightning attribute, and the scarlet flame saber art of the inner flame attribute. Basically, no cultivator is his opponent, but the main character still feels it's far from enough. At this moment, his phone rang. The caller was his aunt. The purpose of the call was because her daughter, also the main character's cousin, needed to participate in a study activity. She wanted to arrange for her daughter to stay with the main character for a few days. The main character had some impression of this academic cousin, so he didn't refuse. But he didn't expect that it was just an excuse. He saw that his cousin's chat section was unexpectedly full of cultivators. Their target seemed to be a town where several people had mysteriously lost their lives. His cousin's mother was completely unaware of this. The next day, his cousin arrived with her suitcase at the main character's house. Just as she arrived, she saw the main character stepping out. Cousin. At this moment, he didn't recognize the person in front of him at all. I am Lin Yi. Hearing that, she was awkward, not knowing what to say next. Afterwards, the two went home together and sat down to eat together. The main character decided to speak first. Are you here to visit the summer camp? Yi quickly confirmed. Then the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Seeing that, he could only offer a few greetings. Oh, if you need anything, just call me. She politely replied, Yes, thank you, cousin. A moment later, the main character gently handed the room key to Yi while also instructing her. This is a spare key. I'll go back to my room first. Your room is opposite mine. Seeing that, she took it and spoke politely. Yes, I've been troubling you these past few days. Yi silently watched her cousin's shadow return to his room, feeling a bit relieved in her heart. It seems he's quite approachable, not meddling too much in my affairs. However, on his side, it was the opposite. His vigilance grew steadily, but the main character still tried to remain calm, not revealing anything. He thoughtfully observed the other person for a moment. Earlier, when she was sitting on the sofa, I truly felt a strange spiritual energy appearing and disappearing. Could it be that she has also become an immortal practitioner? She said she was attending a summer camp. Could it be because of... On Yi Yi's side, she returned to her room and intently messaged her teammates via the screen. My cousin is also good, not nosy. When do we act? The beautiful 81-year-old woman wanted to wait for the right moment. Recently, the area has been quite chaotic, but there are always immortal practitioners getting ahead. Besides that, another teammate also agreed and recounted the situation. I also heard that last time in the underground river, two pairs indeed met. The result was an extremely powerful Grand Elder, who with one sword strike cut out the sunlight, making the opponent retreat in fear. Hearing this, the beautiful 81-year-old woman was half skeptical, half believing. Are you kidding? If that's true, it must be a supreme grade, the highest level of immortal practitioner. Yi Yi on this side decided to agree, carefully waiting for the opportunity. The other two, seeing this, also decided to follow. After the conversation, she still felt restless. She decided that since she had just arrived, it was best not to practice cultivation first. In case her cousin discovered it, it would be difficult to explain. 3 days later, the main character struggled a bit to adapt to living with others in the house. Living with my cousin caused quite a few problems for my cultivation process. Heavenly Seat Chi adjustment was constantly interrupted. Then he decided to return to his room to focus more. Practicing the golden sun breathing method could potentially be seen. While practicing the method, the main character was worried. It's so bright, will I be seen? Why didn't I notice the golden sun breathing method was so prominent before? Not stopping there, ahead of the main character was an even greater concern, but the most terrifying thing was still. Yi Yi had also finished cooking by this time and politely invited the other party. Cousin, dinner is ready. There's tomato beef stew with mixed cucumber and also corn rib soup. Hearing this, he politely replied, You're too polite. Leave the dishes to me, he said. She gently refused. It's fine, I'm staying here temporarily. These are things I should do. Main character quietly observed the other party's actions. She was too polite, too thorough, even a little obsessive-compulsive. It's just that, while eating, he silently watched how far Yi Yi would perform. However, main character still had no intention of abandoning his plan. Only this way could he uncover the secret. While the two were eating, her phone suddenly rang. Both immediately froze. He spoke first. What's wrong? Is a friend looking for you? Seeing this, main character took the opportunity to move elsewhere. To Yi Yi's surprise, saying, Go ahead, take your call. I'll head back to my room first. Although the other party's actions seemed a bit strange, she didn't think much of it. Yi Yi quickly went back to her room to talk on the phone. What? The Thendia Dai Bean will appear tomorrow? When? 3 p.m.? Don't worry, I'll be there. While she was chatting with her teammates about a meeting in Zhenyang He Town, he was hovering outside the window, secretly listening to everything. Zhenyang He Town is a famous town in the suburbs, an hour's drive away. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from within, immediately catching main character's attention. Finally, he had the answer right in front of him. It turned out that his cousin was also an immortal practitioner during the spiritual chi recovery era. Main character intently watched the other party's cultivation of a spiritual artifact, unable to hide his surprise. Fortunately, her current strength isn't enough to detect me. A high school student had reached this realm with signs of further advancement. He still focused on observing and analyzing Yi Yi's recent actions. So coming to the summer camp was a pretense. The Thendia Dai Bean was the real purpose. She must have known about this place from somewhere, which is why she fabricated a reason to come here. The main character gently touched the wall. Each Thendia Dai Bean was both an opportunity and a chance for him to acquire a type of magic to enhance his strength. Seeing the story become increasingly interesting, he couldn't help but be curious, wondering what attribute would appear this time in Zhenyang He Town. In a flash, the main character eagerly darted across the water. Whatever, if I hear it, it's mine. On Yi Yi's side, while cultivating her chi method, she felt a slight doubt and looked around. Strange, I don't see anyone. Nevertheless, Yi Yi still felt bewildered. Is it an illusion? Someone was clearly looking just now. At Zhenyang He Town at this moment, the bustling crowd created a lively scene. In front of the gate, a voice suddenly rang out. Yi Yi! It turned out to be the voice of the person nicknamed Online Lover Swindled 5 Yuan, who had previously chatted with her through a screen. He happily walked over and teased, How's your cousin's house been lately? Is he handsome? Hearing this, Yi Yi began to ponderously compare the two appearances. He's all right, but his looks are just average. Anyway, he wasn't the type of famous handsome guy she liked. She felt a little disappointed after hearing that, letting out a sigh. The person standing next to her chuckled. It was the hot girl nicknamed the 81-year-old beautiful woman. She continued, "Don't forget, Yi Yi herself once said she was just an ordinary person among many." Everyone on the other side was already waiting. After sitting there for a long time, the person in the white shirt spoke up. "Everyone's here. Let's get to the main point." She noticed a missing member and wondered, isn't that person coming this time either? The man on this side coldly replied, "She's not coming." A little later, as they all set off, the 81-year-old beautiful woman gently comforted Yi Yi. "She always acts mysterious like that. We're used to it by now. Let's go." At the same time, the main character was sitting there, quietly observing them from a distance. Having heard everything, he felt a slight hesitation in his mind. It seems my cousin's team also has enough strength to act discreetly. He focused on analyzing each person. Even the weakest person was at the stable stage of Ghost Mansion's 2nd star, and the man from earlier had already reached Ghost Mansion Realm 3-star. It was said that there was also a strong member in the team who was frequently absent. After thinking, the main character gradually deduced the situation. On the mountain of this famous town, the scenery was becoming increasingly gloomy. A familiar voice was announcing the situation. Suddenly, a vine appeared, hanging down from the sky, just like the beanstalk in the fairy tale Jack and the Beanstalk. It meticulously observed its surroundings and described them. Vines appeared randomly around this area. They were not fixed. This was different from the information immortal practitioners had known, beyond everyone's understanding. Clearly this was a Thiendia Bien, but it had no relation to meteorology, nor was it the collapse and restructuring of the surface, but rather strange objects from the void, emitting no sound or sunlight, only silently moving and fleetingly appearing. By then, everyone had fully gathered at the agreed-upon location. Looking at the scene before her, the beautiful 81-year-old woman couldn't help but be astonished. "Holy shit, is that it?" She stared at the giant vine, unable to believe her eyes. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, it would be hard to believe. Online lover swindled 5. Yuen suddenly showed a strange expression. "Hey, maybe we shouldn't go any further." Mao, hearing this, she was a little puzzled. Why? It turned out that the eerie scene before her had frightened her so much that she was trembling all over. A moment later, online lover swindled 5 Yuen began to explain. "Seeing it, I felt something abnormal. My whole body went cold. Has everyone heard the rumors on the internal forum yet?" Speaking of this, she began to recall the past. "Actually, I had a friend in that team. They tried to approach the vines. They were all much stronger immortal practitioners." Online lover swindled 5 Yuen recounted while imagining the terrible scene in her head. But after they arrived, they all disappeared. Her voice trembled with dread. "I have a feeling we'll end up the same way." Online lover swindled 5 Yuen gathered all her courage and finished the sentence. "We'll die without a burial place." She trembled with fear. Initially, she thought she could easily accept the immortal practitioner's gamble, either achieving glorious victory or being utterly destroyed. But upon seeing this, she suddenly felt an instinctive fear. Her intuition told her that this time they were facing at a high-level anomaly of heaven and earth, a powerful, unforeseen, and completely new anomaly. She despaired, "I don't want to bury everything here yet. I want to retreat." Yi Yi spoke up to reassure her. "You're right. We all feel it, actually." She explained in detail, "Within this wood attribute vine, there's an aura of desolation. I don't know how to describe it. It's a feeling of sinking into the flow of time. All things perish, life force drains away, and that's why it makes us feel so uneasy and strongly uncomfortable, as if it wants to devour our very lives." Yi Yi took online lover swindled 5 Yuen's hand and continued, "But," she firmly asserted, "this is the immortal path of martial arts." From above, the main character observed the situation. The gloomy aura of death was overwhelming. Among the many phenomena of heaven and earth he had seen, besides the dark attribute anomaly, the vine here was the most unsettling. He marveled. Their decision to cultivate here was truly commendable courage. The main character examined it. Clearly, this was a type of tree symbolizing abundant vitality. But it brought a gloomy feeling. Not like it was alive. It resembled a dead object disguised as a creature that had lost all its spiritual energy. At this moment, Yi Yi stood on a high rock and declared, "Everyone, we don't have time to think much more. Because of the danger, we will sense it right here." She carefully instructed, "Everyone operate within sight. Don't go too far." Everyone immediately obeyed. Yi Yi calculated that this way, it would probably be a bit safer. She began to focus on cultivating it on a tree branch. The main character still stood observing. Not bad, she's vigilant, sensing power to cultivate at a distance that's neither too close nor too far. As expected of an excellent student, she had calculated the position to maximize benefits, neither rushing nor retreating. Her power was reaching its peak. He was a little surprised. Was she about to advance a star? To have reached the 3-star threshold so quickly, this cousin truly possessed extraordinary talent. Bashi exclaimed in admiration. 3-star ghost mansion. Yi Yi is amazing. I was swindled out of 5 yuan and was still wide-eyed and open-mouthed. But Yi Yi has already. Beneath the tree, vines began to show signs of spreading and encroaching. The curly-haired young man immediately noticed something unusual. He shouted loudly to warn, "Not good! The vines are rushing towards us." Bashi exclaimed, "What? How did they detect us from so far away?" Everyone was instantly entangled by the vines, screaming in chaos. "Help me! I was swindled out of 5 yuan. I'm frantic. Run! Run quickly! If we don't, we'll surely die here." She noticed that Yi Yi's breakthrough was causing too much commotion. She absolutely couldn't let the vines entangle her. Once entangled, the aura of desolation will immediately wrap tightly around our bodies and will be dissolved in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yi Yi was still diligently cultivating, oblivious to everything. The 81-year-old woman interjected, "No, we can't leave yet. Yi Yi will be in trouble." The online lover swindled 5 yuan reacted fiercely. "What do you want me to use spiritual energy to protect her while she cultivates?" She herself decided to cultivate here and then carelessly advanced her realm. "Is she trying to risk my life to become stronger?" She lowered her voice. "Calm down a bit." The curly-haired youth suddenly interjected with a lecture. "Life and death are fated, wealth and poverty are determined by heaven. If we don't leave now, we'll all bury it with her. You're still too young. Don't let emotions control you. We just happened to meet on the road." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a punch that didn't miss. The 81-year-old woman declared decisively, "Then you all get out. I will never abandon a comrade." The main character silently assessed the situation. Perhaps my cousin still doesn't know her predicament. He pondered. After all, she's still just a student, and the power of these vines is terrifying. I also don't know if my current strength is enough to save her. But I'm afraid time is running out. Finally, the main character decided, "I promised her I would take good care of her. A promise made cannot be broken." Meanwhile, Bashi was vigorously smashing the vines. But in a moment of carelessness, she was the only one whose legs were entangled by the vines. Bashi, after a struggle, was still incapacitated by the vines. Suddenly, a vine pierced directly into the barrier where Yi Yi was cultivating. The main character unexpectedly rushed forward with a blazing weapon in hand. Bashi and online lover swindled 5 yuan were both worried and helpless. Flames from his weapon shot down to the ground like a flash. The attack created an earthquake, throwing everything into chaos. After the display, the main character slowly descended. Everyone was astonished. The vines have retreated. They've stopped attacking. Every single vine was instantly incinerated. His figure gradually emerged with a cool appearance. The curly-haired young man realized, is this also an immortal practitioner? He secretly confirmed, the extreme yang attribute is indeed correct. Only such a high-level attribute would dare to take such a risk, forcing back the desolation vines. The curly-haired young man grumbled, "By what right? I consider myself extremely talented, having reached 3-star ghost domain in a short amount of time. I estimate that across the entire nation, the number of immortal practitioners with such speed can be counted on one's fingers, he thought to himself. Leaving aside that mysterious monstrous talent, Lin Yi's talent is only on par with mine. However, our main character held a weapon in hand, ready to unleash a kick. The curly-haired young man wondered if there were still such people among the immortal practitioners, then what did that make them? Were they merely specks of stars serving as a backdrop for the bright moon? He had crushed him. No, he had crushed all of them, the immortal practitioners. He was stunned. What kind of existence was this, after all? A notification popped up. Extreme wood attribute detected, automatically recording. The system announced, recording successful. The power included the ability to continuously regenerate, absorbing surrounding vitality to quickly self-recover. He analyzed, this wood attribute cultivation technique is too powerful. As long as there is vitality around, this is no different from a perpetual self-charging machine. At this moment, the main character was extracting attributes. The spiritual energy announced, successfully extracted the desolate attribute, immediately able to stir up the aura of desolation to corrode vitality. He slowly opened his eyes, his green pupils glowing brightly in the dark night. He thought to himself, it was no wonder this vine could only grow in this treacherous terrain. The main character propped the sword on the ground, his body emitting an aura of desolation. If it grew elsewhere, he feared that the vitality within dozens of miles would be completely drained by it. He glanced behind him. Deprivation. Fatal. This desolate attribute is truly too overbearing, forcibly seizing the vital energy of others. At this moment, from behind, the voice of a beautiful woman suddenly rang out. Thank you, big brother, for saving our lives. Sheepo, with a heavily injured body, staggered towards the main character and said, thank you. If it weren't for you just now, we would surely have died. What must we do to repay you? But he acted like an overbearing CEO, coldly walked away and waved his hand in refusal. No need. See you later. In the main character's mind, he secretly calculated, it seems I tracked their information to get here and obtained abundant and wild vital energy attributes. Actually, I benefited. The girl online lover swindled, and the long-haired young man looked at the main character worriedly. He thought, as for the conflict of those people just now, later, I should pay more attention to their movements. Then he immediately took his sharp sword and flew away. Human nature is most easily revealed when facing danger. A disorganized team will not be safe when a major incident occurs. The girl online lover swindled lost 5 UN, staring blankly as his back disappeared, then asked, he left so quickly, what should we do now? The long-haired man standing beside her teased her. What, regretting not saving him just now? He calmly looked at Lin Yi sitting in the sphere and discussed with the two girls, saying, now that the threat is gone, Lin Yi has advanced to 3rd stage. Our best option now can only be to try and stay with this team. Just then, Lin Yi opened her eyes. The 3 people, seeing this, exclaimed in unison, Yi, you're awake. The long-haired man quickly reminded, and we need to see if she's rational enough so as not to damage our relationship. Instead of focusing on these things, it's better to think about that mysterious person. Yi looked around, then asked in confusion, what happened? Then she suddenly noticed a tree trunk blazing with fire right beside her and immediately dodged to avoid it. The residual yang attribute is too strong, even at this distance. I can feel its brilliant and overwhelming heat. The clever long-haired man leaned in, offering to recount what had just happened to her. Later, at a different time, Yi walked home. The long-haired man's story still lingered in her mind. Could someone really be that powerful? She recalled his description of the main character, that he was nothing short of a monster. He recounted the details of the incident then. The vine that we couldn't cut no matter how hard we tried was forced to retreat with a single slash from him, see? The two looked toward the giant vine hovering in midair. Now, that vine was merely a stump, shriveled up, not daring to approach them at all. Yi opened the door, her mind still racing with thoughts. This is the shocking power of that person. Even though that person had left, the vine was still as docile as a chicken, completely devoid of its earlier chaotic screaming appearance. As soon as she stepped through the door, the main character greeted her. You're back? He glanced at her, pretending to be worried, and said, "You don't look very well." Yi Yi scratched her face and casually made up an excuse. "Just school, a little tired." The main character then said, "You've worked quite hard. Go rest. We'll order takeout tonight." She replied, "Okay." Yi Yi entered her room and slammed the door shut, leaning tiredly against it, lost in thought. The breakthrough consumed too much mental energy. Each time she controlled spiritual energy to activate divine judgment, it required intense concentration, truly more exhausting than staying awake for an entire month. She instinctively flopped onto the bed, lazily scrolling through her phone. "Fortunately, I'm no longer an ordinary person. Staying awake for a few days won't kill me. Working my hardest? But these cultivations are the destiny of an immortal practitioner. Heaven and earth have begun to undergo great changes." At this moment, Yi Yi suddenly felt a pang of envy towards the main character. An ordinary life like his was impossible for her. Suddenly, a message on her phone startled her. Jialan instructed her that if there were still traces of that powerful individual, she should inform her. Yi Yi suddenly realized something unusual. This was the first time Jialan had spoken in this group chat. She quickly replied to Jialan and took the opportunity to ask a few questions. "All right, Jialan, I also have a question. Do you all think the person who saved us could be the one who was once famous in Dark River Melting Dragon? If it really was that great master, why did they intervene to save us?" Meanwhile, many news and discussions surrounding the main character have emerged. Breaking news. A great master with a high-level Thuok Tinjung has reappeared, a sword strike like a rainbow piercing the sun. Some have witnessed that light accompanied by a fiery explosion in the polluted area of Dark River Melting Dragon. We were forced to leave the cave by the main character's sword strike. In Nation H, no immortal practitioner of the same level dared to confront him. Later, he appeared in the land of earthly changes. Everyone should be careful and voluntarily keep their distance. By evening, the main character left home with his bicycle. Sitting on the bike, he secretly calculated, now Lin Yi would probably lower her guard against him and wouldn't suspect him of following her when she went out. The main character cycled in the dark night, taking this opportunity, he could find a way to acquire the desolate attribute. The desolate attribute, and lusher to things of the plant kingdom. He pondered as he went. After all, this attribute has an evil nature. Its essence is corrosive, and placing it on himself might cause adverse reactions. Although eager to use the desolate attribute, he also feared its side effects, and moreover, it might clash with the lightning attribute he currently possessed. Finally, the main character deduced that the best way was to have something similar to that strange, monstrous plant. The vine descended from the sky because it sensed the dense, resurrecting spiritual energy. It was precisely because it chose to evolve on its own that the desolate power attribute was born. Just then, he subtly curled his lips in a stylish, dangerous manner, muttering, "I know where to go now." Then the main character sped up. His bicycle darted into the deep forest. Not long after, he stopped his bike at the city forest park. He slowly strolled across the flowery lawn, muttering to himself, "I need to choose a plant that can create maximum spiritual energy resonance with me, and also convey a sense of intimacy to be this lucky charm." With that said, he closed his eyes and cast his magic. The main character's body began to float in midair. Streams of spiritual energy emanated from within him in all directions. He looked at them, surprised. Is this how plants react to spiritual energy? The spiritual energy reacted more and more strongly with the leaves, very intensely, but the intensity was still not enough. "I need to be stronger." His hands now gathered an enormous amount of spiritual energy, but he was still not satisfied. "I need to be even stronger." Suddenly his attention was drawn to something. Before the main character's eyes was a small, glowing flower. It was gently swaying on the ground. He looked at it and wondered, is it this one? Without hesitation, the main character reached out his hand towards the flower. Its petals suddenly absorbed his finger. After absorbing its fill of spiritual energy, the petals and stamens also bloomed round and full. The main character showed great interest in it, thinking to himself, "It's very spiritual. This wild flower is clearly a plant. But when it encounters spiritual energy, it acts like a greedy little puppy." After absorbing the spiritual energy, The flower rubbed against his finger. He gently caressed the small flower. In the quiet space, his deep, warm voice resonated like a confession. In this entire forest, only you react most strongly to my spiritual energy, very suitable for attaching the desolate attribute. Then I choose you. Are you ready? As soon as he finished speaking, the flower immediately nodded. The main character immediately unleashed his power. Around the flower, a terrifying gust of wind appeared, sweeping away at all the surrounding grass. Spiritual energy asked the main character, "Do you want to attach the desolate attribute to this object?" He raised the flower in his hand and answered decisively, "Yes." Powerful spiritual energy from the main character erupted all around. He was a little surprised when he looked at the creature before him. The flower, imbued with the desolate attribute from the main character, suddenly swayed gently, its entire body emitting a blue light. The flower still moved as if wanting to do something. Under the main character's gaze, the flower slowly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Suddenly, the forest canopy withered, leaving only the flower standing alone. The main character had to admit that the desolate power was truly terrifying, like the hand of a demon. The spiritual energy continued to be absorbed by the flower without stopping. He marveled to himself that in just 3 seconds, it had almost completely drained the entire forest. It was truly overwhelmingly powerful. Once the flower had absorbed enough spiritual energy, it slowly grew. The main character decisively pulled the flower up. He was a little afraid that this would attract people from the Spiritual Energy Association. Recalling the scene of entering the forest earlier, the main character noticed a camera observing movement around. He understood that this was the city center. The Spiritual Energy Association would certainly pay attention to this area because when spiritual energy recovered, all kinds of plants became dangerous. The main character was slightly startled to see that even after being plucked, the flower was still greedily absorbing spiritual energy around it. He was surprised that the flower could live without roots and even continued to absorb spiritual energy. The main character smiled, teasing the flower. Compared to earlier, when it absorbed freely, it was now much gentler. Moreover, even though it had been plucked from the ground, its spiritual nature had not diminished at all. It seemed the flower was attracted to handsome men as it leaned close and lightly touched the main character's hand. He looked at it thoughtfully. Could it be that after being assigned an attribute, this plant also began to evolve, as if it had unlocked the shackles of evolution? Suddenly, a red light flashed on the tree trunk, signaling that an abnormal value had just exceeded the threshold, startling both the main character and the flower. He thought to himself, "This is bad. Has the monitoring system still been activated?" The main character clutched the flower tightly and dashed away in fright. In the Department of Spiritual Energy Recovered Plants Research, all screens simultaneously displayed red alerts. The people in the room became panicked, unable to sit still. In the forest, it was divided into 2 parts. One side still vibrant, the other withered due to having its spiritual energy drained. A warning appeared on the other person's watch. Those wearing protective gear began to observe their surroundings. One person among them looked at the display device, unable to hide their surprise. This is terrifying. Previously, the north gate of Ching-Cheng University only fluctuated between 8-10, but Dark River Melting Dragon is 25. The person next to them agreed, saying, "An abnormal spiritual energy concentration that exceeds 10 will be taken over by the military." This park originally didn't even have a spiritual energy concentration of 10. A staff member, after checking the measuring device on the ground, turned their head up, expressing confusion. Air humidity, surface humidity, temperature, everything is normal. And solar radiation is also fine. But the trees here look as if they've all been drained of life in a matter of seconds. Another staff member walked forward, wondering, "I wonder what attribute of spiritual energy caused this. I feel like we still need to go a little further forward. That's where the center is." That staff member approached the center of the incident, extremely curious about the spiritual energy that had caused this phenomenon. Just then a man shouted loudly, "Don't get any closer!" He warned everyone not to touch it at all. This is the desolate attribute. The young staff member standing nearby couldn't help but wonder. Seeing this, the man with glasses explained, "Do you know about the vines hanging in the sky?" The young staff members couldn't help but shiver. Those devil-like vines have been classified as anomaly level A. The man with glasses replied solemnly, "That's right, because they are extremely dangerous. They were classified as level A. The reason they are so ferocious is because caused many predecessors to be torn to shreds. After all, that was because it possessed the desolate attribute, a powerful attribute capable of draining the vitality of surrounding creatures, while also seizing everything for itself." The young employee was so scared he held his breath. The employee, who had been somewhat grateful earlier, expressed, "If you hadn't stopped me just now." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Wouldn't I have died the moment I stepped in?" Hearing this, he calmly replied, "Plants that have awakened the desolate attribute, their surroundings can be said to be a death zone. Anyone who steps into it will have their life force devoured. I once saw documents about another plant with the desolate attribute in Nation H, which is the forbidden ancient tree located in Chongqing. The image of the ancient tree and the words of the man wearing glasses showed the decaying ancient tree had polluted the forest, turning it into a forbidden zone. Any living creature that approached would be impaled." The man wearing glasses broke into a sweat, trying to rack his brain. Under the great changes in heaven and earth, the mutation of plants cannot be underestimated, according to the current known situation. The desolation attribute is the strongest attribute that plants can awaken. Currently, besides the ancient tree and the vines, a new desolation has appeared. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. The owner of the hand spoke. "I've already heard about the situation." Seeing the person behind him, he exclaimed in surprise, "Tio Ta Han." The men holding protective suits waited for orders. Han stepped out. "All researchers present, quickly change into protective gear and follow us into the contaminated area." One by one, they put on their protective suits. Their steps were strong and resolute as they moved forward. The group advanced, lights shining around them for observation, and continuous reports echoed. The aura of desolation also decreased, but there was no notification of any sign of desolate presence. Han Li subtly turned his head and said to Su Qingying, "Let us explore a bit." She replied, "All right." With that, the two immediately knelt on one knee, deploying their spiritual energy. Their spiritual energy snaked like serpents, searching for clues. Suddenly, both of them realized something, and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. Han Li, tense and trembling, said, "The origin has been dug up by someone." The man wearing glasses couldn't help but be stunned upon hearing this. He muttered in shock, "How can this be?" Han Li's gaze sharpened as he looked forward. He felt a slight tremor of fear, thinking that if someone could truly dig up the origin from within the desolate forbidden zone, then that person's identity would be worth careful consideration. Su Qingying beside him offered, "Captain Han, I know what you're thinking, but there is no residual spiritual power of that powerful individual at the scene." Han Li, holding the report, replied, "Based on the screening and analysis of big data, we have found this person's record. This person's movements match the locations of two anomalies." Su Qingying took the report, and the main character's information appeared. Su Qingying muttered, "Feng Yi." Han Li bowed to Su Qingying and said, "I will transfer all his files to you. This person is very likely the one you previously contacted. The rest is for your association to handle." Su Qingying was silent for a moment, then agreed. 2 hours later, at the main character's house, he placed the flower pot on the table. The main character smiled faintly, playing with the petals. The small white flower obediently rubbed against his hand. The main character happily muttered, laughing at himself, "It's my first time growing flowers. How can I not even have a flower pot? This is the small house you chose yourself. Don't cling to my hand anymore." This guy, even with the desolate attribute, will continuously cultivate and can be considered a powerful assistant I've nurtured. The flower once again emitted spiritual energy around it. The main character thought to himself, "The desolate attribute is quite special. It can be very helpful in combat and even has many unexpected effects, right? Moreover, it looks just right, not conspicuous. If Lin Yi accidentally sees it, it would be hard for her to suspect anything. In combat, a normal appearance is the best camouflage." The main character's face was extremely calm as he looked at the flower. In actual combat, strength only accounts for a part. What's more important is who has more trump cards. Suddenly, the main character's phone rang. The caller was Old Wang, his neighbor. The main character picked up the phone, recognizing the familiar contact. Old Wang, full name Wang Liang, was his neighbor and deskmate from elementary to junior high school. They could have continued this deskmate relationship in high school, but that kid slapped his butt, saying he wanted to join the army. Main character answered the phone. He chuckled softly and said, "Nah, Khan, you're back?" The person on the other end happily replied, "That's right. Want to grab a drink? The usual spot?" Main character asked again, "So sudden?" Wang Liang scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "That's right. I have an important secret I want to tell you. Don't faint from fear after hearing it." Hanging up, Wang Liang placed the phone on the table. Facing Wang Liang were Su Qingying and Jilan. He reported seriously, "Reporting, Chong Quan. I have done as you instructed. But I would like to suggest, if he is not the person we are looking for, can his safety be guaranteed?" Jilan tapped her finger firmly on the table. Her face hardened, and she said sternly, "Perform your duties well, and don't do anything unnecessary. If he's not that person, then just treat him as a friend and offer him some advice." Main character and Wang Liang clinked glasses on their reunion day. As he drank, he watched Wang Liang gulping down his drink and sighed with emotion. Looking at him like this, he must have had a very tough time in the army. This fool has also matured a lot. Wang Liang took a refreshing sip and then confided, "These past 3 years, I've had many emotions. Life in the army." He sighed and then asked. He cheerfully recounted that he had passed the college entrance exam, so things were pretty stable. Hearing this, Wang Liang just said, "Oh." He on the other side of the table was reminiscing. In his previous life, due to the chaos, he didn't have the chance to meet him again or hear any related news. The main character remembered the ruined building and the bodies of soldiers. Then thought a soldier like him must have logged out somewhere in some battle. This time, will his fate change? Wang Liang seriously asked his childhood friend, "Have you encountered anything strange lately, like in movies, zombies, monsters, or something?" He was suspicious, then denied it. "That's right. The military must know about the news of spiritual energy recovery, but was this question meant to probe him?" The main character feigned ignorance. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Wang Liang rested his hand on his forehead. "It's good if there's nothing. I came here today to tell you something, not to comfort you, but to warn you. In the not-so-distant future, diplomas and valuable assets will all become worthless scraps of paper. The world will be rearranged from scratch." He listened in silence. The main character speculated that this matter belonged to the military's confidential files. Ordinary soldiers must have received orders to keep it secret, signing binding agreements not to disclose the awakening of spiritual energy. Therefore, he was actually listed by the military as a suspicious individual to be monitored. Wang Liang, being his close childhood friend, was sent to probe him. Wang Liang reassured his friend, "Don't worry, as long as you don't reveal what happened today, it'll be fine." This made him feel grateful. Even though Ming Jia didn't cooperate, he still kindly reminded Wang Liang to be careful of the changes, despite violating discipline. A notification sound rang on the phone. "Wang Liang, emergency assembly within 10 minutes. Proceed to the target location." Wang Liang hastily obeyed the order. He quickly left, only managing to casually bid farewell to the main character. "Urgent mission, no other than you should go back first. I can't see you off." In contrast, the main character calmly asked, "Is it related to spiritual energy recovery?" "I'll go with you." Wang Liang looked over in surprise. The main character patted his shoulder and said directly, "Take me with you. Did you meet me this time also under orders from your superiors?" Wang Liang was surprised that he knew the reason for this meeting. He was about to ask, but was cut off by the main character. "Don't worry, although I'm not sure what information your superiors gave you, I know you won't harm me." Because the real reason he wanted to go was, "I want to investigate the truth even more. Is the matter the military has to deal with related to the changes in heaven and earth? There's already the Spiritual Energy Association to handle anomalies. So what is the military responsible for now?" The two of them arrived at the military's Spiritual Energy Forbidden Zone number 19. The main character secretly sensed. The spiritual energy here is dense. This concentration has probably exceeded the level of a contaminated zone. Wang Liang announced their names to confirm their identities. The sound of successful verification rang out, and the two were allowed to enter, passing between two rows of tight security guards. Suddenly, an explosion rang out. In front of them was a squad of over 20 soldiers confronting a roaring Dithu. In their hands were weapons or streams of blue light tightly wrapped around, restraining the Dithu. It was spewing red light at the group of soldiers on the opposite side, sending them flying. He was astonished. These are combined attributes. Jilan, a military officer of the Ghost Talisman 3 Stars realm, replied, "That's right. The abnormal fusion between two dark attribute and flames has made this Dithu exceptionally brutal. Several soldiers have already been severely wounded." She called out loudly, "Oh, Wang Liang!" He responded hollowly, then listened to the reprimand. "Why did you bring an unrelated person into the forbidden zone without permission?" Wang Liang tried to explain but was cut off. Jilan quickly ran to join the fight. "Never mind, it's urgent. We're just missing you. Hurry over here and set up the defensive formation." Wang Liang immediately obeyed. Jilan assessed the main character out of the corner of her eye. He was Feng Yi, and she saw nothing special about him. The spiritual energy around his body was only slightly agitated. Could he not be that person? But now was not the time for deep thought. She spoke up to remind him. "Since you're Wang Liang's friend, I won't say much. This place is a forbidden zone. Once you enter, you're responsible for your own life and death, and everything you see must be kept secret." He understood clearly, replying, "I know." She took out her weapon and called out loudly, "Zhang Mi, Li Yu." The two immediately attacked the Dithu from above. Jilan fired a gun, unleashing a brilliant golden light. The powerful golden light attacked the Dithu, making it howl in pain. However, in just a moment, a red light suddenly flared around the Dithu's body, and its mutation level became even more severe. The Dithu lunged its massive claws towards Li Yu. Everyone shouted, "Li Yu, be careful." Fortunately, the golden light attacking the Dithu timely rescued Li Yu by a hair's breadth. Jilan, holding the still smoking weapon, ordered, "Don't be careless. Maintain your distance from it. We must deal with it before it fully evolves." The entire team immediately obeyed. The main character secretly praised them, thinking this team was well-trained, with teammates who trusted each other, were disciplined, and had good coordination. Not a single person could be missing. When combined, they could unleash power far exceeding the individual capabilities of each member. However, the main character suddenly widened his eyes as if realizing something. He shouted a warning, "Run! You are no match for it!" But it was too late. The Dithu suddenly unleashed countless purple lightning strikes that pierced through the entire team. Jilan again ordered, "Raise your vigilance. Increase the mutation level of the forbidden zone. Everyone, no one is to retreat." The entire team responded in unison. The Dithu grew even more horns and countless fangs. Its size also increased, and its head glowed with a brilliant red light. A voice rang out, "Attention, evil profound has completely merged with dark attribute. It has fully mutated." The Dithu's crimson eyes stared down. Wang Liang trembled in fear. Jilan shouted his name. Behind them, the main character revealed eyes that flashed with a bright lightning strike, full of worry. Wang Liang fortunately avoided the Dithu's first attack. Jilan issued an order. "Everyone listen. Forbidden Zone 019, the evil profound anomaly level C, has fully mutated and evolved, now promoted to level B. The combat plan has been updated." Meanwhile, the main character silently assessed the situation from behind. Then, seeing Wang Liang get knocked back, spitting blood, the main character quickly ran to support him. "Are you all right?" Wang Liang looked disheveled, his whole body trembling, but he still struggled to say, "I'm fine. I just added spiritual energy to the collar binding it, and then suffered a backlash." He tried to reassure the main character. "You don't need to worry. All the soldiers of our Forbidden Zone 019. After that, the main character just watched silently, saying nothing. On the other side, Jilan picked up her gun again. She used all her might to give the command. "Everyone, no matter what tactics and methods you use, even if it means sacrificing our lives. The entire team stood facing the Dithu and swore, absolutely do not let the anomaly level B leave the forbidden zone. Suddenly, the main character rushed forward, passing Jilan. Under Jilan's questioning, he gathered an enormous lightning strike in his palm, preparing to attack. The main character questioned with a challenging tone. So arrogant? He frantically rushed towards the Dithu. Then, main character leaped up, unleashing a move. Then let this divine thunder temper you. The Dithu was hit by his powerful attack, howling in pain. The widespread force of that blow was too powerful, forcing everyone to cover their faces in defense. Li Yu's eyes widened in surprise. I'm not mistaken, am I? This is an anomaly level B that even Superior Officer Ji Lan couldn't handle on her own. Wang Liang stammered, Superior Officer, could it be that my brother, he's really… Ji Lan confirmed his thoughts. We're not mistaken. Her gaze fixed on the person erupting with power, she decisively uttered, he is truly a tyrant. Main character, seeing that the Dithu was still alive, sighed. Then this time, I'll have to do it this way. Then he gestured to the two people behind him. Superior Officer Old Wang, both of you, step back quickly. While Jilan assessed the series of events that had just unfolded. We need everyone to form a formation, cooperate, and be ready to sacrifice to deal with an anomaly level B. Yet he alone can achieve this much? Her brows furrowed, thinking, what kind of power is this? On this side, main character was swinging his arm, preparing an attack, secretly admitting, this is the most extreme lightning attribute. Even in the current lightning nation, it is a peak-level existence. If he waited until his spiritual energy was fully recovered, Jilan would be horrified by his actions. How terrifyingly would he evolve? A pillar of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, and at the same time the main character turned around. He walked against the light emitted by the lightning strike that had just hit the Dithu, making her completely convinced and truly worthy of the title Tyrant. The main character's face also became colder and more unpredictable. Zhang Mi clutched his chest and exclaimed, watching that sent shivers down my spine and made my head spin. Li Yu also exclaimed, how is this lightning attribute 1,000,000 times scarier than the dark attribute? I can endure being corroded, but I can't stand being struck by lightning. After he finished the task, he slowly approached, his tone as usual. Old Wang, it's done. Wang Liang happily ran over and playfully scolded, you brat, you scared me to death. He also took the opportunity to tap the main character's head. I never thought my big brother would be so skilled. When he was hit, he burst out laughing. Are you repaying kindness with enmity? I hit a dong, and you hit me. Wang Liang scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I actually knew you might be an immortal practitioner. And military orders are like mountains. I've already dragged you into this. The main character waved it off. What's this? After 3 years apart, you're acting so distant with me? I know you too well. At this moment, Jilan approached from behind, her voice full of goodwill, offering to shake hands. Fang Yi, thank you for your help. He smiled in response and politely extended his hand to shake hers. It's nothing, just consider it me saving my friend. As if suddenly remembering, she introduced herself. I am Jilan, in charge of guarding Forbidden Zone 019. You saved Forbidden Zone 019. I hope you can leave your contact information. I need to report truthfully. The main character generously accepted. No problem. Wang Liang, on the other hand, seemed amused, wondering what it was like to see a superior officer respectfully greet his childhood friend. Jilan praised him. Fang Yi, your strength is far greater than many immortal practitioners, especially invited by the army. Therefore, I really want you to join the Nation H Army, but an invitation from a superior officer like me, who only guards a forbidden zone, I'm afraid is not qualified enough. In her mind, she calculated. What was even more astonishing was that his realm was also Ghost Mansion Realm 3-star, but he had surpassed the level of a venerable spirit creation realm. He hesitated. Captain Quan, do you mean that you don't feel worthy to invite me? Jilan replied straightforwardly, that's right, I believe there's nothing to deny or be ashamed of about this. This time we are also following orders from our superiors. to learn about you and absolutely have no intention of dragging you into this anomaly event. I think they will personally come to invite you." The main character, hearing that, gave a wry smile. "It's not bad at all, actually. I respect you all very much. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves to protect others. Before, I had never personally witnessed soldiers fighting. Just now, you all, how should I put it, made me feel something." Those words made her feel relieved, and she thanked him softly. Main character suggested, "So if you have any trouble in the future, call me to help, just like what you all did for ordinary people like us. Of course, in peacetime, there's a prerequisite. You must not interfere with my personal cultivation, nor restrict me." Receiving those frank words, she was slightly stunned. He walked towards the gate, indicating he wanted to leave. "It's getting late, I'll take my leave." Jilan agreed. "All right, Wang Liang and I still have to deal with the remnants of the mutated dog. Now we'll have someone take you back." Main character walked away confidently, thinking to himself, "Now I understand the role of the military." The military was stationed in a dangerous area with dense spiritual energy. On one hand, it was for soldiers to cultivate in a place with abundant spiritual energy, ensuring the military's combat advantage. On the other hand, they also created a warning demarcation line separating ordinary people from the Dithong. Jilan commented, "Wang Liang, this friend of yours can no longer be described simply as not simple. What happened today was only a very small part of his strength." She affirmed, "However, that's enough for us not to keep up. An immortal practitioner who can quickly reach this level shows that he possesses unprecedented perceptions. In him, luck, courage, and ability, lacking even one of these three elements, is unacceptable." Wang Liang offered to help his friend. "Superior officer, if that's the case, shouldn't we raise his treatment a bit more? If you feel it's inappropriate to recruit him, then let me, his childhood friend, go." He spoke at length without noticing Ko Lan's darkening expression. Seeing that overzealous reaction, Ko Lan immediately pressed Wang Liang's head down. "All right, kid, quickly follow me to clean up the scene." Even with his head pressed down, he tried to respond to the order. In the room as the main character was cultivating, he recalled, "Although this incident revealed my identity, it hasn't exposed any other powers besides a lightning attribute. Furthermore, judging by their reactions, this might not necessarily be a bad thing." The main character made a judgment. "At least I now know that this lightning attribute is extremely rare, even unique. It can also suppress the dark attribute, making it something the military desperately craves. To win me over, they will not only refrain from threatening or suppressing me, but will instead allow me to have a voice, as well as the fastest path to becoming powerful and the most advanced information. Furthermore, I also clearly understand the functions of the military and the spiritual energy association. The difference between the two sides lies in the fact that the military are the night guards, the sword in the dark, the nation's solid shield, doing their utmost to ensure the current peaceful lives of the people. The government, on one hand, uses forbidden zones to protect ordinary people, and on the other hand, sends out signals that spiritual energy is about to recover, advancing on two fronts. This is to buy more time for ordinary people so that they are not immediately attacked by Dithu, causing their homes to be destroyed and forcing them to wander as exiles." He began the cultivation process. Feeling the surrounding spiritual energy, the main character was very satisfied. As expected, the Forbidden Zone was full of spiritual energy. Absorbing desolate power had not yet allowed him to achieve a breakthrough and level up. He secretly rejoiced, having only been in the Forbidden Zone for a short time, yet already feeling his body filled with spiritual energy, which was a sign of an impending breakthrough. On the street, Lina Yi walked home, lost in thought, wondering if her cousin had returned. She hoped so, or at least he could try her cooking to see if her skills had improved. A distant golden halo suddenly shone, drawing Yi's attention. She was overwhelmed to realize, was this a fluctuation wave from an advanced stage to the Ghost Mansion realm? But Yi had a hunch. No, that wasn't right. This aura was truly terrifying. As she pondered, the halo suddenly shot up into the sky. Yi had a bold guess. Could it be that someone ahead was about to break through to the spirit creation realm? Powerful golden spiritual energy condensed into the shape of a shining golden axe in the sky dome. Everyone looked up in astonishment. He was even more terrified. It moved. Wait, this isn't the Ghost Mansion realm. This immense power is Spirit Creation realm. The fierce golden aura once again transformed into a hand with its index finger pointing straight up into the air. He was wide-eyed and open-mouthed, sweating profusely. An immortal practitioner so powerful was right beside him. At that moment, urgent warning sounds blared continuously. The anomaly index had reached 99. The fluctuating spiritual energy field was located 5 kilometers southeast of the city. Han Li and Su Qingyang were stunned. What's going on? All personnel urgently moved into the target area, their minds filled with disbelief. Such a powerful anomaly. Why hadn't it been detected until now? This index was enough to destroy an entire city. In the sealed room, screenlight illuminated the faces of the group gathered around the table, all stunned. Had a new immortal practitioner spirit creation realm appeared? In other words, this place was about to face a world-shattering catastrophe. The atmosphere was tense. Han Li immediately gripped his radio, his voice hoarse, and instantly requested reinforcements from headquarters, excluding weapons of mass destruction, all the most advanced equipment and resources. Just as the order was issued, the room door burst open, and a young officer rushed in, hastily reporting, "Major Han, the alert has been lifted. The anomaly had been eliminated. It was an immortal practitioner advancing." The entire room fell silent. Then the atmosphere erupted as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The main character let out a sigh of relief, now a creation spirit realm first star. He casually raised a hand to rub the back of his neck, surprised that he had broken through so easily. He was a little puzzled. Besides his body feeling lighter, there didn't seem to be any major difference. A notification appeared on his phone screen. Wang Liang. The Hao Han Liang Shan account sent news about a large fire of unknown origin at Qingcheng University, marking the second time a DI Thung had appeared from the pollution domain. The main character quickly read the news. The two exchanged a few jokes, and finally Wang Liang warned him that his power was already immense and difficult to control, so he needed to be very careful when going out. He agreed with Wang Liang, realizing that flaunting his power could easily lead to trouble, and thus always concealed his true strength. He kept the power of Thuok Tin Dung Vim and Crimson Fire Taoist art as his trump cards. Finally, he messaged Wang Liang back. "Don't worry, I'll be careful. I still have trump cards." Just then, the door swung open. Yi Yi walked in, carrying a food box, and said in a cheerful voice, "I'm back. Cousin, have you eaten yet? I brought food back for you." She walked into the house and spoke to the main character. He casually sat on the sofa and replied, Okay, just leave it there. I'll eat later." Yi Yi frowned slightly, feeling worried. She knew her cousin was kind, but very lazy. Even though her studies weren't too important, she was busy with her work as an immortal practitioner. She flopped onto the bed, worried that the sudden appearance of a venerable one creating a spirit realm would lead to major trouble. She decided to protect him to repay the favor of staying at his place. The main character was still glued to the screen, continuing to follow the news. For it was high temperatures, this time it was a fire. He frowned in speculation. From the recorded images, it was clear that the fire erupted very quickly and fiercely. Trees and flower beds around the sports field were all burned to ashes, and the area was currently sealed off. His phone was replaying the massive fire, with comments flooding the screen. The video was too short, stopping abruptly, and it seemed even more serious than the situation at the North Gate before. He wondered what would be different about the Thuok Tin Dung this time. In a moment of contemplation, the main character unconsciously recalled the image of Jilan reaching out to him earlier. He wanted to go himself, but he still needed to contact her first. The next day, many reporters gathered in front of the tightly closed and heavily guarded main gate of Qingcheng University. Dozens of reporters crowded together, continuously asking questions related to the fire. Amidst the crowd, two people suddenly approached, each step causing the surroundings to quiet down. A reporter whispered, "Who is this person? Why such an imposing aura?" The main character and Jilan entered the school, to the astonishment of all the reporters standing there. A reporter loudly questioned, "We are being kept outside." Why were they able to enter as soon as they arrived? The two people have already gone inside. They stood watching the fire, which hadn't completely died down yet. Burning to this extent, is this really heavenly fire? Fang Yi felt quite unfamiliar with it. Well, it was named by the government. There were no warning signs. The fire erupted suddenly, impossible to extinguish. One could only wait for it to devour everything it desired. The valley was ablaze fiercely. Dozens of helicopters flew in the sky but couldn't affect the fire. Jilan turned to Fang Yi and said, "I'm going to the principal's office for a bit. Do you want to wait here or come along?" Fang Yi glanced over, then subtly waved his hand, signaling, "You go ahead. I'll be fine here. Then be careful. We'll meet again later." He slowly walked down closer to the burning area where the barrier tape was still present. The scorched earth was already cold. Could it be that no spiritual energy, heavenly fire was left? He lifted the barrier tape and stepped inside, touching two fingers to the ground to feel. In that case, of course, nothing could be collected. It seemed he had thought too simply. Fang Yi. Suddenly hearing someone call his name made him freeze. Chu Li. He called out when he saw the person standing behind him. Beside her was a brown-haired girl with a face full of freckles. "It really is you. Why are you here?" she wondered. "Huh, Fang Yi? Is he the ex-boyfriend you once talked about? The one who only got into college?" The freckled girl interjected curiously. She nodded silently. The freckled girl placed a hand on Qing Li's shoulder, speaking dismissively to him. "Buddy, I know you might still have some Vung Von for Qing Li, but the reality of the gap between you two is already too clear. Just give up." The main character frowned slightly, asking in confusion, "Vung Von? Her?" Just then, the other classmates also gathered, some whispering, others scoffing, believing he was clinging to Qing Li. The freckled girl jutted out her chin, pointing directly at his face with disdain, her voice full of contempt as she told him to go back, or she would call the police. Qing Li shyly lowered her head, not knowing why the main character had come, assuming he still didn't want to break up with her. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a calm voice rang out. "Fang Yi, is this your friend?" Hearing him reply that it was just a high school classmate greatly surprised Jilan. Jilan smiled sternly, looking at Qing Li and the main character through her sunglasses. The two were frightened. Her aura was too powerful. Who was this woman? And how did she know Fang Yi? Jilan walked over, her expression serious, telling the main character that the heavenly fire incident was more severe than they had imagined, and the principal would lead them to the first ignition point. The main character's identity was that of an invited military advisor, so he also had to go. He immediately agreed. Just then a loud shout rang out, and everyone immediately dispersed. Everyone was surprised to see the principal walk in. "I heard he's very busy, and there are also rumors that no one has ever seen him smile. I wonder if he's here because of Jilan and Fang Yi." Qing Li was puzzled, suspicion rising in her heart, while the girl next to her gloated, thinking the principal had come to apprehend the main character. But completely contrary to their speculation, the principal walked up to the main character. He was cordial and proactively shook his hand. "Hello, sir. You must be Advisor Fang, whom Captain Quan introduced, correct? Recently, I've been in a complete mess due to the unusual occurrences at school, fearing that students might get hurt because of the fire. It's wonderful that you gentlemen could come to resolve this." After speaking, he bowed slightly to the main character. "Regarding the matter at the sports field, I'll have to rely on you, sir." Qing Li was stunned, stopped outside by security along with other unrelated people. Everyone was astonished by the principal's demeanor towards the main character. After witnessing the scene, in the blink of an eye, the crowd's attitude completely changed. The scornful remarks from earlier immediately vanished. Instead, there were whispers of praise for the main character's demeanor and conduct. Qing Li stood frozen, pushed away by the surging crowd. She stood silently and somberly amidst the noisy, jostling crowd. Everyone reverted to questioning, disbelieving that the main character was her boyfriend, criticizing her for not being worthy to stand beside him. Someone noticed that the main character hadn't looked at Qing Li at all throughout the entire process. She stood motionless, letting the crowd gossip, her face pale. A moment later, in the North District of Qingcheng University, the principal led the group forward, recounting the first fire at the school. He frowned deeply as he recalled the hell-on-earth scene that day. The principal suddenly stopped and continued. Fortunately, the fires at the stadiums behind have all been extinguished. Only this one remains. The main character also followed his gaze, thinking to himself, a strong burning smell. The three people, including the main character, stood before the still burning basketball hoop, immediately guessing that the cause of the fire was here. Next, Jilan suddenly pulled out a watch. The main character saw it and wondered, what is this? She stared at the number on it and explained, you can understand this as a basic abnormal spiritual energy detection device. When the threshold exceeds 10, that area must be sealed off because the lives of ordinary people are extremely fragile, so that abnormality is a disaster they can hardly escape. As Jilan finished speaking, the number immediately jumped to 60. That high? So high? She said in a panic, this is bad. The threshold is too high. If we ignore it, I'm afraid not only Chingcheng University, but the entire city will be affected. We must immediately deploy those with the purest spiritual energy and the most stable cultivation realms. At that moment, the main character suddenly climbed over the fence, to the surprise of the other two. Advisor Fang! He didn't hesitate to jump into the mouth of the fire pit. In just a blink of an eye, the number had soared to 110. Jilan screamed in horror, it's rising again! This threshold of 100 was enough to qualify for the anomaly level S list. The principal standing nearby grew even more confused. He's inside. What should we do next? Suddenly, the flames in her eyes abruptly transformed into a Dithu. Songjalam wondered, how dare he venture in alone? Even the strongest war king in the Forbidden Zone today wouldn't dare. Meanwhile, inside the sea of fire, the main character's figure continued to walk steadily. He didn't have a single scratch on him. The main character walked and pondered. Last time, the Thuok Tin Dung helped me resist lightning. This heavenly fire can naturally also be blocked into Amayan, but while protecting my body, I cannot touch the primordial flame, nor can I activate the abilities of my cultivation technique. After walking a bit further, he encountered a massive fire dragon. Therefore, I must get as close as possible to the primordial flame. The fire dragon suddenly lunged towards the main character. He calmly raised a hand, releasing spiritual energy. As the dragon drew closer, the main character slightly parted his lips and mumbled, Kim Kung Ho Te, release. The fire dragon opened its mouth wide as if to swallow him whole. The main character gritted his teeth, trying to resist. At that moment, the system announced again, detected extremely strong heavenly fire attribute fluctuations. Upon receiving the notification, he let out a sneer and said, as expected of heavenly fire, it's even more capricious and powerful than the desolate power of death. But I must absorb you. The system received the command and began calculating. Activating ultimate calculation force. Proceeding with compilation. Compilation successful. The main character smiled happily, and the system simultaneously informed him that he had received several fire attribute cultivation techniques and a few other auxiliary items. Thanks to this, he turned the fire dragon straight up into the sky. The cultivation technique you compiled did not need to be learned. It was already unlocked. Immediately after, hundreds of fire dragons swooped down, and the main character's eyes suddenly turned stark white. He was extracting attributes and had received the heavenly fire attribute. The main character tightly closed his eyes, and red streaks slowly appeared on his face. Not stopping there, the streaks gradually spread, causing him to furrow his brows tightly. Next, he opened his eyes wide, clapped his hands together, and shouted, 9 dragons, heavenly fire, sealing art. As soon as he finished speaking, several iron chains emerged from the main character's back. They extended themselves and seized each fire dragon lurking behind him. At that moment, Jilan and the principal were both stunned to witness this phenomenon. This is the aura of a seal, they exclaimed. I have seen high-level immortal practitioners from the Forbidden Army. That person's operation was different from Fang Yi's, but the aura of the seal was extremely similar. Amidst the pile of iron chains, the main character cleared his throat and shouted, collect! The fierce heavenly fire began to be sucked into the chains. The chains also expanded accordingly to completely swallow all the heavenly fire. The main character gently embraced the pile of iron chains that were swallowing the heavenly fire, successfully sealing it. Then, as soon as he landed, he released his hands, allowing the sealed heavenly fire to float in midair. Fang Yi glanced at it and then said, I will temporarily seal the heavenly fire here. For now, do not unseal the stadium, do not repair it, and do not allow anyone to approach this area. This way, at least the heavenly fire will not continue to spread. After hearing his instructions, the principal assured him, please rest assured, the stadium will not be unsealed. After all, the school doesn't only have this one stadium. Meanwhile, Jilan, standing to one side, suddenly became unusually quiet. At that moment, he joked, Qingbei is truly generous, having 7 or 8 stadiums. The principal replied somewhat awkwardly, this advisor Fang is truly humorous. If you have any needs. Before he could finish, Jilan suddenly interrupted. Principal, I still have some matters to discuss with advisor Fang. The principal immediately turned his head, smiling brightly and said, no problem, no problem. Please go ahead. He, however, looked at her in confusion and asked, what's wrong? Jilan walked up to Fang Yi and said, Fang Yi, you've hidden it well. He humbly replied, it's nothing special. This heavenly fire is very powerful and quite difficult to deal with. She bluntly exposed him. Don't play dumb anymore. You know I'm talking about you hiding your talent and realm. Even though he had been exposed, Jilan's subsequent words did not make Fang Yi's expression change. Well then, it's normal for an immortal practitioner to have secrets, especially those as strong as you, Fang Yi. Although I have no right to ask you to do anything, I hope you will listen to my next words. Suddenly, the scene of a ruined city appeared, a crucial moment of great transformation in this heaven and earth. Nation H desperately needs top talents like you. Let me put it this way. When spiritual energy fully recovers, you will be equivalent to current nuclear deterrence. After a pause, Jilan mentioned again that the main character would be highly sought after, from forbidden military zones to the Spiritual Energy Association and even foreign countries. She beat around the bush for a while, but didn't forget to invite him into her own forbidden zone, then still advised him to think carefully from now on. He listened to every word, remained silent for a moment, then wondered why Jilan's group didn't want to recruit him into their team. Jilan hesitated for a moment, then finally replied, of course, it's because of that legendary forbidden military zone. They are so powerful, they're somewhat bizarre, so I think you'd be more interested in them. The main character smiled faintly. Top tier? Hearing this, she affirmed, that's natural, but I haven't met them much. I heard they've been very busy lately. This remark made him secretly think that the top military was under so much pressure that even other military zones knew about it. Immediately after, Jilan turned around and reiterated the principal's previous dinner invitation. The main character also silently followed, thinking to himself that it seemed they were also facing considerable troubles. He could imagine them facing Dithu day after day. The main character understood that the number of Dai Thung appearing had increased, and there were also many immortal practitioners with powerful spiritual energy. He felt uneasy, believing his preparations were still insufficient as the day of spiritual energy recovery drew near. The main character pondered to himself, how should I maximize the heavenly fire attribute I just acquired at the stadium? Heavenly fire, spreading without rules, burning indiscriminately, leaving nothing behind wherever it passes, like an endless wildfire, is very suitable for dealing with types of Dithung that multiply infinitely over a wide area. He suddenly remembered something. The main character muttered to himself, doesn't this fit perfectly, 100% with my crimson fire saber art? Adding enchantments would be like adding flowers to brocade, the more the better. In the distance were towering, overlapping mountains. The main character, saber in hand, entered the forest, simultaneously drawn by the information before him. As soon as he reached the Forbidden Mountain, the main character noticed no Dithong, but the area was sealed off. Although news from the military hadn't arrived quickly, he couldn't help but suspect that the Spiritual Energy Association had realized his intentions. The main character chuckled softly, thinking of Su Qingying. Was this land given to me for testing? Then it's better to obey than to be respectful. Suddenly, he realized something. The main character's intuition told him there was an aura from the rabble. Just then, the shadow of something moved subtly, rustling in the trees. What caught his eye was the image of a ferocious Dithu staring intently at its prey. But he, on the contrary, was extremely calm, smiling smugly. Did it already possess sentience, weighing the enemy's strength to decide whether to attack or not? If so, then watch closely. The main character quickly accepted the request from the system, channeling spiritual energy into the sword, causing it to immediately glow. Flames erupted fiercely from the saber, heavenly fire blazing, never to be extinguished. The main character's excited gaze directly startled the opponent, who was curious to see what effect his spiritual energy would have on the Dithu. He directly swung his saber, unleashing countless sparks, saying, "I'll use you to test my saber." At that moment, the Dithu was startled and had no time to react. Yet the powerful flames still surged forward. Only then did it realize, screaming loudly as it fled. The main character smugly walked toward the Dithu, continuously praising this doubled breakthrough power. At the same time, this surge of energy caused him no harm. The main character's finger quietly glided over the saber. As soon as he touched it, he felt a chill transmit through. Then let's chase after that bastard and see. Elsewhere in the forest, a phone was broadcasting live, with a voice chattering nonsense. She posed in front of the camera that was recording. Although this is her first day live streaming, content just seems to find her. The chat box was constantly filled with provocative messages. Suddenly, she noticed something to the side. In an instant, that thing lunged forward and knocked her down. The phone in her hand flew straight to the ground, shattering into pieces. The Dithu, despite her frantic screams, pinned her to the ground. Viewers immediately recognized what was happening and continuously commented. Her neck was still being squeezed tightly by its brutal hand, her eyes wet with pleading. The Dithu seemed to go mad, hungrily eyeing the delicious prey before it. Suddenly, from behind them, the transformed dragons rushed in. Online viewers continuously exclaimed in awe. The number of views immediately skyrocketed to an unimaginable figure. And then, a figure appeared behind them, making her slightly surprised. "You are..." After that, she immediately rushed to grab the phone. Frantically, she raised the device to record and boast, "I got it on camera. There's someone standing in the fire." The photo of the main character with a saber standing in the flames further heightened the excitement. It must be an immortal saving people. After the live broadcast, his image immediately appeared on news pages, becoming a hot topic of discussion. In another development, a woman, unable to hide her excitement, called Qingli closer to see the bold news about the main character, but Qingli immediately denied it. Suddenly, Qingli unconsciously glanced over. She exclaimed in surprise, while the other woman laughed triumphantly. "How about that? What I said was true. So cool." Qingli's face darkened as she asserted, "This video is absolutely fake. It's all just special effects." Qingli muttered to himself, "It's not him, just a similar figure. If it really were him, he would have been burned to ashes long ago. If it's true, would he take the opportunity to get revenge on me? Damn it, I will absolutely not bow my head." Elsewhere, the beautiful 81-year-old woman, who had just received a notification, hurriedly showed her phone to Yi Yi. She asked, "Does this person look familiar?" Yi Yi enthusiastically agreed, very much like the immortal practitioner who saved us from the vines earlier. At the same time, Xiaoya also saw the image of the main character. She asked, "Old Li, do you think he's immortal? He feels much stronger now." Old Li replied in surprise, "Good heavens, that saber-wielding posture is identical. We really did latch onto a big shot back then." In a skyscraper, a stern voice rang out, "The city's crisis is drawing near, yet our immortal practitioners are not strong enough to cope." Inside, the principal, Su Qingying, and others were in discussion. Jilan asked Han Li suspiciously, "Exactly how many attributes does he possess?" He immediately replied, "3 or more." She continued, "Are you saying that even those at the higher level have decided to go themselves?" Han Li frowned, interrupting to reassure her. Then he stood up and left, only leaving behind the order to handle this matter cleanly. Su Qingying was so worried, she broke out in a sweat. The entire spiritual energy community of Nation H has already taken notice of him. Even Jalan had to exclaim, truly making people look forward to it. In another scene, the heart rate monitor displayed steadily, and joyful sounds echoed. Teacher, it seems Nation H has new hope. Jialan sat beside the hospital bed, her voice somewhat sad. With such a powerful person appearing, the chance for you to wake up has increased a little more. The sun rose, its rays shining down. It was already the next day. Main character sat silently in the house thinking about the image of himself that was recorded yesterday. He ate bread while thinking about why the live-streamed video had been locked. Suddenly, main character looked to the side and realized that Lin Yi hadn't come home all night and hadn't messaged him. Next, main character, with a worried expression, picked up his phone to call Yi, but there was no response. Why does something feel wrong? This girl surely isn't that unreliable, is she? The fear in his heart quickly overwhelmed him, and finally main character decided to go look for her. Returning to Yi and the other woman, Yi fearfully asked the woman how long they had been trapped there. Both of them were now covered in injuries. The beautiful 81-year-old woman apologized with difficulty. It's probably been about 10 hours. I'm the one who got you involved. At first, I just thought it was a normal ghost shadow. She clutched the wound on her side, groaning in pain. Yi, with an incredibly calm demeanor, reassured her, saying, after all, it's still because I wasn't strong enough. Remember, always be vigilant and conserve your strength. Then she recalled watching a match, wishing she could be like that powerful being. But no one noticed the monstrous beast lurking behind them. As soon as Yi turned her head, she saw the monstrous beast lunging with its claws. She quickly warned her teammates to be careful, then unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. The power shot past its head, blowing the monstrous beast's head clean off. The beautiful 81-year-old woman asked in horror, "Are these the people who got trapped and died here?" Yi frowned and replied, "After becoming an anomalous undead, it wants to assimilate all of us." At this point, 81 suddenly realized, our attacks are completely ineffective, and our spiritual energy is depleting faster. It's as if it's waiting for us to exhaust all our spiritual energy, then truly treating us as prey to be consumed. Here, it seems invincible. A cold gust of wind blew past, and she paused anxiously for a few seconds. When she looked up at the giant eye before her, 81 couldn't help but cry out in horror several times. The eye suddenly developed several cracks. From those cracks, it replicated into similar eyes. 81 furiously slashed horizontally at them. Yi quickly reminded her, "That thing is starting to lose patience. Don't be careless." Suddenly, she noticed something unusual. A chilling gaze swept over Yi's back. By the time she looked back, she discovered that she was surrounded by dozens of eyes. She was desperate, thinking she was about to die. Yi felt that both she and 81 had been swallowed by darkness. At this point, she suddenly felt guilty towards her teammates, and then regretful that she wouldn't see the magnificent waves after the spiritual energy recovered. Finally, Yi helplessly closed her eyes. Just as she was at her most desperate, a sky-piercing blue light flashed. The main character flew over with a powerful aura. He parted his lips and softly mumbled, "Almost didn't make it." Seeing this, Yi was so happy she burst into tears. That immense surge of power struck the ground nearby. It was then that Yi realized her cousin was no ordinary person. Before she could rejoice for long, she quickly shouted a warning when she saw the monstrous beast poised to attack the main character. He drew Tianhua, casually wanting to test the weapon's effect. The main character glanced, pinpointing the monstrous beast's location, then unleashed a chain fire blade technique. The monstrous beast was incinerated by the flames, disfiguring it. Yi also shivered at this sight. 81, who had just woken up, couldn't help but wonder, "Are we about to die?" She then asked in shock, "Did we go to hell with the monstrous beast?" Hearing this, Yi quickly corrected her, "Calm down. We're still alive." 81 then fully recovered, mumbling, "Wow, we're alive." "Wait, who are you?" But just then, the main character spoke up. "It's handled. I haven't even had breakfast yet, and you too." But the beautiful 81-year-old woman didn't bother to care. Her eyes simply widened. Immediately, she flew over to express her admiration for her previous benefactor, making him incredibly embarrassed. Hearing this, Yi Yi, who was standing nearby, suspiciously questioned, "The fire attribute powerhouse who saved me is your cousin?" The beautiful 81-year-old woman was startled. "The super boss is your cousin? Didn't you say your cousin was very ordinary?" The main character, witnessing this tragicomic scene, could only stand there smiling foolishly. As for her, she completely lost control, excitedly shaking Yi Yi while recounting his 7749 glorious achievements. Although the opponent's identity had been confirmed, this, combined with the scene of him using the lightning attribute earlier, made Yi Yi even more perplexed. A high-level dual attribute genius with a lightning and fire aura far surpassing her own. Could it really be her cousin who had broken through to the Tao spirit realm? Finally, the main character had to admit his identity, while also asking some questions. To deal with the dark faction, why did only two of you come? Where are the other teammates? Immediately after, the woman fell into contemplation, recounting everything. Wu Mao was seriously ill and had now been discovered and kept by his family. Uncle had a more difficult mission. As for the other friends, their whereabouts were even less clear. Yi Yi's expression fell, and she instinctively avoided eye contact. This time I underestimated the enemy, thinking that breaking through to Noble Mansion 3 stars would definitely be fine. This utterly rendered the main character speechless. Thinking it over, the main character found it even harder to deny that those teammates all had their own selfish motives. Sooner or later, the team would disband. However, number 81 underwent an unexpected change. Perhaps his intelligent cousin had sensed it early on. Snapping out of his thoughts, he immediately stated his purpose. "Since we already know each other's identities, and I trust both of you, why don't we—" Immediately after, he made an incredibly appealing offer to form a team, but on the condition that they must not reveal it to anyone else. Yi Yi was about to speak when she was stopped short by 81's cheerful demeanor. Yi Yi could only look at him with tear-filled eyes, moved. Perhaps her cousin had realized it early on and had been quietly protecting her. It turned out that even on this solitary path of cultivation, there was still someone trustworthy, and receiving such wholehearted help was truly a happy thing. Just like that, a tear of happiness gently rolled down her cheek. In an instant, Yi Yi's expression did a complete 180 as she flashed a radiant smile to thank her cousin and happily demanded 2 more fried eggs. Suddenly, her phone rang a few times. Yi Yi looked down to check and reported, "Sister Jia Lam just issued a new mission." The mission clearly displayed on the screen: "Proceed to the land of extreme yin to collect mission items related to the dark system. Please think carefully before registering." As soon as Nam Chin skimmed it, he excitedly asked her about this land. Yi Yi replied worriedly, "The land of extreme yin is strictly forbidden by the lower kingdom because it contains extremely powerful darkness. Most of the current anomalies in the city originate from that area." The authorities had also never deeply explored this forbidden zone. The protagonist suddenly told Yi Yi to ask for more details about the mission. From this incident, he suddenly thought of 2 possibilities. Jia Lan was either someone with a special identity, or she was inherently a high-ranking member of the military or the council. Yi Yi followed the protagonist's words and messaged to ask for more details about the mission content. Yet, Jia Lan immediately explained in detail. This made even 81 widen his eyes in astonishment. Jia Lan also specifically reminded them to think carefully before acting. She said that if strong and reliable immortal practitioners formed a team, it wouldn't be too late to register afterwards. She slid her hand across the screen, waiting to see if they would agree. The protagonist crossed his arms and reread the reminder. He already knew the opponent's intention in his heart. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and said to Yi Yi, "It seems this is aimed at you." Thinking of that land, he excitedly exclaimed, "How interesting! I've always wanted to visit this land of extreme yin." The system displayed a final grade mission with a very high mortality rate. If strong, reliable, immortal practitioners formed a team, it wouldn't be too late to register later. The woman in the suit spoke up. "Sister Lan, their team is over here." Jia Lan interrupted. "It's fine. If he is an immortal practitioner worthy of Xia Nation's trust, he will come." The other person's gaze dropped. "But if he doesn't come, then this batch of immortal practitioners will—" Jia Lan's face darkened. "If he doesn't come, it means their destiny hasn't come to pass. She clutched the bouquet tightly. Do you two think that the mission to collect the sevenfold calamity flower is intentionally pushing powerful immortal practitioners to their deaths? The girl quickly replied, Sister Lan, Jialan gently placed the bouquet on the table beside her. Undertaking a life-or-death mission like harvesting the sevenfold calamity flower, its core purpose is completely contrary to its outward appearance. She continued, this is the inevitable path to accumulate strength for Nation H. Only by harvesting the sevenfold calamity flower can we save even more immortal practitioners. Jialan immediately thought of the people on the high-speed train, those who, whether they were Nation H's future core force or its top core combat force, continued to fall, their fates unknown. She looked out at the deep blue sky, her heart heavy. She bent down and took the hand of the unconscious old man. No matter what, we must harvest more sevenfold calamity flowers. The old man's face was crisscrossed with veins. Master, as Nation H's only immortal practitioner to reach the Diamond Realm, you must be treated and awakened with the sevenfold calamity flower. The image of immortal practitioners fighting with all their might appeared in her mind. The existence of a powerful individual in the Diamond Realm after the spiritual chi recovery is no less valuable than today's nuclear weapons. That is our greatest leverage in negotiations with other nations, both before and after the spiritual chi recovery. Therefore, even if it means sacrificing a few Jialans or a few armies, it is necessary. Even more immortal practitioners deserve it. The girl in the suit couldn't help but worry. The mission is important, but your health is equally important. Jialan bit her lip bitterly. Is my health important? Then she shouted loudly, yes, it's truly very important, because my life was brought back by my comrades. Her face gradually turned livid. Jialan leaned against the bed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten angry with you all. The other girl rubbed her hands. Sister Lan, I spoke out of turn. Has your headache recurred? A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. It's okay, it's not time for my medicine yet. I just felt like it. It's all in the past now. The images of the fallen still lingered deeply in Jialan's mind. Sword-bearer squad, please retreat immediately. Bodies lay scattered across the ground. Extreme dark zone, truly an astonishing place. The man reached out his hand towards Jialan. Little Lan, the mission to pick the seven rot flower, we can only entrust it to you, for our teacher, for Nation H, for everyone. Her tears streamed down. No, I'm not going, Captain. The man used his last bit of strength to transmit a surge of power to Jialan. Our powers, I hope you can make good use of them. You must serve in return. Jialan couldn't hide her sadness. They had transmitted spiritual energy to me, but they didn't know that, if it was defiled by blood, or if not all of it was picked, the seven rot flower will become useless. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, the main character in their group were still striding through the mountains. Bashi seemed to be running out of strength, with several more kilometers to go. Suddenly, she looked towards Yi Yi. Hey, I'm telling you, Big Boss Yi Yi, you're all so strong. Can't we fly for a bit? Yi Yi immediately replied, when spiritual energy isn't abundant enough for the human body to fly at will, even immortal practitioners can't do it. The main character's gaze was distant, and he suddenly spoke. Is that extreme dark ahead? The main character's eyebrows seemed to be knitted together, enveloped by the darkness attribute. Even with layers of barriers blocking it, that unpleasant smell could still be perceived. Bashi's expression showed a hint of discomfort. This terrible stench is 100 times more terrifying than the anomalous creatures we encountered last night. No, it must be 1,000 times worse. Yi Yi maintained a serious, calm demeanor. We've arrived, after all. The main character spoke up. Not bad. Look ahead. I didn't expect so many immortal practitioners to be here. Yi Yi stepped forward. That's right. I think it's not just for the so-called generous rewards, but also similar to what Bashi and I have encountered. The darkness attribute is very difficult to deal with, bloodthirsty, and full of hostility towards humans. Dark phantoms are gradually advancing into the city, but now, within the city, There have been not just one, but multiple unusual riots caused by the darkness attribute. He agreed, yes, he had directly confronted two dark attribute anomalies. The darkness monster seemed to want to devour the main character alive. One was a mutated rabbit, but instead of a wild rabbit, it resembled a large rodent, more like a rat. He remembered the time he almost met his end. His brows furrowed involuntarily. Additionally, there was a large snake lurking in the factory in the darkness. They possessed higher developed intelligence compared to the mutated rabbit mentioned earlier. They could cooperate to create encirclement traps that almost wiped out the entire Spiritual Energy Association personnel. Most importantly, just as Yi Yi had said, these anomalies were extremely cunning. They seemed to have deliberately avoided the military's defenses at the city's border. The border defense line was shielded by large barriers. The entire city was engulfed in smoke and flames. Although it's unknown how they did it, anomalies now appear in the city more and more frequently, making it increasingly difficult to stop them. The main character's face turned ashen, so we absolutely must go. Su Qingying, along with a group of immortal practitioners, stood before the border. She seemed to sense something. Then she suddenly froze in shock. What? He's here too? And he even brought two girls with him? The blue-haired girl called out, Boss, boss. Su Qingyang mumbled a prayer. Amitabha Buddha, great Buddha, please don't let him discover me. Don't let him discover me. The main character was puzzled. Hey, you there, aren't you Captain Su? The blue-haired girl replied, Oh, it's you? Are you also coming to the extreme dark zone? That's great then. Su Qingying scratched her head and gave a forced smile. Information on Fang Yi had long been synchronized by the military. 81 pointed, Boss, who is this girl? Could she be Yi Yi's sister-in-law? Hearing this, Yi Yi was surprised. Huh, cousin? Su Qingying blushed, quickly explaining, Oh my, that's a huge misunderstanding. He introduced, Of course not. This is my errand boy. She's Captain Su of the Spiritual Energy Association. Su Qingying calmed down. Why do I feel that's even more grating? Suddenly, a voice came from behind, a bunch of shameless brats bragging. An immortal practitioner carrying a gun on his shoulder said loudly, These immortal practitioners nowadays, each generation younger than the last, have no manners at all. It's one thing not to greet elders, but to argue loudly without even looking at where you are. This old man hopes that later in the extreme dark zone, you can trust each other just as much. 81 was furious. Look, my temper is flaring up again. Do you even know who these people are? The main character gestured with his eyes to stop. 81 sneered, Uncle, worry about yourself. You never know who might be scared to death later. The immortal practitioner's gaze turned to look behind him. He chuckled softly. The vehicle's here. Let's go see then. The car door slowly opened and Jialan stood tall in the doorway of the car. Everyone couldn't help but be astonished. It's Sister Jialan. Jialan approached and it was indeed her. 81 was a little curious. What exactly is her identity? She's really impressive. The main character replied, Perhaps she's the one who came to open the door for us. Jialan glanced toward the main character. Then she walked to the border gate. She reached out and projected something into the gate. Veins bulged at the corners of Jialan's eyes, and the mystical border gate gradually faded away. A crimson surge of power quickly spread out. With everyone present, the gate opened. After opening the path through the border, Jialan turned back and spoke. You may enter now, a special reminder. The that thoi hua you collect must be complete and untainted by human blood. The main character's group listened in silence. If it doesn't meet the requirements, you won't be able to claim the reward. If there are no questions, begin. That pioneer entered, grumbling, They don't go themselves but make us risk our lives, and there's not even compensation after death. What kind of attitude is that? The young man walking behind him was extremely annoyed. If we die, we can only be reported as missing. If the government compensates your family a large sum of money without cause, wouldn't that prove that they killed us? Ching Chong turned to look at the main character and said, That middle-aged man is probably similar to you. There was a one-star spirit creation realm. Additionally, among the silent individuals, there seemed to be a few masters who had retracted their spiritual energy aura, making judgment difficult. The others were also immortal practitioners with solid cultivation among the 2-star and 3-star Ghost Mansion realms. The strength of each team was roughly equal. The main character replied with a grim face. It seemed the mission was quite difficult. He hadn't expected them to find so many elite immortal practitioner teams. A question arose in his mind. Was the person from earlier also a spirit creation realm? Their spiritual energy level wasn't necessarily high. The girl next to Jialan spoke up. Character statistics have been completed. This time in the extreme darkness area, there are 30 2-star Ghost Mansion Realm individuals, 12 3-star Ghost Mansion Realm individuals, and 3 1-star Spirit Creation Realm individuals. The abnormal difficulty level for this mission is BDNS. Jialan stood watching the departing group saying, "You guys go to the monitoring equipment first. I've already finished all the preparations, so don't worry." On the other side of the border, the landscape was desolate, devoid of any life. The scent here made 81 and 2 uncomfortable. The main character reminded, "Stay close, the darkness attribute here will obscure vision. If we don't stick close and act together, we'll soon get lost and easily become disoriented." 81 sat down abruptly, apologizing. "I'm nauseous, I can't hold it in." Su Qingying gently comforted. "It's okay. This is the smell of decaying corpses mixed with cerebrospinal fluid." The one feeling nauseous wasn't the only one. This was very normal. She forced a smile. The group in front, whose realms were equivalent to theirs, were throwing up. Su Qingying continued to explain. She went on and on. "The darkness attribute naturally counters immortal practitioners. You can understand it as a type of contamination, an anomalous existence that is extremely active in the extreme darkness zone. B-grade anomalies, similar to the Ghost Mansion realm, have a controllable damage range. A-grade anomalies are similar to the Spirit Creation realm. They are often seen as spiritual energy riots or concentration points, such as this extreme darkness zone. S-grade anomalies are on par with the Vajra realm or even higher, almost at a cataclysmic level. However, it must be emphasized that dark attribute anomalies in the extreme darkness zone will be enhanced. An anomaly originally identified as B-grade can, at minimum, ascend one grade here. Yi helped 81 stand up. "There's such a thing? This is the first I've heard of it. I understand now. But Captain Su, are you all unaffected?" 81 shared the same question. "That's right. Aren't you all contaminated?" Su Qingying smiled evasively to conceal the fact that she had broken through to 3-star Ghost Mansion. "You're overthinking it. My teammates and I frequently deal with similar anomalies, so we're not afraid. Furthermore, recently I've strictly pushed myself to improve, mutating from water attribute to ice attribute." 81's voice was weak. "Our ranks are the same, Captain Su. I wonder if you feel the same way I do. The moment I entered this dense fog, my spiritual energy began to deplete, even more severely than during the last mission." Su Qingyang replied, "Many masters have perished here before. There are even rumors of military heroes at or above the 1-star creation spirit realm level and in dying here, so we must be even more careful." Hearing this, 81 became a little panicked. "Let's go quickly. The mission is important." Yi carefully helped 81 walk, but there was no one else in sight ahead. "Let's stick closer together. From now on, I'll speak less to conserve energy. Everyone, focus your spiritual energy and don't let this fog exploit any weaknesses." The main character walked, lost in thought. After entering, their body didn't seem to feel as uncomfortable. It seemed that both their yang attribute and the enhanced lightning attribute from the demonic enchantment were effective in dispelling the dark attribute, or perhaps the effect of their spiritual energy had become stronger after advancing to the creation spirit realm. On the other side, a red-armored immortal practitioner was battling a strange beast. The anomalies in the extreme darkness region were nothing more than this. He charged forward with his momentum of victory. "Brothers, the 7-rot flower will definitely be ours to collect. Let those youngsters see what true strength is." Another person chimed in, "You're doing great, brother. Charge." Back on this side, seeing Yi coughing violently, 81 looked over worriedly. The main character also turned their head to look. After all, 81 was still just a child. Yi was momentarily stunned when the main character patted her back. To her surprise, she realized the nausea and the gloomy corrosion had all disappeared, replaced by a pleasant warmth, like sunbathing in winter. A gasp of admiration rose. Truly worthy of the power of the creation spirit realm. Yi Yi looked at her hand, feeling the warm fire attribute. It was indeed a rare high-level attribute. Only after advancing to the 3-star Ghost Mansion realm did she have the opportunity to delve deeper into attributes. Her plant attribute excelled at absorbing dewdrop spiritual energy from plants between heaven and earth, and Captain Su's water attribute, which mutated into an ice attribute, was also very rare. The main character replied indifferently, "It's not the fire attribute, but the yang attribute. I haven't explained it clearly to you yet, but I was the one who handled the fires in Gongbei and at the training ground at Qingcheng University." He said casually, "But these two anomalies are different. The yang attribute and the heavenly fire attribute also have some subtle differences." Su Qingying exclaimed, "You're just admitting it like that? So you now possess 3 rare high-level attributes?" The main character thought to himself, "Actually, there's also the desolate attribute, but tall trees are easily toppled by the wind, so it's better to keep it hidden as a precaution." Outwardly, he answered dismissively, "Something like that. Oh, where's 81? 81 replied tremblingly, "I haven't broken through to 3-star Ghost Mansion yet, so I can't clearly perceive the attribute, but it's roughly following the path of the metal attribute." He added, "Oh, great God, cousin, I promise that once I'm out, I'll never bother you again." "Your yang attribute warmed me up a bit." The main character gently touched 81's back. "All right, I'll warm you up for a day." The blonde girl looked confused by the scene before her. "What are you guys doing, patting each other like that?" 81 sighed in relief, feeling very warm. He suggested to Qingxuan and the others, "Captain Su, how about your team gets a turn too?" She replied, "It doesn't feel bad." The 2 cloaked girls were also excited. "What are we waiting for? Invite the great master." They, one by one, received a warm stream of spiritual energy from the main character. Suddenly, the footsteps of an anomaly beast approached. The main character glanced around vigilantly, announcing. Qingxuan launched a move towards the anomaly beast. "What is that thing?" 81, who was right in front of her, flinched. A loud warning cry echoed, "It's an anomaly level A!" Qingxuan gathered ice spiritual energy in her hands, then unleashed a direct attack on the anomaly beast. She stood in front of Yi Yi, shielding her. "This tough opponent, has it disappeared?" A horde of zombies suddenly appeared from nowhere. The main character quickly pulled everyone closer, instructing, "Watch your step." He drew his sword defensively, his eyes filled with killing intent as he advanced. Each of his sword strikes was a roar of a fire dragon. The burning zombies screamed in pain. The flames in the main character's eyes gradually faded. "We're temporarily safe. These anomalies have been eliminated." Though many eyes were seen, there were actually only 2. And Suachin said, "I didn't expect the anomalies here to have evolved, mimicking human language." Qingxuan added, "Perhaps they learned it because they've devoured many people. Even the weakest among them are nurtured to A rank by the extreme dark zone. Without a spirit creation realm, one cannot directly engage them in combat." Jialan looked at the blazing fire before her, secretly marveling. Just one strike shattered 2 A-rank illusory beasts. She showed no emotion. Even if it were her, she would at least have to fight it for a few rounds. On the other side, Yi Yi clenched her fists. "If what Captain Su said is true, then we must unite even more. Otherwise, I believe there's a high chance the anomalies will disguise themselves and infiltrate, attacking us when we let our guard down." 81, get up quickly. 81 was still terrified. The oppressive aura is too terrifying, more formidable than even Meow Meow and zombies. Even a slight touch could burn me to death. Is this the suppression of a realm? I feel like I can't breathe anymore. The main character's attention suddenly focused on the nearby mountain. Yi Yi also looked in that direction. "Everyone, listen, is that the sound of ocean waves ahead?" Suddenly the ground shook violently. Everyone scattered and fled in panic. Someone screamed, "Run! Don't fight anymore. This thing is too evil. Save me. I've encountered a ghost." The main character's expression remained impassive. Only a slight frown appeared on his face. The remaining immortal practitioners turned and fled. This was something that even legendary armies would suffer heavy losses from if they encountered it. It was the dark tide. At this moment, a crimson tsunami was surging towards everyone. They ran, screaming in panicked fear. Meanwhile, instead of fleeing, a certain foolish man stayed behind, erecting a barrier with a greedy look on his face. Immediately after, he confidently charged straight into the tsunami. But the moment he made contact with it, he began to gasp his last, his voice filled with regret. Damn it, there's an anomaly here. Instantly, the wave transformed into a demon, devouring him to death. Next, those who were fleeing were also caught one by one. Looking at the fierce wave before them, Su Qingying asked with a voice full of compassion, "There's no way to save them, is there? Can we still run?" Beside her, the main character with a bewildered expression asked, "What is the dark tide calamity?" Despite the extremely tense situation, she calmly explained to him, "The dark tide calamity is a decay that can devour everything." She simultaneously wondered, this plan clearly avoided the day of the water tide calamity. Oh no, are all the people ahead already dead? At this moment, Lin Yi also seemed unable to hold back any longer, asking him, "Can we run ahead?" Facing everyone's anxiety, he erected a barrier, simultaneously reassuring them. "We can pool our strength to maintain this barrier, protecting everyone through the impact of the tide calamity." Realizing the main character's intention in setting up this barrier, Su Qingying angrily shouted, "What do you want to do? Our power cannot stop this dark tide." Ignoring her warnings, he had already begun channeling spiritual energy to form a weapon, confidently saying, "I can destroy it." With that, he immediately shot up into the sky. Without any hesitation, he flew straight into the center of this surge. Upon entering, the main character was now enveloped by a ring of light, while everything around him was pitch black. Nevertheless, with just a glance, he immediately understood the current situation. Looking at the demons before him, he thought to himself, "This anomaly is indeed anomaly level A, but they are upgraded, fused versions." With that, the main character's expression gradually turned serious as he thought, from B level to A level, then from A to S. And the current level of this dark tide, calling it SSS level, wouldn't be an exaggeration. No wonder it could devour even the immortal practitioners of the realm of spirit creation. Thinking this, the main character immediately condensed spiritual energy into his palm. Then he moved around while attacking the demons. Suddenly, a demon unexpectedly appeared behind him, intending to ambush the main character. Thanks to his keen senses, he immediately spun around and delivered a slash to the demon. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Looking at the person in front of him, the main character realized this was the person from earlier. He immediately asked with concern, "Are you still alive?" Seemingly recognizing the main character's voice, the person responded with difficulty, making the main character realize that there was still hope for his survival. Without hesitation, he raised a hand to the sky, summoning divine thunder. Following his summons, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared from nowhere, striking directly at the shrimp-headed creature. After rescuing the person, the main character casually threw him to the ground. After careful observation, he further confirmed his suspicion that the person could still be saved, but the chances of survival were not very high. At this moment, the monster from earlier had also caught up. The main character glanced at it, gripping the sword tightly in his hand, preparing to continue the fight. Upon seeing the monster grow larger, he immediately realized this was the ability of unlimited power growth. Even though it had become stronger, he calmly smiled, deciding to use it to test a new technique, spiritual energy defense. Immediately, a luminous circle formed from spiritual energy enveloped the main character, preventing the monster from approaching. At this moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification. There seems to be dark attribute nearby, but it cannot be extracted. He still tried to extract them, but was unsuccessful. Returning to reality, the main character smiled handsomely yet mysteriously. Faced with danger, he not only didn't flee, but also sought a way to counterattack. Two giant spiders successively launched attacks directly at the main character. Yet, at this moment, he still had the presence of mind to think of Little White Flower, then turned to look at them with the intention of challenging them. The main character's eyes glowed with a brilliant fire, secretly disdainful, thinking, isn't it already a given? From a distance, Su Qingying's team could only stand rooted to the spot, staring wide-eyed. Someone asked her if she had ever encountered such a situation. Su Qingying could only sadly acknowledge her own weakness. They were utterly astonished, unable to believe that Dark Tide could stand still. Suddenly, Lin Yi's entire body trembled, and a wave of unease rose in her heart, worrying if anything had happened to her cousin after being inside for so long. Su Qingying, standing beside her, immediately took her hand to comfort her, reassuring her that with their strength, victory was certainly within their grasp. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately turned to the others and said that with the main character's strength alone, there was certainly no need for small fry like them to step in and help. Hearing Su Qingying say that, Yi immediately chuckled and praised her profusely. Suddenly, a pillar of power flew from somewhere and struck directly at their shield. The pillar of light became even more intense. It seemed to us the Nine Dragons' heavenly fire-sealing art. From within the pillar of light, the main character's body emerged, floating. The curly-haired girl was the first to react. She excitedly pointed at him and shouted, "It's Yi's cousin!" 5 or 6 dragons suddenly flew out, leaving them only able to exclaim, "Oh my God!" From another corner, Jialan, witnessing the scene, also shouted, "Heavenly fire, a tribute seal!" Inwardly, she couldn't help but wonder if the main character would succeed in sealing it. The scene shifted to him, gritting his teeth in endurance, seemingly in immense difficulty. Such a small body had to bear an enormous surge of power. He loudly declared the technique, Nine Dragons Edict. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw it straight to the ground, creating a terrifying impact. Following that, he immediately utilized the flames caused by the explosion to employ a sealing skill. The flames quickly gathered into a sphere surrounding the target. But then suddenly the sphere burst open. The body of the foe was thrown straight to the ground. They breathed a sigh of relief, turning to look at each other. How should we deal with this? Lin Yi ignored her words, still turning to cling to the main character. Suddenly, Su Qingying spoke up, wanting him to hand over the foe to her. She looked at the main character's expression, wondering, why don't you seem happy? But inwardly admired him for having said he wanted to destroy the Dark Tide and truly accomplishing it. The main character coldly turned away. The dark attribute here is too abundant. We must leave quickly and seize the opportunity to collect the 7 rot flower. Su Qingying immediately replied, "We will take this person back to Lingxi for treatment." Their voices were stunned. "Are all the people ahead gone?" The main character calmly explained, "Except for this person, they have probably been swallowed by the dark attribute." Number 81's voice held a hint of regret. "So they're all gone, after all. Fortunately, I didn't witness their deaths firsthand." The group continued their journey, arriving at a pitch-black lake. The main character paused behind. He determined that the most dangerous thing currently was this black lake, so he suggested covering the rear. Everyone immediately complied. He stared intently at the lake surface. The system announced, "Commencing intense dark attribute wave scan." A surge of darkness power erupted from the water, and the scan was successful. The system continued, activating ultimate calculation force. As soon as it finished speaking, the surge of darkness power dispersed into pillars of light that shot straight into the sky. The main character slowly absorbed all of them. The system's voice rang out, "Compilation successful." The main character opened his eyes, his entire body enveloped by a mysterious surge of power. The system panel appeared announcing, "You have obtained the dark attribute cultivation technique, Boundless Dark Realm." This skill allows the creation of a special space where spiritual energy will be corroded. He gradually understood. The corrosive effect of the dark attribute could deplete an opponent's spiritual energy. If combined with his own cultivation technique, it would become even more formidable. Returning to reality, Su Qingqiang suddenly felt something strange. She turned her head and asked the main character, "Do you feel this mist?" Before she could finish speaking, her eyes widened in extreme horror. She only saw that the main character was currently floating in midair. "How did he break through?" she exclaimed. A thought suddenly flashed. Could he be absorbing the power of the dark tide? But she quickly dismissed the idea. Su Qingyin glanced around, feeling the power grow even more intense. However, absorbing dark attribute was strictly forbidden by the government. She couldn't help but recall that horrifying scene. Previously, the Vung government had attempted to research methods to purify and refine dark attribute, but had paid a tragic price. Although the ranks ranged from D grade to S grade, even a D grade was enough to make an immortal practitioner newly entering the Ghost Mansion realm experience all kinds of suffering. Not to mention one spirit creation realm, even 10 spirit creation realms could be devoured at will. The immortal practitioner, after the experiments, all lost their consciousness, their minds driven to madness. After it ended, the main character returned to his original state. He coldly spoke into the air. "Come out. You've been watching us for a long time." From the shadows, Jialan slowly stepped out. "Let me guess, the dark tide was sealed by you?" Su Xingying stared wide-eyed at the woman opposite of her. Jialan continued to question. "What were you doing just now?" He didn't hide it and admitted, "That's right." Su Qingying looked up and turned to face the main character. Suddenly, Jialan reached into her clothes. The next second, she pulled out a gun. Everyone present screamed in panic. "Sister Jialan, what are you doing?" "I remember Fang Yi was the person the military most wanted to recruit." "What do you mean?" The main character still exuded a cold, calm demeanor. "Is our mission to find the seven rot flower? It seems you're not happy that we haven't died here yet." Jialan still didn't respond, only intently observing his every move. Number 81 hurriedly ran up to intervene. "Why didn't you act earlier? If it weren't for him, everyone would have died there, and now you want to make things difficult for the boss." Finally, she stopped. "Just kidding. Congratulations on passing the test." Seeing this, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The main character suddenly asked Jialan, "So your purpose was to test me?" She had no reason to hide it and immediately admitted, "Because you possess talent and strength." She wanted to witness it firsthand. Suddenly, she reiterated, "To answer the question of why I didn't intervene. Because immortal practitioners can only abide by the rules of immortal practitioners, and life and death are predetermined, a matter of fate and fortune. But you guys are still lucky. You have someone trustworthy to protect you, not realizing why no anomalies have attacked you yet. They were scared off by Fang Yi's sealing power. The dark tide is the same, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Let me lead everyone to find the seven rot flower." Ms. Zhang turned her head and commanded. The main character looked Jialan over and assessed. "I feel like her mental state is problematic." Su Qingying whispered to him that she was the only one who had escaped the dark tide before. The main character suddenly understood the situation. Because of her special identity, she was absolutely obedient, indifferent to missions and rules, and at the same time possessed a kind of belief that helped her persevere. He immediately lowered his guard and turned to tell everyone to be understanding of this injured person. Number 81 immediately caught the hidden meaning in his words. "Is she injured?" He then admitted that her spiritual energy was severely lacking, proving that she had sustained no minor internal injuries. Jialan's footsteps suddenly halted. She looked back, softly said thanks, and then reassured them. In the extremely dark area of the graveyard, the surrounding scenery was gloomy. They were advancing deeper inside. The main character noticed something. Below was a dry skeleton. Jialan quickly interrupted. "We're here, this is the graveyard." She pointed at a glowing flower in the distance. "Look, that's the blood rot flower." Without a word, she continued forward. The flower was protected by dozens of dark creatures. Jialan was almost no longer conscious, unconsciously raising her hand forward. "Finally, I meet you again." The main character quickly realized something was wrong. With one hand, he cast a fireball, while simultaneously shouting, "Hey, snap out of it!" As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully threw the fireball towards Jialan, feeling the power emanating from the main character's attack. Jialan was stunned to discover that it also contained rare yin-yang attributes. Then, she quickly created a slash with her hand, blocking his attack. She glared at him, her thoughts unclear. At this moment, the ghost behind her suddenly vanished, making her think that she wasn't fully prepared. Lin Yi and Su Qingying also rushed over. Lin Yi anxiously asked, "Sister Jialan, are you all right?" Su Qingying echoed, "She's severely affected by the dark attribute. We should stay here together. After a moment of thought, Jialan suddenly said, "Seven rot flower, just let him go." Hearing this, the main character slowly approached the seven rot flower, calmly walking past the three of them. After a short distance, the seven rot flower appeared before him. Suddenly, a tremor emanated from the ground. A fox demon unexpectedly lunged out, pouncing on him. It opened its mouth wide, and inside, the vengeful spirits it had devoured screamed in despair. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Seeing this, he showed no panic, gathered power in his hand, and softly said, "Divine thunder." Following that, a series of projectiles created from lightning attributes shot through the fox demon. Seeing it merely let out a cry of pain rather than being severely injured, the main character wondered, just how many anomalies did it devour to become S-rank like this? He had to deal with it quickly. After picking the seven rot flower and returning, there wasn't much time left to seal the dark tide. Thinking this, a stream of purple energy formed in his palm. He cast the skill Boundless Dark Realm, forming a circle that enveloped him and the fox demon. Inside the circle, it collapsed. At this moment, spirits coiled around it one by one, constricting its body. Its body trembled slightly, howling in pain. Following this, a system notification appeared. The fox demon has been affected by the special dark attribute within the Boundless Dark Realm. The S-rank anomaly half-fox demon has been demoted to B-rank. Looking at the system notification and the fox demon tied down before his eyes, the main character thought that the Cultivation foundation in the extreme darkness region wasn't very solid. Thinking this, he used his fire attribute to create a sword of fire. He swung a slash towards it, creating an explosion. He softly said, "It's over." Outside, Su Qingying wondered, "What is this? I can sense it's a dark attribute, but it feels a bit strange." Lin Yi also replied, "That's right, I don't feel that oppressive, gloomy, cold, and disgusting aura." At this moment, Jialan stepped forward, her expression solemn as she replied, "Because this is Feng Yi's domain. He has created his own domain." As she spoke, she couldn't help but think of her teacher, muttering to herself, "Using spiritual energy to create a domain is an extremely difficult feat. Besides my teacher, at most only 3 other people globally possess this ability." At that time, the capital city was predicted to face a devastating catastrophe, and the main character had deployed his domain to suppress it. Now, the main character had exited the domain, waving friendly at them and saying, "There likely won't be any more trouble from the graveyard behind us." Then he slowly approached the seven rot flower, carefully picking it up with both hands. Only when the flower was in his hands could he breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Jialan's eyes widened in surprise. He actually handed the seven rot flower to her. Afterwards, the main character turned to everyone and said, "We need to retreat immediately. The dark tide could occur at any moment." With that said, he shifted his gaze elsewhere, adding, "Besides, we still have a burden." She gave a gentle smile and softly thanked the main character. They immediately set off to leave, not daring to delay for even a second. Suddenly, she called him back. "Thank you, truly. Wu Lao was in danger. You saved his life." He merely watched, offering no reply. Scene changed. Now they stood before the exit, all overjoyed and excited. "We survived and returned," Lin Yi replied. "Finally, we get to see the sun." Outside, everyone was welcoming them, eagerly awaiting to see the seven rot flower. One by one, they stepped out of the gate, and a flood of inquiries rushed towards them. Number 81 glanced around. So many people waiting. Suddenly, Lin Yi noticed something. She gasped and exclaimed, "This is a vehicle from the Starlight War Zone, renowned throughout Nation H. Is there anyone who doesn't know it?" Number 81 gradually regretted mocking Jialan. The scene shifts to a prosperous area. At the Starlight War Zone, the leading war zone among Nation H's 19 zones. A vial containing the seven rot flower was handed over. The recipient was none other than a high-ranking leader of the Starlight War Zone. The very next second, all the surrounding combatants immediately expressed their respectful gratitude to the main character. Even he sent his thanks to Jialan. The vehicle quickly departed afterward. As he walked with Jialan, the main character curiously asked if she was from the Starlight War Zone. She replied, Your performance has spread throughout our war zone. You'll be famous soon." I must admit, your strength could overwhelm the strongest squad in the war zone, and your potential is immense. Jialan then changed her tone, trying to entice the main character and inviting him to join. But when the main character seemed hesitant, she changed the subject. Now the world is changing. What the nation values most, or perhaps fears most, are dark attribute anomalies. The number of anomalies is rapidly increasing, and in the future, the situation will become even more severe. Their scope of influence is also continuously expanding, capable of causing catastrophic consequences at any moment. Therefore, we were forced to exert all our efforts to build restricted zones to prevent them. Lingzi also strictly guarded everywhere. I'm telling you this because I feel that an excellent cultivator like you now has the qualifications to know about these situations. After hearing the entire story, the main character replied, I understand. If I encounter any anomalies in the future, even if it's a stranger, I will not stand idly by. Hearing this, her gaze towards the main character softened. Then Jia Lan handed him a token and said, It's a pleasure to meet you, Fang Yi. Please take this token. With it, you can freely enter and exit any restricted zone to cultivate. The gates of the spiritual war zone are also open to you at any time. One more thing, would you like to visit Wu Lao? The main character asked suspiciously, You mean that person is a venerable of the Vajra realm? Jialan confirmed, That is my esteemed master, and I think you should meet him. Me hearing this, he put the token into his pocket. Then streaks of lightning flickered in his hand, and he said, All right, an extra friend is an extra path. I will accompany you on this trip, so consider this a gift between friends. With that, streaks of lightning shot out from the main character's hand, enveloping her body. The main character explained, I think I can cleanse the residual poison in your body. Feeling her body gradually improving, Jialan realized that the lightning attribute had healing properties. Not only that, the wounds caused by dark bone corrosion on her body were healing. Her damaged internal organs seemed to have recovered to their previous state, and the blood vessels in her body were rearranged and purified. Jialan's eyes at this moment looked extremely satisfied. All the toxins in her body had been completely eliminated. After a period of treatment, the main character asked about her physical condition. Jialan replied, It's very good. All the dark attribute in my body has been completely shattered. Nearby, an ambulance was treating severely injured patients. Su Qingying, who was standing nearby, also noticed the two of them. She approached and asked, You two haven't left yet. Wait, why do I feel Jialan's wounds? Answering her question, Jialan replied, That's right, the dark attribute in my body has been completely purged by the thunder attribute. Hearing this, Su Qingying immediately became interested and stepped closer, wanting to get a better look at the main character. Next, she called everyone from the medical team over. Then, she turned to look at the main character with sparkling eyes, hoping to ask for his help in treating the pioneers who had been infected with dark attribute. After saying this, she bowed her head low to show her sincerity. Faced with her sincerity, the main character agreed and immediately displayed his pure lightning attribute. Seeing the thunder generated from him, one of the medical staff members doubted whether pure lightning attribute could truly shatter dark attribute. Jialan immediately stepped forward to explain. Just now, Fang Yi directly transmitted to me, and the dark attribute on me was shattered. So all we need to do is have Fang Yi work with the injured immortal practitioners. I remember there was someone in a coma who was also a spirit creation realm, right? Hearing this, Su Qingying replied with a hint of confusion. Not all spirit creation realms can withstand this kind of spiritual energy. The medical staff also said, The injured person just now was more severely wounded than you. According to my estimate, to treat him, the thunder spiritual energy required would be about 10 times what you needed. Moreover, it would be good enough if he just wakes up. A full recovery is impossible. Without further ado, the main character asked the medical staff how to store spiritual energy. They led him to the ambulance and instructed him to place his hand on a machine to release spiritual energy. In the distance, Lin Yi stood watching the main character, deep in thought. Unexpectedly, Sister Jialan was a high-ranking official of the spiritual war zone. And her cousin, he actually made the renowned spiritual war zone offer him special privileges. The cold sister Jialan even proactively wanted to befriend her cousin. Just now, she saw sister Jialan even give him her token. At this moment, the main character also noticed her gaze. He turned to look at 81 and Lin Yi Yi and asked with concern, "How are you two?" She replied, "We've both finished arranging everything. Next, 81 and I want to go train a bit more. We can't always rely on you, cousin. Otherwise, we won't make any progress." Hearing this, he didn't think much and readily agreed. Then the main character looked at her with gentle eyes, secretly praising, "My cousin has grown up." After the spiritual energy transfer was complete, Su Ching Chong waved goodbye to Jialan and the main character. Then they got into the car and returned. Sitting in the car, she angrily cursed randomly because the main character had been dragged away by the spiritual war zone. But then, she told herself, Linksey's organizational structure is still too chaotic. At the headquarters and branches, many managers are even more hypocritical than high-ranking military officials. The top elite teams are fragmented, not to mention whether they are willing to humble themselves and befriend Fang Yi. It's already fortunate that some stubborn individuals don't come to cause trouble. Scene change. In the most advanced ward at the healing base in the spiritual war zone. Looking at an old man lying on his deathbed, the main character asked, "Is this Mr. Wu?" Jialan replied, "Yes, quite strange, isn't it? A powerhouse in the Vajra realm is actually a scrawny old man. Before that, his complexion was even worse. He even used the 7 rot flower, but still hadn't woken up." Hearing this, the main character curiously asked, "What happened to him?" She recounted the previous events. A dark attribute disaster struck the capital city with unusual celestial phenomena. To prevent the dark attribute from affecting the capital city, Master used his own body to try and seal the remaining portion. All of us had previously used a special method to transfer spiritual energy to Master. We assessed this anomalous catastrophe to be beyond S rank. Although the darkness waves we once faced were already terrifying S rank, the damage from this catastrophe is many times more potent. At this point, she lowered her head dejectedly. Once it appears, it could destroy the entire capital city, and even surrounding cities would be affected and annihilated. The significance of the capital city is particularly unusual. Once it's destroyed, the entire nation will descend into chaos. Master had used his domain to forcibly seal an S-rank anomaly, but we didn't expect that even by combining all our strength to deal with it, this colossal catastrophe is still more terrifying than what we assessed. Master was consumed by the dark attribute. If he weren't a venerable Diamond Realm practitioner, he would have instantly turned to dust, or even become nourishment for the dark attribute anomaly. After hearing the entire story, the main character couldn't help but exclaim that he was truly a great immortal practitioner. He recalled the immortal practitioners from his previous life who had stood in front of him, helping him become the sole survivor. Perhaps in his previous life, at this very moment, he had already sacrificed himself. Thinking of this, he extended his palm towards him, attempting to help him remove some of the dark attribute from his body. Seeing this, she was a little doubtful, but remembering the main character's actions in the secret realm, she fell silent and no longer refused. Then the other person reminded Fang Yi, "Pay attention. This dark attribute is even more terrifying than darkness waves. Otherwise, after using the 7 rot flower, I wouldn't have recovered so slowly." Feng Yi replied, "I know, I can feel how powerful the darkness is here. Even when suppressed by the purifying power of the 7 rot flower, it can still bring an immense sense of pressure to people." As soon as he finished speaking, a plume of black smoke unexpectedly emanated from the other person's body, enveloping the entire room. Jialan was stunned by the sight. Then Jialan quickly reminded Feng Yi, be careful and focus your mind. It's just starting to affect you." Feng Yi then closed his eyes, and a golden mist enveloped his body. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his expression serious. Looking at the scene before him, Feng Yi was horrified to discover that his spirit had been pulled back into the past. The mysterious creature spoke, asking who Feng Yi was. He was momentarily stunned, not expecting an illusionary realm to appear in this place. Feng Yi merely replied coldly, "Just know that I've come to eliminate you." At the same time he unleashed his power. It then unleashed a surge of dark qi, and Feng Yi cried out in alarm. but he quickly reacted, activating his Golden Sun Dharma protector body and easily dodged the attack. Fang Yi had to marvel at the power of the Eerie, which was no weaker than the divine thunder he had absorbed on Jade Emperor Dragon Peak previously. Suddenly he glanced around. Their numbers were countless. All the Eerie simultaneously charged straight towards Fang Yi. A blazing red flame appeared in his hand. Despite facing a dangerous enemy, the main character showed no fear. He charged straight forward, his eyes gleaming with determination. In a flash, he slashed through the darkness, inflicting a fatal wound upon it. A second later, it had fully recovered and immediately unleashed two more attacks, but it seemed to have weakened considerably. The main character hastily dodged the attacks, escaping onto the rooftops. Instantly, he unleashed boundless underworld, a sphere of darkness coalescing in his hand. The sphere absorbed all the dark chi. The eerie creature gasped in astonishment. "You are not human." His expression immediately turned displeased, and he commanded in a deep voice, "Open!" In an instant, a colossal black hole appeared, causing the eerie creature to vanish. Nevertheless, the entire sky was left with an ominous aura. It seemed to be the lingering consciousness of a dark abnormality, stirring a worry in the main character's heart about an impending catastrophe. He couldn't help but recall the terrifying appearance of the eerie creature from moments ago. Facing a multitude of Eries alone, he sighed. "I must find a way to escape this place." Scene change. At this moment, his expression was stunned. A second later, he struck out into the void, yet managed to pull out a wisp of dark chi. That wisp of dark chi instantly vanished after the strike. A second later, he intently chanted, "Seal 9 dragons, heavenly fire sealing art." The stream of dark chi was bound. Jialan stood beside him, stunned. This was the dark attribute within Wu Lao's body. The main character then explained that it was a remnant of the anomalous natural disaster. Although still very powerful, its influence was no longer too great. Seeing Wu Lao's complexion improve, Jialan profusely thanked him with gratitude. The main character humbly declined, saying that he couldn't completely remove the dark attribute from Wu Lao. Then he clenched the item in his hand. It immediately crumbled, dissolving into the air. Only then did the main character feel at ease. Suddenly, he remembered the events in the illusionary realm, turning to warn Jialan to be ready at any moment. Her expression darkened, and she mentioned the rumors in a low voice. The main character looked bewildered, asking, "Abnormal fluctuations in spiritual energy phenomena are compiled and recorded in an extremely strict management log. On those rumors, with the power of Nation H, probably wouldn't last through the first year of Chi recovery." Despite this, no one believed them. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and his voice held a hint of sarcasm regarding the monitoring of abnormal spiritual energy fluctuation data. The main character wondered, could it be that because of my reincarnation, the future will also change? Despite this, he still placed a hand on Jialan's shoulder to comfort her. "Don't overthink it. Perhaps Wu Lao will wake up soon. Rest assured, if the natural disaster strikes again, I will definitely advance and retreat with you all." With that, he thought to himself, this natural disaster, sooner or later, is bound to erupt. This time, I must change everything. Scene change late at night in an apartment complex. Inside the room, the main character was cultivating while thinking, "I'm about to break through to the 2-star spirit realm. The recovery of spirit chi is on schedule. Although I already possess the darkness attribute ability, it's still not enough." The anomaly in the illusionary realm back then, even though its power was weakened, still found it difficult to conceal its true might. Suddenly, the flower on the table swayed, drawing his gaze. He approached and playfully teased it. "Not bringing you with me before was my loss, because you're not convenient to carry around." Saying this, he lifted the potted flower and said, "All right, I only regret not having the chance for you to demonstrate your leveling up effect. Shall I take you out for a walk?" At Back Mountain, the main character walked around, carrying the potted flower and talking to himself. Lingzi's Botanical Research Institute is still quite advanced, even in the early stages of spirit chi recovery. Nature's self-regulating ability has become very strong, but in such a short amount of time, the trees that were originally burned down have recovered quite a bit, and there's also a new type of grafted seedling. At this point, he placed the potted flower down on an empty patch of grass and said, Tomorrow I must thank the Xiaosu Society. Occasionally absorbing a little is fine, but it can't be too arbitrary. After planting it in the ground, this flower seemed to come back to life. Its roots covered all nearby areas and vegetation. Seeing the withered trees after being absorbed by the flower, he secretly thought, that's enough. Then he lifted the flower from the ground. The flower seemed a little confused and he said, all right, let's find another spot to absorb. Among the evolved plant-type creatures, I wonder what rank you can achieve. With the abnormality of desolate attribute, you can at least be considered A-level. Originally, there were quite a few animals in this mountain, but today not a single one was seen. It must be because they are afraid of the desolate power on you. No sooner had he finished speaking than a howl suddenly echoed from nearby. The main character's expression immediately turned serious. These are wolves, he said. He saw the nearby pack of wolves, their eyes suddenly glowing red, and the alpha even had bulging muscles. He was slightly startled. The wolf pack is about to evolve. The main character looked at the evolved wolves and muttered, this must be the Wolf King. It seems to be on the verge of completing its evolution. After fully evolving, the Wolf King roared. The main character raised his hand to shield the spiritual flower pot and speculated, this surge of spiritual energy, could it be about to become an anomaly level A? After reaching the advanced stage, the abnormal Wolf King, which originally possessed the wood attribute of forest animals, evolved a poison attribute with strong corrosive properties. This poison attribute was formed by absorbing the darkness attribute and reaching the advanced stage. It seems that darkness attribute activities are becoming more and more frequent, to the point where the Wolf King suddenly upgraded to 2 attributes. But it's still only anomaly level A power. Then he pulled the spirit flower out of its pot and declared, now we deal with them. Although it was only anomaly level A, the problem was the sheer number of wolves. Moreover, the foot of the mountain was an urban area. If they entered the city, the consequences would be dire. So let's begin, he said. I want to see how much damage I can inflict using only raw power, without any other abilities. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, a group of strangers stood observing them. A long-haired man said, the Wolf King has successfully evolved. It's too strong. What's the pollution level? The captain looked at the watch on his wrist and reported, 90. Upon hearing that, he paused. 90? The captain pressed his watch and stated, not only that, it's still increasing. The wood attribute Wolf King at least possesses the strength of Ghost Mansion Realm 3 stars, possibly even Creation Spirit Realm 1st star. Why is the pollution level so high? The long-haired man exclaimed in horror, but looking at this situation, our manpower isn't enough. We can't fight it. Even you just broke through to Ghost Mansion Realm 3 stars, didn't you? Suddenly, an enormous source of darkness power erupted on the mountaintop. Everyone in the group exclaimed in awe, it's Dark Attribute. Dark Attribute has appeared again. How can this be? No wonder the pollution level is so high. The captain immediately discovered the reason for it. He shouted loudly, I understand now. The reason the pollution level is so high is because the Wolf King has evolved into 2 attributes. This happening within an anomaly is extremely rare. But even if we can't defeat them, we must stop them. Once these ferocious beasts successfully evolve, the area at the foot of the mountain will be devastated. The nature of these beasts is already brutal, and now, having received spiritual energy to evolve, they will become even more terrifying. I must quickly inform Lingzi to request assistance. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. Everyone panicked, wondering, an earthquake? How could evolving wolves cause an earthquake? No, that's not right. Another anomaly has appeared. The number on the captain's watch quickly rose to 1,000. The group at the foot of the mountain immediately realized, oh my God, it's the power of desolation. How can the power of desolation be here? Run, no matter what, we must retreat to a safe area. The long-haired man looked back and asked, is it the vines that disappeared earlier, without any warning? The captain urgently urged everyone, hurry up, we must evacuate all nearby residents immediately. Suddenly, another member stopped him. Wait, Captain, the power of desolation isn't coming. So what is this? The captain asked, has the power of desolation hidden deep within the mountain? The long-haired man emphasized, Yes, it's very strange. The sense of danger has disappeared. Do we still need to report it? The roots of the spiritual flower grew longer and longer. Hundreds of small flower buds quickly bloomed on the root system. A moment later, all the flowers exploded, releasing an intense surge of desolation power. The curious captain said, "This is a flower." Returning to the main character, Linhua had created a sea of flowers surrounding the Wolf King. The Wolf King still growled intermittently and swung its claws, tearing apart the petals. The main character said, "This spiritual sea of flowers will continuously multiply and grow until it drains all of your energy. You still have protective spiritual energy to struggle. But what about them?" The surrounding monsters are crying out in despair. They were so tightly bound by vines that they could only tremble and whimper, and soon their life force was drained, leaving only dry skeletons. After Linhua absorbed all the life force of the wolf pack, its vines began to turn red. The resentful Wolf King opened its mouth and spat out a blue beam of light, attacking the main character with full force. However, his entire body was protected by Linhua's strong, durable roots. As the roots slowly retracted, he calmly called out, "It's useless. Don't you realize? Linhua's wilderness attribute has already deeply permeated the ground beneath this mountain forest. The sea of flowers spreads across the sky, drawing from the mountain to sustain the mountain. Even though you have ascended and awakened intelligence, you probably don't know the saying, wild grass never burns away completely. It revives with the wind, do you? Not bad, you can even discern the flower's location. Little flower, you've been discovered. What should we do now?" The ferocious Wolf King gnashed its teeth repeatedly, then charged straight towards Linhua. The spiritual flower slowly changed its size. The Wolf King pounced on it, but unfortunately it was clamped tightly by the gigantic petals. The Wolf King struggled with all its might, but to no avail. The spiritual flower continued to corrode the Wolf King. The main character calmly witnessed this and wondered, should he truly allow the dark attribute to invade himself? The sticky petals split open. Each petal restrained the pitiful beast, which was screaming miserably, and then inadvertently swallowed it. The main character watched the spiritual flower decompose the Wolf King and pondered, the desolate power is truly formidable. What kind of ability is this? Unexpectedly, after I transplanted the desolate attribute into the spiritual flower, it didn't require any further modifications from me and spontaneously formed its own cultivation method. He stated that once trapped in this boundless sea of flowers, no anomaly could escape. Even if the spiritual flower was continuously destroyed, it could still regenerate using endless desolate power to turn everything into white bones. That is called the endless spirit sea. The system announced the spiritual flower has successfully been transplanted with the desolate attribute, forming the endless spirit sea. The flower glowed fiery red. The main character observed every movement of the spiritual flower and then noticed something unusual. He watched as the spiritual flower absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and then said to it, "Little flower, you are about to evolve." Upon receiving the notification, everyone in the observation room became agitated, having detected a Class A mutation contamination, with two different streams of spiritual energy in the contaminated area. Besides the Wolf King leveling up, is there anything else? The chairman calmly asked, "Where?" The other person immediately replied, "Where Captain Su is in charge." He was puzzled as the squad of disruptors had already stopped the wolves. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the chairman's earpiece. A captain was reporting through the headset. The mutated wolves suddenly erupted with desolate power, becoming stronger, and annihilated even the anomaly level A mutated wolves. But it didn't pursue us. Instead, it burrowed into a cave. Currently, a series of abnormal mountain flowers are blooming in the mountains. Amins. We cannot get close, and we don't know if this power affects the surroundings. It's predicted that if this anomaly erupts, it will be even more terrifying than the sky demon vines that appeared before. Should we send reinforcements? The immortal practitioners present here might vanish in an instant. The chairman replied, "In that case, we will send 2 more elite squads." Su Qingying, standing nearby, thought to herself, "It's Back Mountain. I always have a feeling it's him again this time." Then she spoke up, "I think the one emitting desolate power this time is probably Fang Yi. His house is in this location." He can handle everything by himself. At Back Mountain, red petals danced in the evening breeze. The main character exclaimed, "Indeed, you've absorbed the entire Wolf King, becoming it, and are about to evolve your second attribute." Each petal was like a dancing, blazing red flame. He continued excitedly, "A fire attribute, not bad at all. Just by devouring, it can evolve. Your cultivation and advancement seem quite easy, don't they?" Linhua shrunk, becoming compact in the main character's palm. The system announced, "Linhua has absorbed the pack of wolves and the mutated Wolf King, completing its evolution." Desolate Fire Spirit Flower, Anomaly Level A, Attributes, Desolate Fire. After evolving, it has an extremely strong desire to absorb spiritual energy and can be placed in the boundless underworld for nurturing. Reading halfway through, he muttered in surprise, "Boundless underworld. Why didn't I think of that? Can it live in here?" The boundless underworld contains many dark attribute anomalies and a unique land environment. If Lanhua absorbs them, it could evolve towards darkness. Then, the main character placed it into the boundless underworld. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, startling him. The main character glanced up and deduced, "Is it about to break through, forming a 2-star spirit realm?" He immediately sat in the meditation in midair. Waves of power enveloped the main character. He thought to himself, "I find it easier to boost energy. Spiritual energy is overflowing, as if it were meant for me." At this moment, Zhang easily found the main character. He frowned and assessed, "The legendary Heavenly Fire One Blade forming a 2-star spirit realm. You've got me excited. Let me show you your end. I want everyone to know that I am the true First Fire Attribute Immortal Practitioner." As if sensing danger, he cautiously opened his eyes. The main character saw a flame rushing towards him and thought to himself, "Is it a Fire Attribute Immortal Practitioner?" The main character condensed power into one hand. Next, he swiftly blocked the entire attack, inwardly thinking, "It's finally here." Where had he been hiding before without concealing his spiritual energy? A madman who broke through the spirit realm, independent, without an organization, only fond of fighting. Zhang Lu emerged from the flames, speaking, "You're interesting. I see you possess a powerful spiritual energy aura. How did you evade my flowing fire-flying flame just now?" The main character scornfully didn't bother to reply. Zhang Lu continued, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Lu. You'll catch up to me soon enough." The main character calmly raised a hand to the sky and called out, "Divine Thunder." Zhang Lu still charged headlong forward. A dazzling beam of light appeared above the main character's head. He froze, thinking to himself, "What the hell is this?" But by now it was impossible to avoid. Zhang Lu took the full brunt of the attack, his body seemingly dissolving into thin air. Finally, he coughed up a mouthful of white smoke, his clothes tattered. Zhang Lu knelt on the ground bewildered, asking himself, "Who am I? Where is this?" He had always thought he was also a fire attribute immortal practitioner. He trembled, kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. The main character calmly walked over, assessing him from head to toe with a sharp gaze. Next, the main character gently grabbed Zhang Lu's head and lifted him. Then he slammed his face hard into the ground. Only then did he speak up. "I was deaf just now. What did you say your name was?" At this moment, Zhang Lu was busy eating dirt and couldn't respond. His mind was in chaos, feeling as if he had been knocked out in a single note. He thought, "I've clearly reached the 1-star spirit creation realm and have always been the fastest among immortal practitioners, not to mention my ultimate techniques. My fire attribute is the rarest and most advanced, possessing immense power. I am clearly a master among masters. Everyone should be subservient and curry favor with me to receive benefits during the spiritual Qi awakening era." Seeing Zhang Lu didn't answer, he clicked his tongue. A stronger grip, coupled with the power of the lightning attribute, made Zhang Lu scream in helpless agony. This made him even more terrified. "Not only fire, but also lightning? I can't believe he suppressed me and made me unable to stand up." The main character said disdainfully, "What did you expect? You're this confident with just this much?" Zhang Lu couldn't speak, he could only think. This person clearly hasn't broken through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. So why do I feel like he's 2 realms above me? No, 3 realms. I'm about to die. Zhonglu is truly going to meet his ancestors. Zhonglu frantically begged the main character not to kill him, but what met his eyes was the man's cold face. The main character suddenly changed his tone, advising him not to casually use his abilities to deal with others. If he had free time, he should go clean up the rampaging dark anomalies. Hearing this, Zhonglu was so furious his liver ached. The main character clicked their tongue, giving Zhonglu an extremely provocative look. Despite his incredibly powerful spiritual energy, Zhonglu still had to endure it, to the point where he had to doubt his own abilities. In the brightly lit city, Zhonglu slowly walked into the room, his face devoid of life. His teammates not only showed no sympathy, but also relentlessly teased him, especially the redhead, who, as soon as he saw Zhonglu enter, began to lecture him with a myriad of principles. If you're so aggressive, not distinguishing between friend and foe, you'll only bring disaster upon yourself. Another person suddenly realized that Zhonglu's usual insolent tongue was absent today. Seeing him sullenly sit down, the whole group immediately guessed something had happened. The black-haired youth, whose straightforwardness bordered on rudeness, fearlessly approached and babbled on about all sorts of things. Another black-haired person vaguely guessed, "Today you went to challenge Heavenly Fire One Blade? What exactly happened?" Zhonglu shamefully recounted that he had been defeated in an instant. The black-haired youth hastily asked for more details in a loud voice. Zhonglu, with tears streaming down his face, looked up. "I was taken down in an instant." Having been utterly defeated by the main character, he now only felt regret and self-reproach. The redhead was also extremely curious about the identity of the person who had defeated a high-level genius like Zhonglu. He recounted, his face pale. "In just a blink of an eye, my proudest move, flowing fire flying flame, was shattered by the opponent's lightning." The black-haired person frowned and asked again, "Did you perhaps pick the wrong opponent, unless it was someone from a high-level combat zone? Who could possibly be his match?" The red-haired man also frowned, speculating that the main character, with such abilities, might not even be an immortal practitioner to begin with. This question directly caused Zhonglu to explode. "How could I be mistaken? It's definitely him. You wouldn't understand unless you experienced it. He's a monster. That lightning power and storm, it was as if all the heavenly lightning gathered by my ears, waiting for me to almost explode on the spot." Zhonglu's assertion made the other two turn pale. "My intuition tells me it's him. He is the immortal practitioner who created that scene of fire attribute in supreme-grade lightning. His lightning power is countless times stronger than my flames. He must have concealed his true strength. He must have at least reached the 3-star spirit realm." The other two were utterly bewildered. The black-haired man fearfully predicted, "This person will become the nightmare of all heavenly firmament immortal city." All three continuously marveled at that astonishing power. At this point, Zhonglu suddenly had an idea. Should I secretly try to learn from him? At the same time, the main character was cultivating by himself in his room. He thought to himself, "How strange. Just now I was clearly about to break through. Why has that feeling disappeared now? It's not due to myself." He frowned, guessing it must be due to external factors. The main character seriously walked around the house, assessing the state of the spiritual energy. He suddenly remembered some previous words. The Flow Force Association of the Supervision Department will compile the spiritual energy fluctuation phenomena collected by both sides. These data will be recorded and strictly managed to prevent external incidents. Those inferred data indicate that, with Nation H's current reserves, it will be very difficult to survive the first year of the spiritual energy recovery period. Looking at the sky thundering in all directions, the main character secretly rejoiced that something big was about to happen, and the spiritual energy recovery might occur sooner in the city where he was. He intended to call Jialan to check on the military situation, but was completely unable to make contact. The main character frowned, guessing that those on the other side had been forced to cut off communication. Just then, Su Qingying suddenly called. When the main character answered, he only heard several intermittent sounds requesting assistance. He quietly asked if many anomalies were appearing in the city, but the other side only repeatedly reported a very big problem. The main character persisted in asking, but received no reply. At this moment, a bat suddenly lunged, cracking the window pane. He warily glanced in that direction. In a short time, the monster had completely removed the obstruction. It aggressively charged in, but the main character showed no fear, even judging it as overestimating its own strength. A bolt of lightning flashed from his finger. The main character sprang high, using that power to pierce through the monster's body. After dealing with it, he saw Lin Yi rush in frantically to report the appearance of anomalous bats. But upon seeing the shattered room door, she changed her tone, asking him what had happened. Long Yi quickly became aware of the recent rampage of monsters. The main character also agreed with her, believing that if the situation remained stable, it would still be within his control. The worst-case scenario was that this place would experience massive upheavals, just like on the news. Abnormalities usually hid in the shadows, not rampage through bustling neighborhoods, let alone directly attack the homes of immortal practitioners. Realizing that difficulties were approaching, he immediately told Yi to quickly contact the immortal practitioners. The main character suddenly put his foot on the table. He seriously entrusted Yi with the important task of protecting the house. Outside, thunder continuously rumbled, and someone reported in a serious voice, "The signal has been affected. Fang Yi can't hear our specific location clearly." If a disaster truly occurred, they would have to fend for themselves. Another person was still bewildered by the situation, preferring to believe it was just a device malfunction. Su Qingyang also hoped it was just a false alarm. She spoke seriously into the communication device, inquiring about the patrol status of the teams. Suddenly, a roar echoed directly into the ears of those present. Su Qingyang frantically yelled into the communication device, reporting, "An abnormality cluster has been detected." Due to the disaster situation, the government quickly announced, advising citizens to stay home and not go out. In this scene, no one could hide their panic. At this moment, two people were speeding down the road, but then they also noticed something unusual. The redhead anxiously gave Zhonglu the autonomy to decide whether to stay or leave. While he was still contemplating, a mutated bat suddenly lunged at him. Zhonglu quickly unleashed his power to destroy it. As he destroyed the mutated bat, he couldn't help but notice its unusual aggression. The sparks dissipated, yet the bat was still alive, bearing its fangs. Zhonglu realized it had the ability to regenerate. Too unnerved by this, he hastily decided to go home. A few hours earlier at the association, someone proposed inviting the highest-ranking staff members of Ningxie and Fang Yi for a close exchange. Suddenly, the connected screen transmitted an unusual wave. A person covered in blood hastily reported that an anomaly level A was about to hit the downtown area. Seeing this, Su Qingyang quickly ordered a team to investigate. The person further reported that forecasts indicated the impending anomaly was level S. Through the screen, everyone also saw a giant bat approaching. He was immediately struck down by it. At this moment, there wasn't a soul in the military zone. Hundreds of mutated bats shattered the glass and flew out. Someone quickly stepped forward, waved their hand, and subdued them. Jialan glared coldly. In just a moment, countless mutated bats were struck down. That was Jialan's anomalous spiritual energy, capable of transforming spiritual energy into any form and enhancing it, unleashing 200% of its power. She realized that these endlessly regenerating mutants seemed to be trying to stop her. At the same time, someone arrived here to provide aid. Impressed by her powerful abilities, he couldn't help but marvel. The blonde woman seriously approached Jialan for her next orders. She frowned and reported, "The signal has been disturbed by anomalies, and the anti-interference position has lost its effectiveness. It seems other military zones are experiencing similar situations." Looking at the sky full of flying monsters, she sternly ordered, "Our mission now is to defend this place and prevent them from entering the restricted zone. The rest of you will break through the encirclement with me and rendezvous with other military zones." Jialan was horrified to realize that the ultimate goal of the anomalies was the city. At this moment, the residents there were still completely unaware of this. Even though it was raining, a female blogger still wanted to find a raincoat and continue filming. While she was excitedly talking about her previous achievements, her male friend beside her couldn't help but tremble. The female blogger also horrifyingly realized something was wrong. She screamed in terror when she saw her friend bitten by a mutated bat, spurting syrup. The female blogger frantically ran and screamed for help, but she was immediately caught by a mutated bat. With the kind of luck that could win an all 10 Mega Millions prizes, she was saved once again. After taking down the bat, someone slowly landed on the ground. Su Qingying reached out her hand to help her up. "My teammates will take you home." While she was giving instructions to others, someone frantically reported, "Class C mutated beasts are increasing in number and showing a tendency to evolve." Su Qingying quickly ordered people to be taken to a safe place, then returned here to regroup with me. At this moment, the main character was moving alone among the buildings. He swiftly landed on a high-rise building. Observing the bats in front of him, the main character realized they had evolved to nearly the same power level as Ghost Talisman Ba. He decisively generated a spark, then swept his hand in a circle through the air. The bat, however, managed to dodge it, astonishing the main character with this unusual behavior. The bat population continued to multiply and evolve. Seemingly dead, they still showed signs of life, making them difficult to eradicate completely. They often gathered in swarms in densely populated areas and appeared in countless similar regions, capable of forming a disaster. Therefore, finding Ling Xi's people would still take some time, so he decided to tackle things one by one. The main character waved his hand, creating the boundless dark realm, intending to turn the bats into nourishment for the spiritual flower. However, he's secretly worried about the safety of Yi Yi and the others, because at this rate, survival would be very difficult. 10 minutes later, in Su Qingying's area, she grumbled, realizing that these bats were endless. At this rate, her spiritual energy would be depleted. Just then, Su Qingying suddenly heard cries for help from a nearby building. She immediately rushed towards it. The monsters had begun attacking numerous people in the buildings, while the scattered personnel trying to rescue them were still insufficient. Su Qingying waved her hand, destroying the bats in front of her. However, she was immediately surrounded by another swarm. Su Qingying realized with alarm that at this rate, an anomaly king would soon be born. The city gradually descended into chaos. The level of anomaly this time no less severe than the natural disaster that almost occurred in the capital city. Moreover, worst of all, it seemed no one could prevent this from happening. Neither Ling Xi nor the military seemed capable of fully salvaging the situation or reversing this deadly predicament. The entire city was on the verge of destruction. Voices rang out, "Vanguard Squad, Sector A, trade lives for lives, detonate spiritual energy." Immortal Practitioner Team Sector B attracted anomalous beasts and was surrounded. Latest warning, anomaly detected. Darkening attribute, predictive capability has met the standard. A subordinate reported, "Our immortal practitioners and personnel have suffered heavy casualties. But the number of bats is too vast, and their replenishment rate exceeds our current defensive capabilities." The president ordered, Emergency Plan S has been activated, but immortal practitioners in other sectors, despite coordination efforts, cannot keep up. The person standing nearby hesitated. The city has been enveloped by a thick layer of black mist. Reinforcements from the military zone and other areas cannot enter. We have become an isolated city. He ordered, "This is the city's moment of survival. As an immortal practitioner, I pledge, like everyone else, to live and die with this city, to advance and retreat together. We are the people of this city. If the anomaly wants to destroy it, it must first overcome our defenses. Try to contact headquarters to send the code. Once the disaster cannot be stopped, to prevent the dark attribute from spreading, immediately launch a destructive attack." At this very moment, Su Qingying was enveloping her body in a sphere. She was uneasy, her spiritual energy completely insufficient. If this continued, Su Qingying used all her remaining strength to unleash energy. Flashes of light weaved through space. An anomalous monster was violently advancing towards her. Su Qingying screamed, "No way! This is creation! Spirit Sense 3000! She was furious, her spiritual energy almost completely depleted. Su Qingying was quickly severely injured, spitting out blood. She was sent flying far away by the monster, her body falling. Su Qingying helplessly closed her eyes tightly. She could only do this. And then she continued to unleash demonic energy, muttering to herself, "Even if I die, I must..." Suddenly, Su Qingying saw a large flame shoot up from the below. She fell into a sea of fire, exclaiming in surprise, "What is this?" Su Qingying saw Fang Yi standing, protecting her, and softly called out, "Boss." He had a pair of strange eyes revealing the two powers of water and fire. Fang Yi gracefully launched himself forward, using the technique Violent Thunder. The monster continuously opened its gigantic mouth, waiting for him to fly towards it. Fang Yi quickly unleashed the powerful technique 100 Refinements. Following that was a combination of power with inner flame violent burst. He set his feet down, complaining, "Sorry, finding you was a bit troublesome. There were too many identical anomalies on the way." Su Qingying trembled and replied, "Be careful. They will regenerate." Fang Yi calmly looked up at them. "Of course I know. He created a darkness orb. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word." Fang Yi used Boundless Dark Realm, deploying spiritual energy. He assured, "I'm a man of my word." She was stunned, pondering, "That's right, how could I forget? The city still has Fang Yi, this unparalleled immortal practitioner." At this very moment, he was continuously releasing dark power. A gigantic darkness orb was created in midair. Fang Yi asked with concern, "Are you all right?" She replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. I still have some hemostatic medicine on me. I can recover." Fang Yi's gaze shifted as if realizing something. He touched Su Qingying, making her stunned. "I've helped you clear away the residual dark attribute. If you have time, bandage your wounds." She replied, stunned. "Okay." In her heart, she thought, as expected of a high-level thunder god attribute, "My wounds, the pain has significantly decreased, and the healing speed is even faster than the hemostatic medicine from the Joint Research Department." The supervisor exclaimed in alarm, "Look quickly, the anomalies are getting fewer and fewer. Could it be that the encirclement has been successfully broken?" He spoke from behind, "No, all the immortal practitioners sent for rescue around the city have been attacked and lost contact. It's still impossible to enter the city. The number of anomalies outside the city shows no sign of decreasing. Inside the city, the number of immortal practitioners is dwindling, and no team has reestablished contact. Perhaps the Anomaly King is about to emerge, which is why the number of anomalies within the city is decreasing as they converge. I actually wanted to go home and visit my parents, but I probably won't be able to anymore. So let's do what we can one last time." At this moment, Fang Yi said, "Do you have any accurate information? What exactly is this thing?" Su Qingying explained, "This is a super S-class anomaly, using the entire city as a blood sacrifice. Its power is no less than the one previously sealed in the spiritual war zone. Calamity is often used to describe it. This is like an omen of calamity. It can only give you a warning. Just as humans can only know a disaster is coming, but cannot prevent it. Inside, an extremely terrifying creature is gestating. Once successful, it will lead to the city's destruction, but now we have a more scientific explanation. Research shows that even anomalies of the same type will cannibalize and attack each other. Evolution through devouring is the fastest, but darkened anomalies are different. A perfectly evolved form, when facing its kin, will exert a suppressive effect, causing the other to willingly become its servant. We call this perfectly evolved form the Anomaly King. Big Boss, I know you are very strong, so strong that it surpasses my comprehension. But anyway, you haven't reached the Vajra realm yet. Moreover, even the strongest immortal practitioner was bedridden after sealing the calamity. We need everyone to take turns collecting the 7 rot flowers. We also don't want to lose another genius immortal practitioner. If possible, please leave as soon as possible. Break through the anomalies blockade out of the city, rendezvous with the military district, and tell them to abandon this place." Fang Yi tapped her on the head. "Have you forgotten the 20-odd years of schooling just because spiritual energy has recovered? This is my home. I won't regret it, no matter the cost." Su Qingying held her head, said nothing, and just smiled gently. His footsteps slowly moved forward. Fang Yi shot out a spark, looking up at the anomalies above. He said coldly, "Using the entire city as a sacrifice to celebrate the birth of the king?" He asked, "Are your watch and equipment still working? Let me borrow them for a bit." She was surprised. "What?" Fang Yi explained, "Doesn't this thing have the ability to detect anomalies and contact the Alliance?" He raised his flame spear. I have to go up there and destroy it first. What Fang Yi was aiming for was the bat swarm in the sky. The surveillance room buzzed. The signal of the lost immortal practitioner has been restored. It's Captain Su. Do you hear me? No, wait. Why is her speed so fast? And she's flying towards the birthplace with the highest concentration of pollution. Quick, tell her to turn back. Doesn't she value her life going there alone? Shang Lu yelled, Specialist Su Qingxuan, if you receive this, respond. Immediately cease your actions. Avoid casualties and wait for backup. Stay put and await orders. Just then, static crackled from the walkie-talkie in Fang Yi's hand. He exclaimed, Finally figured out how to use this thing. Hello, can you hear me? Hearing an unfamiliar voice, Shang Lu yelled, Who are you? Where is Specialist Su Qingxuan? Fang Yi replied, Listen carefully. I need all of you to cooperate with me right now. I want to defeat the Anomaly King. Shang Lu was shocked. What did you say? He repeated, I said, if you don't want the city to be destroyed, to become food for the anomalies, then all communication personnel, using every device and piece of information you currently have, cooperate with me to raid the cocoon and kill it. Shang Lu fell silent, grinding his teeth in frustration. Shang Lu yelled, All right, everyone stop what you're doing and immediately connect with him. Utilize the undamaged satellite radar, check for nearby anomaly sources, and provide him with all available information. 2 people will be in charge of primary communication, guiding him with precise directions. 2 people immediately proceed to the control station and deploy the operation. Understood. Satellite information showed numerous anomalies around the cocoon with their numbers increasing closer to it. The number of anomalies in Tu Yet Bak was relatively low, making a breakthrough possible. On the main road, anomalies were densely concentrated. It was recommended to break through the encirclement from a secondary road, southeast. This is bad. An anomaly has detected you. 2 anomalies are estimated to be AS level, their power creating a 2-star spirit realm. Be careful to avoid them. He pondered, but could he truly escape? It was too late to retreat now. Suddenly, rumbling sounds emerged, making everyone quickly cover their ears. On the other side, Fang Yi was constantly weaving and dodging danger. His eyes blazed with a hint of madness. What then? Shang Lu shouted. The source of the anomaly has vanished. 1 strike killed an anomaly level S dark attribute. Could he be? The entire room cheered joyfully. It's the tyrant. This is great. We're saved. That's right. A great recluse was hiding in the city. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful immortal practitioner. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed as he assessed the object before him. He mused. After the demonic dragon armor was enhanced, the flames also had a suppressive effect on the anomalies, capable of reducing their regeneration speed. If he had successfully leveled up before and then slightly increased his strength, perhaps 1 strike could have completely suppressed the reconstruction ability of these anomalies. If that's the case, he could only rely on high speed and frequency to attack and resolve them. They kept surging relentlessly, truly a nuisance. At this moment, something strange appeared at the center of the monster horde. The low-level bats seemed to hear something and stop their movements. They swarmed back to their original positions, ceasing their counterattack. Everyone was bewildered by what they saw. What's going on? The bats have stopped attacking. The guildmaster was uneasy. This isn't good. These batkins suddenly stopped attacking, which means there's only one possibility. They were summoned by the Anomaly King. Could the Anomaly King be trying to accelerate its descent? If all the bats blocking the outskirts have been summoned, then perhaps we still have a chance. Meanwhile, Jialan continued her relentless assault. Jialan asked, "How much longer until we can enter the city?" The captain replied, "The prediction device indicates half an hour at the fastest." She hesitated. In half an hour, the Anomaly King will have successfully hatched. The city would already be lost, let alone stopping it. She was helpless, with no other options. The number of these bats was 10 times greater than the original variant species, specifically 10 times more than the S-rank projection. Even if we relied on large-scale thermal weapons, we couldn't eradicate them completely. Jelan was frustrated. No, if this continues, the surrounding cities will sooner or later become a black sea of dark attribute. Are our forces still insufficient to break through the encirclement? The captain nodded. Not enough. I don't know what some immortal practitioners are waiting for, standing by idly. Do they really think the fire won't reach them? Suddenly she noticed something was wrong. Jialan said, "Look, what's that?" The bats in the city are gathering towards the anomaly king. She pondered. Wait, that brilliant flame in the air. Is that him? Fang Yi stood beside, seeing Jialan in a daze, then called, "Jialan." She carried a resolute and expectant attitude, replying, "It's nothing." Jialan ordered, "Everyone, increase firepower. Don't worry, logistics are not an issue. We must advance into the city, into the spiritual war zone, and not abandon any city." Meanwhile, Fang Yi was charging amidst a sea of fire. Jialan's face stiffened, her entire body in disbelief. Su Qingying was startled, slowly uttering, "This sea of fire." Yi Yi looked through the window, excitedly saying, It's cousin's blade technique." The mutated bats with glowing red eyes were becoming more frenzied. He used his power to charge forward. "Are you here to stop me?" Fang Yi swung a punch downwards. "Then it's just as I wished." The gloomy sky of the city was enveloped by the swarm of bats and the light from him. A terrifying spark of immense power pierced through their defenses. In Fang Yi's pupils, a resolute spark was etched. He attacked. Deep down, I suddenly feel it again. Under conditions of sparse spiritual energy, I once again feel the sensation of being on the verge of a breakthrough to a new realm. Fang Yi gave a faint smile, charging forward madly, accelerating. His other hand was creating a sphere of darkness. It was so massive it seemed to want to swallow the sky, the boundless dark realm. Fang Yi fearlessly summoned, "Spiritual flower, come forth!" Suddenly, right after his command, red cracks gradually appeared. A gigantic flower appeared. Fang Yi thought to himself, "Drain them dry to help me break through." The spiritual flower began to release its demonic power, and desolate power erupted. It shot out gigantic tentacles to attack. Each branch of the spiritual flower pierced through the bodies of the anomalies. It was continuously draining the spiritual energy from the anomalies. A moment later, Fang Yi gently stepped onto the pistil of the spiritual flower. He glanced at the calm sky inside. Hidden again, have they? Fang Yi thought. Only after chasing into midair did he discover that this gigantic cocoon, though appearing in the sky with an eerie presence, was actually like a flower in a mirror, or the moon in water, visible but untouchable. But he could hear the king's heart beating, like the majestic and wild war drums echoing from an ancient battlefield, a resounding declaration of war. Able to stir the deepest evil and maddest ambitions within people, if it's already like this and still timidly dares not show itself, then it's probably not fully bloomed yet. He shouted, "Hey, have you found the exact location yet?" The other person replied, "Found it. The king's location is being synchronized to the device." Immediately, the watch on Fang Yi's wrist turned red, and then it shot a beam of light into the sky. He realized that was the location. Right after that, Fang Yi's entire body was enveloped in the golden light of the diamond breathing technique. The moment he shouted, the entire space lit up, fully opening. That brilliant light was slowly engulfing the monster. Everyone who witnessed it was terrified. What kind of ability is this? Is it fire attribute? No, how could fire attribute be so powerful? It can even resist dark attribute. It's a yang attribute, a high-level, extremely rigid attribute that opposes the dark attribute. Sheng Lu was surprised. The number of anomalies is rapidly decreasing, the perimeter is shrinking, and the anomaly concentration has started to drop to 100. This is truly unbelievable. The tanks moved. Reports indicate that the swarm of bats is receiving some kind of order, all of them retreating towards the city. Jia Lam ordered, "Fang Yi, attack the anomaly king's cocoon." The captain continued, "So it really is him? That tyrant, along with Heavenly Fire One Blade. It's unbelievable that this surge of power is the purest and most extreme yang attribute. However, he's facing the anomaly king all by himself." She said, "Now's our chance. Let's immediately enter the city." He stopped her. "Wait, look, that thing." Suddenly, Jia Lam's eyes went wide with a look of bewilderment. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, astonishing everyone. Could the anomaly king be breaking out of its cocoon early? It's all because of it. It is the source of all evil. And these beasts, they've killed our compatriots. Eliminate all anomalies. Yi Yi complained, if we only defend, we're surely waiting for death. We have to do something. We have to help, cousin. The birth of the creature within this giant cocoon will cost all of us our lives, turning the entire city into a bloody purgatory. At this moment, Su Qingying was continuously healing the injured. She growled, for every A rank, or even S rank anomaly blocking my cousin, it proves they have harmed just as many of our relatives and friends. Suddenly, Yi Yi's demeanor changed as if she realized something. She said, I've got it. Just now, when my cousin took out that flower, I saw it absorbing power from many places. Isn't that just like the demonic vine with the wilderness attribute we encountered last time? So my cousin also controls wilderness attribute energy? Then let's channel all our spiritual energy into the net created by those plants, so it can absorb our energy. Everyone immediately followed her lead. They responded in unison. Okay. In that instant, the chairman was startled by the crowd's actions. He realized, are immortal practitioners gathering spiritual energy to attack the anomalies? No, their power isn't strong enough to directly attack the anomalies up there. I understand now they are supplying spiritual energy to the plants Fang Yi summoned. The chairman unleashed his power. I must also lend him a hand. Others were also affected by that momentum, shouting in unison, me too, us too. And then the generated energies converged towards a single target. Su Qingying, who was healing, was momentarily stunned by the sight. She realized, this is the power from all immortal practitioners in this city. Su Qingying began to unleash the hidden power within her body. She thought to herself, come Anomaly King, this is the resistance of humanity in this city. The anomalous monster was falling into its most malevolent state. Fang Yi gently launched an attack, scattering the bat swarm. He raised a hand to wipe a wound, listening to the report through his watch. Be careful. All the anomalous bat swarms outside the city are frantically closing in on you. 200,000 B-grade anomalies with power levels equivalent to a ghost mansion in the 3 stars. 100,000 A-grade anomalies at the creation spirit realm 1st star, with S-grade anomalies also present above. Fang Yi said, it's useless. No matter how many subordinates you summon, I will annihilate them all. The Anomaly King emerged from its cocoon prematurely, even before its evolution was complete. Was it perhaps afraid I would strike it down directly? Just then, an eerie hand emerged from within the anomalous cocoon. He became extremely serious. His spirit heightened. It's here. And then it finally broke free from the cocoon, the emergence of the Anomaly King. It roared ferociously, baring its sharp fangs. It bore a form similar to the low-level bat monsters, but was far larger and more malevolent. The warriors below cried out, an earthquake! That's the power of the Anomaly King. Could it be that merely by breaking free from its cocoon and emerging, the Anomaly King can already destroy us? At this moment, Jialan was extremely tense. Fang Yi, Su Qingying, watching from another location, was also filled with anticipation. As for him, he gritted his teeth, placing all his faith in success. Fang Yi spoke. You are the Anomaly King of Darkness, and also the key perpetrator behind this disaster. I grew up here from a young age. I love this environment, and I cherish my current life. The Anomaly King, leader of the anomalies, opened its mouth wide in a furious state, glaring at him. Fang Yi's expression was incredibly focused, his eyes filled with hatred. The 2 streams of power from the 2 sides clashed. He hated his father, so you must die. A colossal surge of power engulfed the entire sky in a sea of flames. The Anomaly King spoke in a chilling voice. A mere 1-star spirit creation realm like him dares to roar a sound that echoes through space and even dares to challenge me? Fang Yi's entire body swayed, feeling uneasy. Something was wrong. The Anomaly King is slowly absorbing all the surrounding darkness energy. Fang Yi resisted while pondering. The Anomaly King truly is different from ordinary anomalies. After taking a full-force blow from him, it still wasn't cut down. Even when burned to this extent by positive energy, it could still swallow him whole. This digestive fluid was extremely corrosive, and the concentration of hidden dark attribute within it was beyond question. If it were any other pioneer, they would have long since vanished from this world without a trace. How strange, this level of anomalous evolution usually only occurs in high-level spiritual energy. Doesn't it fear me attacking from within? Inside the body is the most dangerous place. He unleashed the heart-seed incantation, just to test it out first. Fang Yi stood on the water's surface, a fireball in his hand. He thought it seems that although his energy was significantly weakened by its fluid, he could still injure it. He summoned, as long as it works, everything can be resolved. Come out, spiritual flower. Fang Yi's gaze turned dangerous. He mused inwardly. The anomaly king used this move against him, yet it also drew in the spiritual flower from outside. Fortunately, it had absorbed the anomalous dark attribute. Not only that, it also possessed spiritual energy sent by the city's pioneers. He spoke up. What's wrong? Don't you like its dark attribute? Fang Yi pondered. This was something he hadn't expected. A spiritual flower with a wild attribute actually repelled the anomaly king's dark attribute. Originally, he had even wanted to hollow it out from the inside. True to his word, he immediately used his hand to pierce through the monster's body. Everyone standing below looked up in horror. Number 81 asked, Yi, what's the situation now? She replied, I don't know where my cousin is either. Some people began to evacuate. Everyone retreated in an orderly fashion, without panicking and causing a stampede. We will do our best to protect everyone's safety. Su Qingying pondered. Fang Yi was fighting inside the anomaly king's body. On the ground, vehicles continuously moved, leaving large trails of smoke. Jialan directed, the anomalies don't have time to attack the city. We must quickly complete the evacuation, minimizing casualties. Her subordinates responded in unison, understood. She glanced up at the sky and emphasized, hurry up, we can't defeat them. At this moment, the sky was in utter chaos, covered in the blackness of countless anomalies. Meanwhile, the anomaly king was writhing, emitting eerie sounds. Fang Yi's eyes were bloodshot, filled with great determination. He was using his hands to shield his body from its slime. Fang Yi held his breath, slowly sinking into a sea of water. He glanced at his shoulder, which was injured and being corroded. Fang Yi's gaze was heavy, trying not to close his eyes. Inside the anomaly king's body, it was utterly horrifying, giving off a mysterious feeling. Suddenly, a whooshing sound passed by, bringing him back to consciousness. And then, Fang Yi found himself standing in a desolate city. He uttered in bewilderment, this is... Meanwhile, Fang Yi sensed something approaching from behind. A gigantic hand was throwing a punch towards him. Fang Yi was trying to summon power in his hand, but nothing happened. He panicked. My spirit energy! Just as the anomaly king's fist was about to hit Fang Yi, he quickly jumped onto a rock to dodge. He secretly sighed in relief, thinking, I dodged it. My body's kinetic energy actually remained unchanged after cultivation. This proved that what was happening now was the anomaly king's illusionary ability. It was trying to make him feel as if he had returned to his previous life, making him think that he hadn't awakened yet, hadn't become a pioneer. At that moment, the anomaly king attacked Fang Yi with a powerful move. He concluded, therefore, the anomaly king is not powerful enough to seize all of my strength. Its true power is not greater than mine. My abilities haven't been lost. What I need to know now is how to overcome this barrier. I must break through this illusion, and this breakthrough is precisely the weakness the anomaly king has exposed before me. The monster spoke. You fool, once you're here, you can't get out. Just look. Suddenly, Fang Yi gave a faint smile, thinking to himself, I've got it. The anomaly king was transforming half of its face to resemble his. It opened its colossal mouth and declared, it's all over. This is what truly belongs to you. Your fate, accept it. Even if you gain a little power, what can you do? Humans are ultimately nothing more than food for my evolution. At that very moment, Fang Yi lowered his head and smiled. His voice, tinged with contempt, gradually rang out. Is that so? So you truly only have these few tricks? Small hands gradually appeared. Fang Yi said, it seems you still don't know. Me? I might have only been reborn into this life to protect my family, those by my side. The anomaly king roared as it was bathed in a brilliant light. The entire space slowly underwent massive changes, and the power of darkness gradually dispersed. Fang Yi's entire face transformed, covered in flames. He gradually summoned his power. Get to work, system. And then, strange phenomena began to form around Fang Yi. The status panel appeared. Check complete. You have met the breakthrough requirements. Do you wish to break through to the two-star spirit realm? Fang Yi, his body ablaze, charged towards the anomaly king. He emphasized, I must thank you for helping me realize. Creating the spirit realm's second star, my rebirth, is the turning point to change this world that you would have devoured. And I am the chosen one to exact revenge. The demon burst into loud laughter. Useless ants! I thought you had some real capability, yet you dare provoke me just by creating a spirit realm's second star. Immediately after, it unleashed a surge of darkness energy towards Fang Yi. The demon threatened, Human, you won't escape this place. Obediently become my nourishment. After the resounding laughter, it suddenly stopped. His opponents suddenly gave a faint smile at the corner of their mouth. The demon frantically cursed, What is this? My body, my precious body, you despicable humans. Fang Yi waved his hand, using the wind burial technique. 9-dragon heavenly fire, purging evil. It roared, This is absolutely not the power to create a spirit realm. He generated spiritual energy that stunned all of humanity, clearing away all anomalies. The demon's figure instantly became blurry and indistinct. And then, the darkness covering the entire city instantly disappeared. White smoke dispersed, revealing a cosmic black hole. And then, it appeared right in the center of his chest. Fang Yi's face was perfectly serene after the incident. He waved his hand using the Boundless Dark Realm ability. Fang Yi thought to himself, finally it's all over. Everyone exclaimed, It's over! It's over! The city is safe! We weren't annihilated, we survived to see the second day. Is it resolved? We're saved! Jialan rejoiced. Daylight has broken. The captain asked curiously, Aren't you going to look for them? She replied, No need, we still have our own matters to attend to. For the lives of these people to return to normal, for this city to be restored to its former state. Everyone in the monitoring room was excited. This is great, we did it, we really did it. We also contributed our part to stopping Wang Zhonglin. It's like a dream. Fortunately, he appeared and actually defeated King. If it weren't for him, we would have been blamed for letting the city fall into enemy hands. Even death wouldn't absolve us of responsibility. Elsewhere, Ching Chong wondered, They're still alive, right? The president patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, our medical center hasn't been destroyed by the abnormal bat swarm yet. She nodded. I understand without the antidote, they would have absolutely no chance of being cured. Sometimes I also want to exclaim, who exactly is he, and why does he possess such powerful abilities, always able to turn the tide, accomplishing things others can't even imagine? Though he agreed, yes, after this battle, the headquarters should take action, right? Ching Chong remarked, the celestial phenomenon just now showed that he has advanced to the 2-star creation spirit realm. At this realm, someone will contact him before us. When I first started monitoring him, I even thought I could compete with him. The current results are far surpassed. Moreover, with my understanding of him, his spiritual energy attribute and talent have both reached their limits. I'm afraid his true strength far exceeds this. Not to mention here, even in the entire lower realm, he is the most top-tier prodigy. The chairman agreed. Light shone to the cloud peaks, the fire dragon's seal cleared all anomalies. This is a scene everyone has seen. It must have caused quite a stir now. Later, the wave of discussion will grow larger and larger, not only among pioneers, but also among ordinary people. We must act soon. After hearing this, she was startled and asked again, What? He replied, Sealed barrier. This name isn't bad, is it? On the ground, number 81 ran while calling, Yi Yi, slow down, wait for me. Yi Yi worried, Where's cousin? She advised, Don't rush. In my opinion, it's better to go home and wait. Suddenly, a sound caught her attention, making her quickly turn her head. Then Yi Yi was overjoyed, her eyes welling up as she called, Cousin! Fang Yi was bewildered when he heard her voice, then glanced over. He asked, Why did you intentionally come out to look for me? Yi Yi asked with concern, How are you now? Can your body still endure it? She shouted, Now I need you to. Yi Yi supported Fang Yi, listening to him say, I'm fine, you did great. In his heart, Fang Yi thought to himself, as expected of an anomaly king, it's been a long time since I've been so severely injured. The decisive blow along with the seal almost completely depleted all my spiritual energy after breaking through to the two-star spirit creation realm. Now, on the contrary, it's making these two children worry about me. At that very moment, Yi Yi noticed something unusual about Fang Yi. She asked curiously, wait, cousin, you broke through again? Two-star spirit creation realm, such a terrifying speed of star advancement. Just how high is your talent, after all? She turned to Yi Ji. Big brother broke through again. Information about the man who saved the city, super pioneer, the mysterious expert sealed barrier, the one who single-handedly slew the anomaly king, had become a buzz. Who exactly was he? What level had someone who eliminated an anomaly king reached? That's really cool. I thought we were done for back then. The powerhouses of Lingxi and the military zone were all helpless, but he single-handedly eliminated the genius. Who exactly was that sealed barrier? Without official C9 resource support, could someone cultivate to this extent? Was there some mysterious force behind him that I couldn't fathom? It felt very similar to some of our Big H's undisclosed trump cards. Zhang Lu excitedly looked at the screen. I'm not mistaken. It's him, the one who utterly defeated the anomalous king, the bringer of disaster who destroyed an entire city. For Zhang Lu to lose to such a master was a stroke of luck in his life. Someone called out, Young Master Zhang, where are you going? I want to go and ask him to be my master, he replied. The person hesitated. I feel sure that many people will want to find him. Big H City, Sioux City, was in a peaceful setting. At an ongoing meeting, a voice rang out. What's going on? What is everyone looking at? Initially, I wanted to see the army and Lingxi destroy each other, but this is quite unsatisfactory. Someone suggested, find a good gun and go meet him. Another person objected, that won't do. This is called the Son of Heaven, the Savior. How can a mere gun be worthy? She placed her hand on Fang Yi's image, emphasizing, sealed barrier. Then she used her long-armed device to tear the picture. The woman reassured, no rush. Those who stand in our way, no matter their realm, will not be spared. They will all destroyed. The dark forces were full of confidence at this moment. While he was sitting inside his house, a sound rang out from outside. Hello, is Fang Yi in? Fang Yi stood up and walked out, seeing two figures. The chairman, carrying a pile of gifts, began to speak. In this anomaly level S infiltration incident, we made a grave oversight. Fortunately, thanks to you, it didn't lead to irreversible consequences. On behalf of Lingxi, we express our deepest gratitude to you. He smiled and replied, it's nothing. Please come in and we can talk. Once inside, Fang Yi quietly went to pour them some water. He glanced around, thinking to himself, so this is what the Grand Elder's house looks like. What is the military doing? Lingxi should request a better residence for him. The chairman began the conversation. Actually, Lingxi sent us here this time for another matter, to seek your approval. We intend to introduce the title of Sealed Barrier. He said curiously, tell me. He began to explain. The current situation across Nation H is that each city has several powerful immortal practitioners, whose reputations spread far and wide, making them quite well known in the immortal practitioner community. This anomaly level S is currently the most terrifying anomalous natural disaster. We want to launch the title of Sealed Barrier so that the Tai family becomes a key strategic city in the spiritual energy era. After this S-rank disaster, we are certain that our city needs a leader who is a renowned and mighty immortal practitioner to be its captain. Su Qingyang stated that in the future, heaven and earth anomalies will become increasingly frequent, and anomalous intrusion incidents will become increasingly numerous. We cannot fall into a situation where the city was almost abandoned again. Fang Yi repeated, abandoned city? She nodded, that's right, but it's actually the same. After all, if it weren't for you, all the people throughout the city would have died. It's just that the manner of death would have been different. Yi Yi interjected, I understand now. It seems my understanding is still insufficient regarding the cruel changes of this world after the spiritual energy recovery. He reassured her, Yi, we don't need to be so pessimistic. In Fang Yi's heart, he realized his single-minded cultivation had neglected the city's development prospects. Before the spiritual energy recovery, Tai City, where he was currently residing, although it was one of the key provincial cities of Nation H, neither its strategic depth nor its level of development had reached the top three among over 100 cities. The top three were, respectively, Capital God City, Heaven City, and Commerce City. Additionally, there were Sea City, Origin City, and River City. Therefore, this current crisis was, on the contrary, an opportunity for the chairman reported on the situation. Currently, all cities have begun to compile statistics on the number and strength of immortal practitioners. To develop regional strategies, the stronger an immortal practitioner's abilities, the higher the city's evaluation rank, and the more resources it will acquire. More and more unaffiliated immortal practitioners are also beginning to be willing to join the alliance of cities. Everyone, whether immortal practitioners or ordinary people, needs a solid backing, a visible ray of hope, a bright lamp on the path of evolution. Our alliance will keep your private identity confidential, primarily to highlight the mystery, a mix of truth and falsehood, making them speculate and imagine. He crossed his arms in acknowledgement, maintaining a suitable air of mystery, which was wiser than revealing all information. She said excitedly, exactly, human imagination can sometimes be far more threatening than reality. He agreed, I have no objections. This benefits me and those around me. In that case, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Fang Yi gently extended his hand towards them. Finally, both sides quickly shook hands to seal the deal. The chairman looked at him happily. Happy cooperation, the wind burial alias. Subsequently, under the close coordination of the alliance, Tai City resumed normal operations at an incredible speed. The city gradually recovered, and the rescue efforts for the injured were carried out sequentially. This natural disaster has prompted the maintenance of order in many places, causing the world to begin moving on to its correct trajectory. In Shen City, within the Lingxi headquarters, voices echoed, sealed barrier. Is this the immortal practitioner who handled the anomaly level S in Tai City? Among the recently submitted group of immortal practitioners, he is the most prominent, possessing a high-level yang attribute. This attribute is opposite to the dark attribute, truly a child of heaven. Not only that, according to the documents submitted by Tai City, he simultaneously possesses more than one type of high-level attribute. Heavenly Fire One Blade had previously spread across the entire network. The high-level fire attribute and the high-level Baoquan lightning attribute, named by the military war zone, also belonged to him. Another person complained, that's not all. There's something even more extraordinary. Just then a woman approached and asked, are you gentlemen discussing sealed barrier? Please let me see the information. The staff member immediately agreed and made way. It's you, all right? She spoke up. More and more immortal practitioners are revealing their talents. Being so prominent, there must still be many who haven't personally witnessed his abilities. Even I want to witness his demeanor with my own eyes. Sealed barrier? Perhaps we will meet soon. Elsewhere in Commerce City, at a certain library, Qingli was sitting in front of a screen. The boys around couldn't help but look up. One person approached, awkwardly asking, hello, excuse me, may I? She flatly refused. No, this is a library. You're already disturbing others. The rejected boy immediately turned and left, unable to help but sigh. Qingli fumed inwardly. This boring idiot, completely oblivious to the changes in the world. It had only been a few days since arriving in Commerce City, yet so much had unexpectedly happened. After the exam ended, she had acquired spiritual energy, becoming a one-star immortal practitioner of the Ghost Mansion realm. Those who could become immortal practitioners were extremely rare, and she, by chance, was the chosen one. Perhaps this was also why she was able to avoid the calamity at the Tai family. What could ordinary people use to contend with the abnormal? Especially, what could mere mortals do? She unconsciously recalled Qilan's words. So he was just a classmate. Qingli frowned in thought. With his previous appearance, he would likely have been bled dry by those flies. How could I have been so mistaken, thinking that genius was somewhat similar to that useless man? This burial sealer is 10,000 times more outstanding than him. Only a valiant and dignified immortal practitioner like this can be worthy of me. The paper in hand was a listing for a house. Yi Yi excitedly said, "Today, we must take a break and reorganize ourselves. The goal is to look at houses. But cousin, is it really okay if we don't cultivate today?" Fang Yi replied, "A rare day of leisure. Balancing work and rest, Lingxi's suggestion is indeed very reasonable. Besides our cultivation level, we still need to dedicate time to improving our living standards," she explained. At this moment, Captain Su Bao and Su Qingying interjected, "Your living conditions truly need to be improved. We'll set a date to go house hunting with you two siblings." Yi Yi excitedly said, "But I never expected Captain Su to have such resources. I've never even dared to dream of such a high-end house." Oh, Captain Su Bao generously offered 2 houses. Yi Yi asked in surprise, "I get one too?" He said indifferently, "What's the big deal? This is the era of spiritual energy recovery after all. Everyone knows that the value a powerful immortal practitioner represents far surpasses mere houses or anything else," she retorted. "But this is still a change that leaves me stunned. I even thought that earning some money and cultivation resources to sustain myself would be enough." Suddenly, a strange smell assailed Yi Yi's nose. She asked, "Do you smell something foul?" Fang Yi replied, "It's like the smell of an open sewer, but something isn't quite right. I've been with the Tai family for so long, I've never smelled this before." She suggested, "Could an employee have carelessly damaged a pipe?" He countered, "No, we're being watched." Unexpectedly, both of them simultaneously turned their heads to look in one direction. A fierce-looking man stepped forward and said, "You must be the fake wind burial, aren't you? You only realized it after entering my spray range. As expected, you're just hyped-up trash, a weakling with no real ability. The Tai family is truly useless to even recommend a brat like you as a captain. We brothers need to teach you a lesson. Quickly bring out the benefits the Tai family has bestowed upon you and offer them to us as a sign of respect." Immediately, Yi Yi unleashed a move, but the thug managed to dodge it. A saber was swung straight up into the sky, extremely menacingly. The gangster slashed down, making her hastily create a shield for defense. Yi Yi shouted, "This is bad, cousin. Be careful. They also have the realm of creating spirit realms." Meanwhile, Fang Yi, with utmost composure, grabbed the man's hand. His eyes blazed with anger as he cursed, "A bunch of nobodies dares to rob me right here on the street?" Fang Yi was single-handedly fighting against the thugs. The troublemakers exclaimed in panic, "Impossible! This guy clearly got hit by my all-purpose penetrating potion, which carries my spiritual energy properties. He should have been gradually paralyzed and stiff all over by now." Facing them was Fang Yi, wearing sunglasses, completely calm. The all-purpose penetrating potion, formulated by an immortal practitioner with a mutated wood attribute that transformed into a paralysis attribute, had been spilled. The leader roared, "I was careless just now. We are all Tao's spirit realm. Why would we be afraid of you? This time, kid, don't even think about running." He said contemptuously, "A mutated earth attribute and a mutated wood attribute, huh?" Inwardly, Fang Yi scoffed. These eerie techniques truly suit their unorthodox and evil ways. An ordinary protective spirit artifact would likely indeed have a weakness exploited by an immortal practitioner like him. Unfortunately, it's completely useless against me. Just then, one of them swung in, intending to attack him. But before he could act, Fang Yi countered with a punch. Fang Yi calmly spoke, "I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but being bothered in my daily life like this is truly..." And then he took off his glasses, revealing his true demeanor. How troublesome. Fang Yi's entire body burst into flames, creating an oppressive aura, and he commanded, "Yi Yi, get out of the way." Seeing the spiritual energy he exuded shake space itself, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. After the explosion, only desperate screams remained. They shrieked, "This is terrifying! What kind of flame is this? Is this the sealed barrier? It hurts so much, stop it now!" Just then, from behind, Su Qingyang ran up and shouted, They're not completely dead, are they? Leave them alive, she continued. Fortunately, these people are subjects that the Spiritual Energy Association specifically monitors. He asked curiously, are you going to take them back for processing? She nodded. The Spiritual Energy Association has now begun registering all immortal practitioners for easier management, especially these individuals. Fang Yi refused, making Su Qingying fume. I don't like being disturbed by others. Next time if you dare to provoke me again, it won't be this simple. She retorted, consider yourselves lucky to be alive. If it were 2 days ago, the Spiritual Energy Association would not have interfered in the internal conflicts between immortal practitioners. Even if you were beaten to death, you would deserve it. Sealed barrier. It's out of respect for the Spiritual Energy Association that your lives were spared. Isn't this lesson enough? You will have to face punishment later. You all know deep down, what a bunch of idiots. What kind of people are they? How dare each and every one of them provoke the leader officially recognized by the Spiritual Energy Association? Captain Su asked softly. Su Qingying, I'd like to ask, what kind of punishment will they face? Su Qingying replied, these people already have criminal records. Even if they create a spiritual realm, they will be sentenced to life imprisonment, forever losing any hope of freedom and rights. They will also have to continue contributing the remaining value of an immortal practitioner while in prison. Fang Yi realized this method was truly thorough, indeed not bad. Su Qingying stated, the person standing before us is the treasure of the Spiritual Energy Association, the future of Nation H. No matter how frantically we vote for the sealed ones, there will always be a bunch of brain-dead idiots. Their spiritual energy is weak, yet they consider themselves strong, rushing to their deaths as usual. Is our propaganda still too subtle? In any case, attracting these powerful immortal practitioners and allocating resources for their growth is something the Spiritual Energy Association must do. We absolutely cannot let these people who fail to see the situation ruin the good relationship we painstakingly built with Fang Yi. She smiled brightly and said, let's go. I'll take you two to choose a new villa and a new car. She told herself this time, she absolutely had to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. A moment later, Su Qingying introduced, these are the two properties that the Spiritual Energy Association has chosen for you. One is a penthouse on the top floor in the city center with the best view, full amenities, and is mainly very convenient for daily life. The other is a 3-story villa with extremely high privacy, nestled by mountains and rivers, perfectly suited for cultivation. Both properties have been furnished with the highest-end soft furnishings. You two don't need to spend any additional renovation costs. You can just move in immediately with your suitcases. Yi commented, both properties are not bad. Fang Yi held up 2 fingers in approval. Then we'll take both. She was startled. Is that allowed? He assured her, of course, I trust Captain Su's sincerity. She replied with a smile, no problem. I'll report it upstairs. Don't worry, it will be very quick. And what about cars then? The Spiritual Energy Association has a partnership with a 4S dealership here. You can choose any car you want from there. At this moment, people outside were discussing, look at that girl, her skin is so fair, and what an aura she has. That young man is no ordinary person. Even dressed casually, it's hard to hide his distinguished aura. I could tell at a glance. I wonder which young master he is. He must be here to buy a car for his girlfriend, right? Just then a girl walked past, noticed him, and adjusted her glasses for a clearer look. She thought, isn't that Qing Li's ex-boyfriend, the one the principal personally received in the military? I just came out for a stroll and happened to run into my roommate's ex-boyfriend. And what's more, he's buying a car for another girl. Just then, Qing Li's phone sitting on the table vibrated. The message read, Qing Li, do you know who I just saw? It's your ex-boyfriend. He's at a high-end 4S store, one that only VIPs can enter, to buy a car. The cars there start at millions, and he's buying one for a very beautiful and elegant girl. Huh, she typed a very indifferent reply. So what? Qing Li wondered, buying a car? Where did he get the money? It seems this time the great disaster was so severe that not only did he not die, but he also got lucky and was taken care of by someone else, didn't he? It's a pity that the gap between us isn't something you can easily overcome. It was like that before, it is like that now, and it will be even more so in the future. Once I reach the pinnacle of an immortal practitioner, these mundane things will mean nothing. New Grand Villa. Yi Yi, breathless. Brother, we really have a villa now, the little girl exclaimed. Contrary to Fang Yi's indifferent attitude, he said, not bad. Wipe off your drool. There's another one in the city center. You can switch places to live. The little girl quickly ran, saying, I'll go upstairs and check it out. Fang Yi watched her retreating figure, feeling helpless. This child, now she truly looked like a real child, finally no longer pretending to be an adult. In my previous life, until before my reincarnation, I had never met her. She must also be an immortal practitioner, trusted by everyone. But this time, I won't let that child bear responsibility and die again. Suddenly, his phone rang with an incoming call. Jialan? He thought to himself, what does she want with me? He answered the phone. Hello, what do you need me for? She began, congratulations on your promotion, Captain Fang. I heard the Spiritual Energy Association recently gifted you 2 houses. Their style is still the same as always, isn't it? Fang Yi sat down on a chair, crossed his legs, and calmly replied, actually, I think this habit isn't bad. They can continue to keep it. Jialan informed him, you don't need to speak up for them. I know a powerful immortal practitioner like you wouldn't care for those money-wreaking things. But currently, to improve living conditions, there really isn't a better form of remuneration. In a while, the spiritual fruits born from the wave of spiritual energy recovery will be complete. By then, I will send you a portion to taste. Internally, the gap between ordinary people and immortal practitioners reflects the difference in their perspectives. As for top immortal practitioners like Fang Yi, compared to ordinary immortal practitioners, there's an even greater difference. Even the strategic resources in the spiritual war zone might be nothing to him. Jialan spoke up. I have an internal mission here, and I hope you can come. I wonder if you are interested. He understood. This is your true purpose, isn't it? Tell me, she asked, do you know about the Heavenly Treasure Tower in Commerce City? Fang Yi was surprised. Heavenly Treasure Tower, isn't that Commerce City's largest shopping mall? It was recently closed, causing the residents of Commerce City to complain loudly. Jialan explained, that's right, because of an abnormal intrusion, there have been quite a few casualties there. Now it has truly turned into a haunted house. The Heavenly Treasure Tower is an iconic building of Commerce City, a mixed-use building with the largest flow of people, and could even be said to be the face of Commerce City. However, recently, due to continuous anomalies occurring, this place has witnessed many incidents. The Lingzi in Commerce City was reluctantly forced to seal it off. Fang Yi walked over, waving hello. Hello, everyone. I've received a mission from the spiritual war zone and have come here. In his heart, Jialan had instructed him not to reveal his identity and cultivation level for the time being, for reasons unknown, so he would just go with it for now. Spiritual energy couldn't probe specific cultivation levels. Were they all concealing their true strength? The 2 people dressed in these clothes were probably sent by the military district. Meanwhile, one person responded, it's you, a pleasure. Another added, hello. He secretly assessed that these 2 gave off a feeling very similar to Su Qingying, likely people from Lingxi and Commerce City. The girls said, Manager Jialan has already informed us. We are from Lingxi in Commerce City, and we will be acting with you this time. Afterwards, the car started moving on the road. The driver spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, this time we must become temporary teammates, although I'm still unclear about your strength. But on the contrary, the atmosphere was extremely quiet. Everyone remained silent. A girl broke the awkward silence. I think we should agree on one thing. Once we're inside, we must help each other, right? Fang Yi leaned back, looking outside, secretly pondering. It seems the personnel this time are quite... It was indeed mobilizing people from all over. Commerce City is also a famous city. The members of Lingxi looked like a mixed bag. At that moment, Jiawas Jai in the team subtly glanced at Fang Yi, full of assessment. He whispered, didn't Sister Lan say she invited a great Buddha for us? Is that him? Qingxiang replied, I'm not sure either. He looks a bit thin, like a student. Fang Yi sat silently on the side, listening to them discuss him. Conclusion: he doesn't have a government bracelet, his aura is discreet, and his specific strength cannot be probed. Qingxiang mused, Great Master, could it be the wind burial practitioner who single-handedly eliminated the disaster and protected the Tai family from annihilation? But is the wind burial practitioner really such a young student? Whether it's possessing 3 rare high-level attributes or eliminating the infinitely multiplying anomalous disaster with the strength of a 1-star spirit creation realm. Sealing the Anomaly King and simultaneously breaking through realms right there has truly piqued my interest. Elsewhere at the military district office in the spiritual war zone, Jia Lam picked up the phone. Hello, spiritual war zone. Jia, the other end of the line, panicked. The heavenly treasure building has completely fallen. Our people who went in can no longer be contacted. Currently, the anomaly concentration in the sky has reached 12. The known number of casualties is 53. Please pay close attention. She pondered. Is the development trend accelerating? Jialan ordered. Rest assured, I won't take this lightly. The people sent this time will have no problems, I guarantee it. Who? Since the mission has been assigned to us, don't ask too many questions. This is a rule of the spiritual war zone. Heavenly Treasure Building is currently undergoing turmoil. His group had just arrived, and they stepped out of the vehicle. Fang Yi analyzed. The situation is quite serious. The guy inside is no less formidable than the one we encountered before. Qingxiang reminded, Look, what's that on the window? If I'm not mistaken, it's most likely bloodstains. As far as I know, the inside of the Tian Bao building is quite cramped. The entire building has 40 floors, making it the tallest structure in the commercial district. Over 2,000 employees and customers there have been evacuated. However, before it was sealed off, some people did not cooperate. As a result, many people are still inside. Previously, the commercial district had sent a rescue team, but they went in and never came out. Yihei understood. So the casualty figure of over 50 people is currently just a temporary estimate. After all, no one truly knows the situation inside. Feng Yi probed. Is there anyone inside who can still be contacted? The other person replied, most likely not. Since the anomaly occurred, no one inside has ever sent any messages. On the second day after the building was sealed, I was outside assisting with the work. Someone recounted, that day, the entire building was like a deathly building. The building, originally brand new, became old and dilapidated, as if it had been abandoned for decades. Through the windows, no human figures were visible, and a hazy mist covered it. We intended to use the windows as a breakthrough point. Then I saw fragments of bodies corroded by the anomaly falling from the windows. After that, the anomalous aura of the building grew increasingly severe, and in less than a week, it had deteriorated to this extent. He asked curiously, You couldn't contact anyone inside. So are the casualty figures you have based on your speculation from the remains or body fragments that fell out? The Thun clan's spirit enforcers are too reckless, the other person replied helplessly. But we also have no other choice. Fang Yi thought, although in the field of information, the Thun clan's spirit enforcers are very sloppy, but it seems there's no other way. The number of casualties is certainly not just this much for ordinary people. The anomaly is no different from a spatial compression attack. In a confined environment, lambs waiting to be slaughtered, no matter how they run, cannot escape the perpetrator's grasp. He demanded, No more delaying, we're going into the building immediately. There are some anomalies that rely on devouring living beings to complete their evolution. The greater the number of casualties, the more difficult the situation inside is. Jiajai grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. Wait, although the military said we have to listen to your command, you still need to outline the strategic arrangements first. Fang Yi turned his head and said coldly, What strategic arrangements? The situation is unclear right now. Let's go inside and see, then we'll figure it out. Mihi explained, Furthermore, you haven't even joined the government yet. She continued, Everyone here has extensive experience dealing with anomalies. You're the commander. At the very least, you should understand everyone's abilities, shouldn't you? See, I told you, you haven't gone through government training, so you lack experience in this area. Just then, Qingxiang suddenly shouted, "All right, time is urgent right now, so cut the chatter." He was recommended by Superior Officer Jia Lan to assist, which is why he took on this mission. "What is Superior Officer Jia Lan's caliber? Haven't you heard?" He ordered. "Before starting a mission, internal disputes are the biggest taboo. If you don't want to go in, then don't follow." Jiajie interjected. "Hold on." Inside the extremely chaotic scene, a car was under attack in the center. Mihi wondered, why is there no sound at all in here? Just then a sinister aura was slowly creeping in. As if sensing it, Fang Yi immediately looked up at the sinister aura. A monster appeared, making Jiaji scream in panic. At the same time, Fang Yi's eyes blazed with fire. He unleashed a punch imbued with fire attribute, and then with a whoosh, Fang Yi tore through space. His face was cold, carrying terrifying killing intent. The monster was quickly sliced into pieces. Fang Yi's flames spread, incinerating its body. Jiaji, unable to believe what had just happened before his eyes, exclaimed. Mi Hei, equally stunned, added, "Just like that, it's over?" Qingxiang asked in horror, "Where did he get that blade from?" Just then, Fang Yi bent down and picked up a fragment. He held it up and concluded, "This is a hybrid of a bird and a gecko. With this level of mutation, it seems it has devoured quite a few people." His face pale, jaw clenched, Qing He shouted, "This is an A+ grade item." The space remained chaotic, enveloped in white clouds. A+ rank? So, Creation Spirit Realm 2nd star, but I've only just surpassed Creation Spirit Realm 1st star. Songyo agreed, "That's right. It proves that one strike from him could instantly defeat me." "You use a saber. Could you really be sealed barrier? This saber is Heavenly Fire 1 blade, isn't it?" Jiahua exclaimed. "I truly didn't expect it. You really are sealed barrier. After all, in our impression, sealed barrier is a recluse who never parts with his saber." Fang Yi replied, "After advancing, I harmonize spiritual energy with the saber's path, transforming it into a form of spiritual energy that can be summoned at any time. This, I believe, is not something only I can achieve. Let's go quickly. Don't waste time." Someone agreed, "All right, that's great. It's fortunate you're our teammate." Fang Yi's hand emitted a beautiful, blazing flame. He used his hand to create the flame and lead the way. He assessed the situation. Judging that if the circumstances were as dire as they currently were, casualties might have already exceeded 500 and were still rising. Suddenly, Fang Yi's eyes lit up. He remarked aloud, "This place has also been swept clean? Clearly, there's a lot of blood here, but no bodies are to be seen. Dishang truly likes blood. But could it be that nothing was left behind?" At that very moment, gruesome sounds emerged in the space. Song Yue suddenly turned her head and shouted, "Behind you!" In that instant, Fang Yi reacted quickly, turning around to attack the monster. Finally, horrifying slime splattered directly into the space. Jia Huo exclaimed in dismay, "Another anomaly!" He asked with a cold expression, "Doesn't anyone else feel something unusual?" Jiajai wondered, "What do you mean?" Fang Yi analyzed, "Even though these two anomalies possess power comparable to elites, if this is merely the number of anomalies, it shouldn't be enough to prevent the pioneer rescuers from escaping. I'm afraid this isn't the Tian Bao Tower we're looking for." He was astonished. "Huh?" Mihi asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" He analyzed, "Throughout this entire path, although it's full of bloodstains, the foul and suffocating smell here comes entirely from the dark attribute and anomalies. There are no traces of dead people at all." He thought to himself, "Now we're like headless flies. I need to conduct an experiment to confirm my prediction." Song Yue hesitated. "This?" Fang Yi pondered. "The question is, should I unleash boundless darkness in front of these people?" She said with firm resolve, "Big Brother is right. This entire path has indeed been terrible. But this gloom was not the suffocating kind of death, but rather an emptiness, a void, as if no living creature had ever passed through it." Song Yue judged it to be like a simple empty model. He raised his hand in agreement. "No mistake. If I'm not mistaken, this place has been transformed by an anomaly into an empty shell, retaining only its external form, while their true dwelling place is probably..." Fang Yi quickly used summon, boundless dark realm. Everyone exclaimed in surprise upon seeing it. Is this the dark attribute? He asked the system. System, upon detecting the dark inner realm and similar entities bearing the dark attribute, is there any relevant data activated? The system responded, yes. The status panel appeared. Dark inner realm, a space created based on the dark attribute, also known as the cradle of the dark attribute, simultaneously drawing the original space into itself, similar to the extreme dark zone and boundless dark realm. To truly enter the dark inner realm, one must find the gate it creates. His gaze was resolute. I understand. For us to truly enter the Tianbao building, we need to find the gate. And for those who wish to escape, it's similar. Furthermore, they are affected by the dark attribute within, causing their brains and emotions. Immense illusions are born. Thus, some will believe the window is the door to a new way of life. This also explains why those who initially escaped death through the window ultimately became corpses. She screamed, for they had been manipulated by the dark attribute, dying instantly within the inner realm. So now we have to find the door Big Brother mentioned, right? A status alert flashed. Inner realm darkness is drawn, sensing the presence of its kin. Inner realm darkness has appeared. Fang Yi glowed, warning me behind. It's here. Instantly, a shadow arrow shot straight at them. Jia Huo weakly uttered, I'm being attacked by the dark attribute. Why isn't my protective spiritual energy working? Me, he added, me too. Jia Jai clutched his head, yelling, my head hurts so much, something wants to crawl out of my head. At that moment, his eyes glowed a fiery red. Fang Yi stepped forward, creating a protective boundary circle around everyone. Ah, someone exclaimed, I'm fine now. He realized, so the dark attribute is attacking us now, isn't it? They were astonished. Wait, sealed barrier? He's completely unharmed? Haven't you realized yet? He himself has... Jai commented, even if the dark attribute hasn't directly attacked us, we've already suffered significant negative effects. Song Yue said admiringly, if it weren't for him, I'm afraid we wouldn't last much longer. At that moment, Fang Yi gave a faint smile and said, found it. He unleashed a massive amount of light. Ah, his gaze was firm, his face focused. Then Fang Yi unleashed his power towards the target, saying, it's right here. He alone resisted the anomaly's power. She watched the scene with apprehension. Here. At that moment, Fang Yi suddenly fell silent. The group stood before a gate leading to a dark path. He quickly conjured fire, illuminating the entire path. Fang Yi took a step and reminded them, go, everyone follow me. Immediately after, everyone followed in his footsteps and went inside. Mihi's face darkened, saying, I feel like I've smelled it already. After walking for a while, Fang Yi's footsteps halted. Confusion was etched on everyone's face at the sight before them. Fang Yi spoke. The smell comes from the corpses and blood of our kind. An anomalous monster appeared before everyone. Savage voices rang out, mine, no, it's mine. Jie Huo was terrified. Is this another dark abnormality A+ grade? This is insane. At that moment, Fang Yi's hand conjured a massive flame. The abnormality didn't back down, launching sharp spikes toward him. The two sources of power collided, creating a space-shaking explosion. It charged wildly, breathing out hellfire. Fang Yi didn't give in, quickly swinging his sword to counter. His hand flashed with light. Then, Fang Yi glided past it, unleashing slashes. He created a massive conflagration. Internal blaze unleashed. Song Yu thought to herself, his fire attribute is too strong. Those dark abnormalities melted in an instant. Since earlier, he hasn't needed us to intervene at all. She then said aloud, I think his fire attribute also comes with another type of flame, like an erupting lava. Fang Yi's hand emitted a powerful glow. He then said, abnormalities harm people. Everyone is innocent. These abnormalities will be buried for everyone. However, it would be a disservice to you all to share an exit with these beasts. Jia Huo remarked, a single cremating slash, truly worthy of the name Sealed Barrier. Its reputation is well-deserved. Fang Yi turned his head and said, since you're already here, you might as well do some work. You guys are in charge of searching for and rescuing survivors. Leave the anomalies to me. The first floor has been cleared. Next, I'll proceed to the upper floors. The true heavenly treasure building, also known as the inner dark world, is now occupied by anomalies up to the 10th floor. Through mass slaughter and consumption, their realms have continuously increased. At this point, they are at least capable of creating a one-star spirit realm. Aside from the different scenery, the anomalies' strength and abilities haven't changed significantly. He quickly moved to the 15th floor. She shivered. This floor gave off a gloomy and chilling feeling. The dark attribute had penetrated my spiritual energy protection. Suddenly, Jijai stopped in his tracks, horrified by the scene before him. He said, "There's something alive moving on these corpses. It's corrosive. Everyone be careful. Don't inhale these hairs." The gloomy space created an extremely terrifying atmosphere. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes. Finally, an interesting one has arrived. A monster opened its enormous mouth and advanced towards them. He calmly stood on the ground, watching each sharp spike shoot towards him. Fang Yi very calmly used his skill, quickly retaliating with the power of darkness. A whirlwind with massive plumes of smoke erupted. The anomaly continuously lashed its giant tail to attack. Fang Yi realized its intention. Did it want to buy time to evolve? He swung his sword down, shouting, "No chance." At that very moment, Fang Yi's power distorted its face. In that flame-engulfed space, the anomaly's desperate scream echoed. He spoke. "I overestimated you. I thought you had the ability to create a 3-star spirit realm, at least enough to give me some trouble." Suddenly, Jiahuo's eyes darted, noticing something unusual. He frantically shouted, "Who?" Fang Yi wondered, "Survivors?" Someone trembled as they stepped out from the door. "Are you immortal practitioners?" He pushed the door wide open and said, "There are still 5 survivors with us." Fang Yi pondered, wondering why there was such a discreet, single room here, looking like a secret room used to store important items for some major brand store. These survivors looked terrified. He spoke in a reassuring tone. "It's all right now. We're here to rescue you." Jiahuo stepped forward and introduced, "We are Lingzi from the market district. The monsters outside have been eliminated by us. You are safe. Come out quickly." "Down," the other person stammered. "Down." He wondered, "What are you saying?" He shouted, "Taken down in an instant. A series of terrifying monsters, all killed by you with just one blade strike?" Outside the Tianbao building, everyone exclaimed, "Unlike before, this time perhaps we have hope." That's right. On each floor, we can see the spiritual energy flames of the wind burial practitioners. Although we can't contact them, we can finally detect faint spiritual energy waves. The latest detected spiritual energy waves are on the 40th floor. Someone was surprised. "What? 40 floors? How long has it been since they entered?" 9 minutes 56 seconds. The wind burial practitioners only took 9 minutes and 56 seconds to sweep to the top of the Tianbao building. This news will surely shock the immortal practitioner community in Commerce City. No, it's not over yet. It's been discovered. The top floor has an anomaly level S outbreak. At this moment, Fang Yi's eyes darkened. Could it be that the anomaly king is here? At this very moment, he had to face a monster named Anomaly King Bone Scythe. Fang Yi used immense power and charged straight towards Bone Scythe. He assessed, this Anomaly King, although it is a bone scythe, but the parasitic insects on it, which were actually a part of its being, couldn't be underestimated. Immediately after, Fang Yi launched a fierce attack with a determined gaze. The light from the sword gently pierced through the bone bird, but it remained completely unharmed. Everyone panicked. Anomaly King? Even a sealed barrier can't deal with it? This is bad. We have to act. What good would it do if we intervened? Who can defeat it? Fang Yi looked at the scene. Annoyed, he clicked his tongue and scoffed. This charlatan, the probing ends here. He quickly unleashed a combined ability, Divine Thunder. The bone bird refused to yield and retaliated with magic. It incessantly let out ear-splitting screeches. Fang Yi snapped irritably. "Stop screaming! It's deafening!" He unleashed a massive amount of light, sweeping through the space. Fang Yi spoke. "Can't you still retaliate? If you were easily destroyed, you wouldn't be worthy of being the Anomaly King here. It's just that even if you turned the entire Heavenly Treasure City building into a food storage, your strength still wouldn't compare to heaven." I think it's probably so you can also taste the pain of only being able to wait for death. Wei He spoke up. I take back what I just said. This is truly a one-sided massacre, Jiahua added. How terrifying. He's toying with an abnormality king. That's an abnormality king. How did this sealing master appear at the Tai family? If only he were one of us, Song Yue interjected. Every one of his blade strikes seemed precisely calculated, from left to right, from outside to inside, perfectly balanced, not deviating even slightly. From beginning to end, he never attacked the skull of the bone bird. This bone bird, not to mention threatening, it didn't even have the ability to struggle and fight back, because the strength of the two sides was disproportionate. He was already stronger than an abnormality king. Facing the U of the abnormality, it continuously emitted piercing sounds. Fang Yi glanced at it coldly. Still want to heal? Do you think I'm playing with you? Then, heavenly thunder filled the entire sky. The bone bird continued to resist with piercing sounds. At this moment, the sky was filled with terrifying crimson light, and lightning bolts stood out against the blood-colored space. As time passed, the horrors dissipated, returning the sky to normal. Everyone looked up at Mo. It's over. The Anomaly King's energy is disappearing. It's unbelievable. What kind of immortal practitioner is this after all? Completely different from the immortal practitioners of our commerce city. Is this the gap between us and a top-tier prodigy? Now I truly understand why there's always a higher mountain beyond the current one. I heard that the Thai clan's invasion by the S-rank anomaly has been officially named Hell of Sacrificial Kings. The calamity egg, which was about to hatch, has been sealed. The solution and other details have been sealed by the Thai clan in top-secret files. However, this classic solution is probably something no one can replicate. Fang Yi spoke up. The bone bird is dead. The dark world has dissipated. Now you can contact the outside world and report the situation. Song Yue shouted, Hello, this is Song Yue, reporting the current situation. The Heavenly Treasure Building incident has been successfully resolved, and all anomalies have been dealt with. Thanks to the sealed barrier, we were able to complete the mission smoothly. We hope that Lingxi of Commerce City can cooperate with us and express gratitude for the support of the Thai clan and the sealed barrier. The Commerce City captain, is that the one who was just elected today? What is he here for? Our mission is already complete, and now he shows up. Well, it's because he knew the Thai family's sealed barrier was coming here. We also advised him not to cause trouble, but a powerful and confident immortal practitioner like him wouldn't listen to advice. What's the matter with you guys? This mission has been assigned to the military district, and it was the spiritual war zone itself that came forward to invite the Thai family's captain. We will certainly be responsible for the Thai family's captain. Now we want to take the Thai family's captain away. Lingxi of Commerce City and the captain have unclear intentions. This is a provocation to the authority of the military district. Sealed Barrier is the most important captain recommended by the spiritual war zone and the Lingxi Thai family. Anyone who dares to provoke will bear the consequences themselves. At that moment, Feng Yi stepped out. His eyes narrowed slightly in annoyance. Feng Ai exclaimed, that was fast. They're already here. Just then, someone rushed over. I am the captain of Commerce City, Yue Fengjiang. Are you the sealed barrier from the Tai family? Feng Yi calmly replied, what if I am? In his mind, he thought, a wind attribute immortal practitioner. This is my first time encountering one. Although this person is arrogant, he deliberately conceals a portion of his spiritual power. It seems he is at least in the spirit creation realm. His hand moved behind him, quickly forming. Then the two people's powers immediately clashed, and the space was engulfed in magic. With just one move from him, Feng Jiang was immediately forced back. He frowned and thought, is this sealed barrier that brat's? It's perfect for me to use, and I can take this opportunity to establish the Yue clan's prestige. Feng Jiang spoke up. First, thank you very much for resolving the crisis at Tianbao, building on behalf of Commerce City. But you are the captain of Thai Thi, coming all the way from afar to Commerce City. Haven't you perhaps overstepped your bounds a little? Young people might not understand the rules of the Jianghu or the hierarchy. Fang Yi retorted, when I arrived, Commerce City didn't have a captain yet. I accepted a request from the military district to help Commerce City resolve the anomaly. So, does the newly appointed Commerce City captain like you want to settle scores with me? Feng Jiang reassured him. Don't be tense. Young people are indeed easily agitated. I am a man of principle. I bear no ill will towards you. And I have always respected outstanding talents like yourself. It's just that I want to borrow your blade to use. He exuded killing intent and threatened, otherwise don't even think about leaving Commerce City. Feng Yi's face turned cold and angry. However, he calmly closed his eyes and uttered, borrow? Seeing that arrogant attitude, Feng Jiang gritted his teeth in anger. Feng Yi quickly unleashed a terrifying spark to attack, and his body instantly stiffened, unable to move. Feng Yi exuded killing intent and said, I'll lend it to your whole family.